Only in unity will we find strength.
Gunslinger never made sense to me. I don't sling guns.
Join me!
I sling bullets.
Hello.
Hello there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I will have
Round
Olympus
1.
at any
Capture
cost.
the objective.
If it must be done, let it
Hi
be
there.
done quickly. Let us end this.
I will tear victory from your grasp. Should have kept your distance. We will take this area together. We will shield you for now. I will give you shelter. Take everything from them. They are seizing our objective.
Where?
Now do you see your error?
Spotted an enemy.
I need healing. I will give you shelter.
You cannot escape me.
Them in the ground. I will tear victory from your grasp. Join me. Suffer as I
Chaser behind.
One.
My power emanate.
That sucks, man. The hog is the actual one.
My resolve hardens.
Top right.
Come up here.
Stand with me.
No.
Put them in the ground. Now do you see your error? Your miscalculation will cost you everything. Anger Poseidon at your peril.
Bad guy.
Now do you see your error? Take everything from them. Securing this objective. It is ours. Your miscalculation will cost you nothing.
Holy, that's so fucking annoying. I can't touch.
Starlat.
You guys have to touch. I can't.
I will tear victory from your grasp.
Tracer's just doing really strong.
First round lost.
Where?
Suffer as
Score 0-1.
Like 90% sure you could have like touched there. Where?
I've read your report on cryogenically preserving said appendages.
Only in
I'd be
unity
happy to
will we
assist in your
find strength.
research.
No, thank you. I don't think our methodologies are very aligned.
Of course. I've heard you prefer working alone.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
We must persevere through the difficult times.
He's doing nothing. Bro.
I will never rest.
My team's getting shit on. Okay, or we're just not gonna kill him.
We're outnumbered. Be advised.
My task is not yet finished. I am under attack.
Enemy contact.
Pain is inevitable.
Bro, we don't have fucking healers? Like, what the fuck, dude? And our tank is mindlessly walking in.
Yeah, that was mindlessly walking in, 100%. What were you peak, by the way?
You have been like, walking around. Like, what are you doing? I'm seeing you doing, like, running circles around a fucking
what rank are
pillar.
you?
Bro, my fucking profile is open, bro. Just look.
Over here.
Probably should have done.
I am strong and brave. Over here.
Increasing altitude.
Good move.
I will not yield. Enemy in sight. never rest.
It's Hanu.
Stand aside.
I can touch. Get off. Nope. I got him too.
W.
Your yap.
Anyone see my play though? It's pretty clutch.
Yeah. Good shit, good shit.
Score 1-1.
Get into the field. Weekend up.
My heart is strong, and my javelin is sharp.
Biotic healing ready for use.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective. Pushing forward. Hold it.
Struck the path. Your end is within my
During a bubble.
The objective is
I was dead. So nice.
We will crush them. Go, my friend.
Holy shit, I was so charged, man. And then everyone hit her fucking bubble, dude.
My armaments are ready. A taste of poison. See more of that. Try harder. Join me. I'm going for the top.
I'm dead.
Lock and reload. Teleporter mantis. To your worst.
It's over.
I've got you in my sights. Let them up.
I'm back. Time to crush.
defeat. Play of the game. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Can I avoid his teammate and Odin?
In unity will we find strength.
I've heard stories about you, Captain Amari, but none of them mentioned how beautiful you are.
How cute. Your aim had better outdo your flattery, young man.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Hey, let's get this done. Enemy over there. Soothing your wounds.
Push the objective.
Swing by two.
Over there.
Think alone, think alone, think alone, think alone, think alone. Holy fuck.
Team must reassemble. Band together. Join me. Force authorized.
This objective's got my name on it. Could have yours too.
Not on my watch. By more. Security. Weapon systems optimized. Band together. Join me. Band together. Stand aside. I was made to protect, and I shall. Step back. Make way. First round. 1. Greetings. Do not move. Score 1-0.
Stay sharp. It's harder to keep you alive when you're distracted.
Systems online. Weapons ready. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Almost caught this in the bag. Don't let up.
Heal me, heal me, heal me. One fucking anti, it's over. They don't have a tank, they don't have a healer.
Step right up.
Unreal, man. Where was that Suzu? Force him off high ground. Holy fuck, man. They don't have an Ana.
At step point. Over there.
Огонь по готовности.
Step right up.
Don't let them take the point. Evaluating. Re-engaging. Join me.
Go bottom. They can't push us. Just go bottom. Just go bottom. Go bottom. Bruh. Guys, guys, guys.
Band together.
You have the point. You can get off. You can get off. You have the point. Oh my god. Just Hannah on point. Literally just Hannah.
Make way.
Ultimate is charging.
Enemy in sight.
Like a gentle rain. My power emanates.
I really tried to stagger that.
Play of the game.
I will have Olympus at any cost.
I prefer to walk alone. But I suppose you will do. No mistakes. No mercy.
Show them what you... Let's go! I've got a few new inventions to try.
Fruition comes from within, as does failure.
Hello!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Escort
The payload must be defended. Hostile in view. Taking everything from them. I will give you shelter. An enemy comes. They will target me. Let them.
God, I fucking hate that character.
That's how it's done.
My resolve hardens.
Engage this enemy.
You are safe with me. Devour them.
Are you serious, man? Being fucking boosted too.
Their confidence will be their undoing. I will give you shelter.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
I will tear victory from your grasp. You are safe with me. Now do you see your error? I would have suffer as I have.
Okay.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Satisfactory. They're popping back like daisies. At your peril.
I'm on the payload.
You are safe with me. Take everything from them. No, standing out of the
God, this character, this guy's fucking annoying.
I will break before I yield. We're outnumbered. You are safe with me. Turning up the heat.
Why isn't the payload moving?
Oh my god, man.
I return from the depths.
They outnumber us.
I will give you shelter.
Like, I don't know where my HP was there, like, what the...
A better world is possible today.
Holy fuck. Things just kinda on their own.
Save the world? Game on!
Make them regret this.
Hello! The payload
Yeah, I can't do anything for you guys. You guys gotta kill the widow. I don't know.
No one can hide.
I mean, baited is hard.
What else is new?
Witness the flame of my soul.
No, dude. I almost had a kill, too. God, this widow's just fucking carrying so hard. It's so annoying. He legs me there. Insane, dude. If he didn't leg me there, I would've been fine. So fucking lucky, dude.
Let's win this
Round 1 complete. Score 1-0. Switching sides.
Reset and regroup!
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Doesn't matter what I go, dude. They're just gonna tank fucking nuke me.
Charge them down!
It's over.
I sense that your hardest battle is yet to come.
I will best any enemy, no matter how strong.
And what of the enemy within?
Each day I grow stronger. Yet the man in the mirror never appears to change.
A mirror reflects only what can be seen.
Your platitudes will not work on me the way they did my brother.
And yet, you sound just like he did.
5, 4, 3,
Over here.
1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Blocking the enemy!
All I can do is block. Right when I block, dude, that's so unlucky. No, there goes the door. That's over. It is over. There's just nothing I can do.
Time to save the world? Game on!
Let the dragon consume you!
The payload has
Okay, sick ult when they already have plan.
Nothing gets past me! Diving in!
Positioning heal.
They're counting on me! Mobilizing!
Watch here. Get them away from the payload.
Enemy here! Nothing gets past me! Pirate disengaging!
Sniper, keep your heads down. Stay out of my way. Hi.
Clear out. The payload's moving. Stop them.
Dude, are you kidding me, man?
This ends now.
Nothing gets past me! I need healing!
Okay. That was so dumb, dude.
Of the game.
So dumb, dude. Like, I can't do anything for my team when my team's just losing to a Widow like that, dude. There's just nothing I can do. Holy fuck, dude, that's so dumb, man. That puts me to plat 3, too. Are you kidding me, dude? So fucking unreal. Has not even plat either.
Now arriving at Yijiang Tower.
I'm actually so mad playing this game. It's so dumb, dude. I have no impact as a tank against that shit. Like, if they're going Echo, Zen and shit, and Widow, like, I just gotta let my team win. Like, my team has to do something, dude.
Only in unity will we find strength.
Mental barrier,
Fortify.
not skill, is a sign of a mature warrior.
Watch our flanks. They might try something.
So bad.
My work.
Round 1. Capture the objective. Mission underway. Work together.
Enemy located.
Join me.
D-Mac, help, help. Bro.
They are attacking the objective. Let us show them a real fight.
Join me.
I'm so tired of teams not listening. We got a free diva kill. Push. Bro.
Bands together.
Taking the point. Time to blow it. Them.
Follow your tank. Oh my god. You guys gotta follow me, man.
My task is not yet finished. Join me. Band together. Join me. Failure is a chance to grow.
Crazy. Crazy. Guys.
Band together. Join me.
I've got you in my
I want to yell at people so bad. People are so fucking nice. So people are so lucky I'm a nice person. Any sane person would have fucking yelled at these guys. I canceled my shift.
Best round 1.
Nerf this!
Score 1-0.
We will be the lightning that rides the storm.
Your worth is a hypothesis. Prove it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
We might actually win this.
Dude.
The objective is now
Coming up.
I must do better.
Claiming the objective. Assist me.
Threats detected.
God.
Tactical visor activated.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
I will have Olympus at any cost.
Get them off the objective.
I will speak to you in a language you understand. Put them in the ground.
No, we didn't do that. Yeah.
If I could write you a song to make you fall in love.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
I hope that you like this, but you probably won't. You think you're cooler than me. You got designer shades to hide your face, and you wear them around like you're cooler than me. And you never say hey or remember my name, and it's probably 'cause you think you're cooler than me.
I'll find my own path.
Shed the weight of your doubts, and your mind will become clear.
What's up?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocked in 30 seconds.
Fall in love, I would already have you up under my arm. I used up all of my tricks. I hope that you like this, but you probably won't. You think you're cooler than me. You got designer shades just to hide your face, and you wear them around like you're cooler than me. And you never say hey or remember my name, and it's probably 'cause you think you're cooler than me. You got your highbrow switching your walk, and you don't even look when you pass by, but you don't know the way that you look when your steps make that much noise. Shh, I got you all figured out. You need everyone's eyes just to feel seen behind your makeup. Nobody knows who you even are. Who do you think that you are? 'Cause it sure seems you got no doubt. But we all see you got your head in the clouds.
So the internet is joking about these games almost always consist of some of the worst launch roadmap.
I used up all of my tricks. I hope that you like this, but you probably won't. You think
Worst monetization out there when it comes to gaming, with a lot of it feeling like gotchas or mobile game monetization. And you know, it being a Marvel game on top of that, I think will only make things work. They gotta recoup the cost to use Marvel and its characters somehow, right? So I'm expecting it to be a bit of a mess.
Famous Japanese newscaster idol in Japan getting hate for having a boyfriend. Get up, stop watching this video, let's get out of here. Whenever I watched that video from that girl's shoe on head, and she mentioned that she had a boyfriend,
over here.
Come on, Snowball. They
It
need
is
our help.
often those with the loudest voice who have the most to lose.
Good thing I always win.
Ice Wall, coming up. How are you?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initial flashpoint. Mark it.
Let's do this.
Let me assist you.
Enemy over here.
Dude, I can't believe that hit me.
Time for another experiment.
Oh, look at this little turret.
Enemy turret down. 有本事就翻过去。Enemy here.
Holy shit.
Enemy over here.动住，不许走。I see an enemy. Enemy turret down. Boom. Ice.
Behind you.
有本事就翻过去。وريهم قوتك. Enemy over here. Enemy here.
Oh my god, dude. Play. Oh, we lost that?
The world's not going to save itself.
Be better side. Oh wow.
Retirement does wonders. Coming for you.
I see an enemy.
10 seconds.
Enemy here.
Take the objective.
Flashpoint
Can't let
unlocked.
them take a point. Ice wall coming up. Enemy turret down.
My soul ignites initiated. Outdoors.
Enemy over here! I see an enemy! 兵强来喽! Enemy over here! That was an enemy!
They're down a healer. They're down a healer. We can push.
I see an enemy! Enemy here! I'm completely warmed up! 我感觉好多了。I see an enemy.
He wasted fade.
Bad guys. Take them out.
Enemy turret attack.
Damn. My play was almost so goated too.
Gale the Mahal.
勤能捕捉 Defend the objective.
The ultimate's charging.
Group up with me.
The enemy desires a battle.
Everyone, group up. Group up. Enemy here.
Anna's on the left side, top side.
Over here.
Let's go top.
Cage fight still charging.
Enemy turret ahead. Try climbing that. Enemy 冻住，不许走。
Anyone. Where? My Mauga is hitting the tank the whole time.
I am attaining the
Got no
objective.
friend.
Quemo como el sol.
Palace secured. Next flashpoint garden.
Okay, well.
Gale the Mahal.
Step right.
They have no Moira.
Killing pylon deployed. The world's not going to save itself.
Over there.
I am under attack.
Okay, just got Tracer bombed. I got Orisa ulted. I got Anna ulted. I got.
Are you okay, Snowball?
Gonna
I heard he had 80% there.
Garden lost.
We must focus our attack upon the objective.
Enemy over here!
Kill the Mahol!
I can't believe there's a fucking blob over there.
Flashpoint unlocked.
勤能捕捉。
Enemy turret here. Enemy turret destroyed.
We can't let them take the point. I'm taking the objective. Healing pylon out.
Ready for duty.
Over here.
Yeah.
Don't give up. We can do this.
Kill the Mahol!
I see an enemy. She's I'm standing up. Enemy here. Enemy over here.
Rooms secured. Next, flashpoint, temple.
We must focus our attack upon the objective.
Group up with me. Muéstrame dónde te duele. Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
I see an enemy. I see an enemy. Enemy here.
Holy shit.
Need help. Stay in range if you want my help.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy over here. Enemy turret. Face the sunrise.
No way. Mimicry almost walked into it.
They are taking the point.
Scientist, I'm ready to start a blizzard.
Go left. Long flank, yeah. Long flank.
There.
Flank left side, yeah.
Over there.
I have no shield.
Play of the game.
Sorry, I'm back and made some food.
Can I get a chicken burger with that?
What was that, sweetie?
He said he wants a chicken burger with rooster sauce.
Okay.
Can I get a chicken burger with that?
What was that, sweetie?
He said he wants a chicken burger with rooster sauce.
Okay.
Thanks, Cesarea.
Don't feel like obligated to do anything.
I'm fucking not, dude. No, I'm not gonna wear 100 shirts. This is not gonna do it. It's just, I don't know where that came from. I don't know.
I don't know if this was the tweet that started it all. I think SK started it because a lot of people were just talking about random stuff the last weekend. Dude, this weekend was, I swear, full of everyone yapping. Everyone on all platforms just decided to start yapping this weekend. It's probably the PvE canceling stuff that just like gets everyone upset more than anything, you know, myself included. It was Gale actually. So Gale made this tweet first. I thought SK's was first, but I guess Gale's was first. After so much playtime,
6v6 was better. It was better. It was just simply better.
I'm around 12k.
The way you have to play the game now, in terms of like positioning, is really safe compared to what it used to be, where you used to contest multiple lanes. It was a lot more fun.
Hours throughout the years.
What's up, Murray?
I can fully say that 6v6 was still the best form of Overwatch. Oh, also, hang on. I don't know if I said it at the beginning, so let me reiterate. I'm very in the middle. I have like a secret sauce take, I think, which I can give at the end to see if anyone gives it. I don't think anyone's gonna. But yeah, I honestly, I can see both ways. So I just want, the whole point of this is I'm going to go through and look at everyone else's tweets. I want to see what everyone's talking about because everyone this weekend decided to just give their full thoughts on tons of stuff with 5v5, 6v6. Some of it's good, some of it's bad. And I figured I'd just go through them and then let you guys figure out your own take based on what they say. Okay? I'm not saying Double Shield was great or that Goats was great. Both were terrible, but man, 6v6 was good. When 6v6 was good, it was great, and I miss it. I think that's fair. I think there was some great times in 6v6, but I also think part of it's rose-tinted glasses. And I say that as someone who probably has a lot of want and would have a lot of good going back to 6v6, because that means me and Iman could play again. Because otherwise it's just not as fun, and people make it weird half the time when we play if one of us is off-rolling or we're both off-rolling. It's just not it's honestly just not as good of a time. It's kind of sucked. So personally, I have a lot of personal desire probably for 6v6 to come back, but I'm trying to be very objective, and that's why I'm very much in the middle.
The coordination between tanks was more fun.
Being more and more frustrated playing it. Hypermobile characters like Lucio, Moira, Tracer, Sombra, dive comms genuinely make the game unbearable to play. It's because Ghost 2.0 was somehow worse. It just isn't fun. I don't know if I totally agree with that, but high-level gameplay consists of 3-2-1 go backline. That's true, and the fights are just lame as.
That's what I'm saying, dude. 3, 2, 1, go backline. That's pretty much the fights now. That's basically what I've been saying this whole fucking time. That's why the game feels so boring. You can't play where you used to be able to. Like with another tank, and like the fights aren't spaced out like they used to be. Like in a good way, they were spaced out.
To watch as you witness the stampede of ult explosions.
Nope,
and
it's just a
characters
stampede
flying
now.
off the walls to kill their supports, but that's always been Overwatch.
No, it's even worse now. It's literally even worse
Going off all
now.
over the place, and I agree. I actually
Oh, the
think there's
ultimate's
too many
going
ults
off
in
all the
Overwatch.
place, yeah.
But there's a
That's
problem
always
with
been a
that.
thing.
The reason ults can't get any more nerfed right now, quote unquote, to like, okay, so you want your ultimate to feel impactful, right? So I'm not saying nerf the impact. What I would say, if anything, is nerf how fast you get them, but there's a problem with that, where if you nerf them any more than where
Impact's
you have,
fine.
like, you know, to charge your ult, dude, you can have full games in like especially your lower middle ranks, like your bronze, silver, gold, where somebody doesn't get an ultimate, right? Like on control, if a control game goes 100 to 0, half the
Noobs.
game is
That's
probably
true.
didn't get an ult, right? That's not fun for them. That's shit. So how do you balance that? I don't know. Like, genuinely, where is the fun mechanics to watch? Where is the satisfaction? Current Overwatch gameplay
True.
lacks this, and the excitement no longer is there for good gameplay. It's one of the reasons no
True.
one really cares for montages in Overwatch since the old days.
True.
I don't think anyone cares about montages at all, though. That being said, Overwatch is still the best game we've gotten for this genre. It can still redeem itself as being
People
the
still
best
like
game
montages.
ever, but at this point, I have no clue we will get there with its current formula. I actually disagree with that. I think Overwatch is actually growing, and I think the data supports that so far, and at least in the last like 3 months.
Going well.
Oh, Gator responded to this.
I mean, it's the only option for a hero shooter.
90% of the reason I retired, lol. A classic mode or a competitive 66 would be awesome. 5v5 is not awful, but 2 tanks or roll lock / flex Q would be amazing. And he says, real shit. Oh, I don't really want to scroll Twitter. Scrolling Twitter is scary. But Iron responded and said, 5v5 is miserable for tank. We need 66 back. Counterpicking is torture in the low skill ground.
5v5 is miserable for tank. With 5v5, it's just counterpicking constantly. And then the team counterpicks you, and then if you're counterpicked, it's on your team to do everything. At that point, when you're just being absolutely counterpicked by like Zen, Echo, and like Widow or some shit, you know? And then like Mercy, whatever the fuck. Like, there's just nothing you can do. With double tank, there was more you could do.
The skill difference between tanks and heroes like Ramatra and Orisa is little to none. Well, he's actually so right, though. Like, you know what? Okay, alright. Here's the thing. It's kind of spooky. Have you noticed? I feel like I'm going to notice a trend here as I go through this. I feel like it's mostly tank and support players that want 6v6, while it's mostly DPS players that want the 5v5. Just saying. I feel like we're going to notice that trend. Tanks especially want the 6v6 back.
I think that's true.
And
DPS players want the
I think that's
5v5.
partly because just tank feels shit to play, but I don't know if that's a 5v5 issue. I think it's just like we've.
That is a 5v5 issue. I'm sorry. Double tank was the way the game was meant to be played back then. And still is with its current format. There'd be too much mitigation on the field now with, you know, how they gigabuff tanks. But I mean, in general, having 2 tanks was so much better. You could have a split party size guarding top, and then like a split party size watching like bottom or something. It was a much more dynamic way of playing.
Kind of lost sight of a lot of things, and
While being
I touched on this with
team-oriented.
Malga, is the tanks where the numbers go burr is what ends up being meta consistently. Malga when he gets buffed, right? Like high sustain, high damage, stand like "Wah!" And
That's all
then when it's Ramatra
we can really do with 5v5. Like with 5v5, all you can really do is just make the tanks do more damn, you know? If they do any less damn than they're doing now, they feel like trash.
60% block, 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 block. And then when Orisa's meta, just fortify. And like when it was ball meta, why was ball meta? Because it was the only tank that was able to survive, like just running around the map at Mach 10, right? It was all the numbers characters, and it's just like I think we might notice a trend as we go.
You can't fix it without having 2 tanks.
Okay, that was Gale's original, which kicked off more people, such as SK, chiming in, and she says, I'm gonna say it. 6v6 in Overwatch 2 would suck. Infinite Q times, double shield,
SK's wrong.
Perma Diva in your face, Malga plus Ram, ? Overwatch scene in Collegiate would die. All the setups only have 5 PCs.
They would just have to nerf the tanks to make 6v6 work. Like, Ramacha's ult, maybe reduce the size on that as like an example, so the radius isn't as big. But, you know, they would have to they'd have to just nerf the tanks. I mean, they can do it. It would work.
Overwatch Collegiate only became big because it's 5v5 now. She's right. She's 100% right. Let's break it down one by one. Overwatch 2 would suck in 6v6. I think there's 2 ways to look at this. 1, you're gonna have some bottom feeder that comes along and goes, well, the characters that are designed for 5v5 wouldn't work in 6v6. Yeah, no shit, dude. But how many characters in 6v6 didn't work in 5v5 and they got reworked? You'd obviously have to rework all of them. You'd have to. So that point makes no sense. But I think she's right when she says 6v6 in Overwatch would suck because of the other reason she listed. Infinite queue times. For sure. The reason why...
Here we go. Here's how we solve this issue. We make a tank, a main tank role, and an off tank role. You put characters like Roadhog in off tank, and maybe a character like Sigma as like a main tank. And you just have these 2 different roles, and the off tank role can be a more damage oriented role with maybe like a jump on it so you can control high ground, but you don't have a shield. Maybe not give them a shield. And we have 2 archetypes, one for mainly taking high ground, but, you know, and having good mobility, you know, and we just separate those roles a little bit. Main tank, off tank. We like that's a possibility. That can happen. And then DPS players who like playing a more tanky DPS could play a character like Hog in an off tank. In the off tank role. There are ways to get around this. The format was better with 6v6.
They even originally thought of the whole 5v5 idea.
I think the format and the base game fundamentals are much more important than trying to like carve a way around this issue. 6v6 was better.
You don't remember,
like with 6 people.
Back in the Jeff Kaplan days, we're talking 2018, 2019 Overwatch. Jeff Kaplan pitched the community the idea of going 1-3-2. 1 tank, 3 DPS, and 2
oh yeah, that
supports.
was the thing.
And it was an experimental card that was given, and it was just a couple things like Roadhog had
That's too much damage though.
Gas, where when he walked around and he healed, he just let out this little little gas trail that went behind him, like literal fart clouds. And if you walked in the fart cloud, you got like damage resistance.
That's kind of funny though.
By the way, apparently was like what they originally were gonna do with Hog when they reworked him. At least that's like what 6 and some others said who got to try it early said. So they actually were going to use some of those ideas.
That's kind of cool, but like I see it not working that well, like not being that good.
If they were standing together, you would bubble everybody. So it was like chain bubble. So if your whole team was playing together, like right on top of each other, and you bubbled one of them, it would like.
So they doubled the mitigation, kind of.
Bubbles out of it, right? People played it and went, "Wow, this is trash. This is terrible, terrible." The community hated it, and they said, "Okay," and so they pulled.
I didn't like the idea of it.
But if it taught you anything, they clearly didn't think it was bad. They clearly thought it was good. And so when they rolled into Overwatch 2 in the future, they decided to go 5v5 instead of 6v6 and keep the same format, but remove a DPS, right? So why did the whole idea of going to 3 DPS? Do you want to know why they wanted to go to 3 DPS, 1 tank? Was because of queue times. In
Players.
Overwatch 1, the queue times for DPS were exceptionally higher than the other 2 roles. Support being the middle one in between the 2 of them, and tank being the insta-queue role. And that's how Emong used to play 30 games of Overwatch a day, like consistently 30 games of Overwatch a day, because his Q times were instant every game. Nobody wanted to play the role. So by adding another DPS and taking away a tank, their idea was to like stabilize Q times with a change in format for the game. They must have made some decisions behind the scenes and said, you know what, 3 DPS is not going to work. Let's just go 5v5 and remove one of the tanks. That's it. And that was how we got 5v5 that we have today. I'm sure there was more to it, but I think that's probably the basic idea behind the Q times. Double shield,
Literally just make an off-tank roll.
Orisa got reworked, and I think you could even implement shield rules, right? You could even think about shield rules and be like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Main tank.
Work in Overwatch.
Main tank would be the shield
Nobody
roll.
Complained about Sigma Reinhardt. Nobody did. What was complained about was Orisa Sigma. Right, and the whole point.
Yeah, that was the big issue here.
Shield.
That was meta for so long.
Doing damage the entire time, right? People didn't complain about Reinhardt.
While having double the mitigation.
About Reinhardt Shield, like genuinely, I'm actually not even sure why Reinhardt Shield got nerfed as bad as it did going into Overwatch 2, because nobody ever complained.
Yeah, no one complained it. No one ever did.
Just shields, but they were talking about the other ones, you know, not Winston Bubble. They were talking about Sigma Shield and Orisa Shield, right? I think that could have been fixable. I think it could have been fixable.
It could have been.
Perma dive in your face. I don't think perma dive in your face is true though for Overwatch 1. If we went back to 6v6,
that was Overwatch 2. That's when it was like perma dive your face.
That proves that that's not how it would play, and it is Brig. If you went back to 5v5 or 6v6, you'd have to rework Brig to how she was before. Like current Brig would not work. Maybe her ultimate still would work the same and be fine. But you just have to give stun back to Bash, and then all of a sudden, like, your dive is dead. Like, yeah, I don't think perma dive is what would end up being the meta if 6v6 came back tomorrow. Diva not dive. Oh, permanent diva in your face. Oh, actually interesting. Oh, I misread that. Well, I guess diva dive, same shit. Yes, that's actually kind of true. That is kind of true, actually. Diva was very good everywhere. Not always, though. There was a joke in Overwatch 1 Overwatch League where if you were a Diva player, you had the best job security in the world. But then Sigma came out and that just ended. I mean, Diva's always been really weird. Where she's either like
once Sigma came out,
impressively strong, or you don't really.
Diva got played way less.
You ever notice that in chat in games? Sometimes if they have a Diva, you don't even notice her, and sometimes she's the most annoying piece of shit you've ever played against in your entire life. It swings so hard in both directions. That describes all tanks? Nah, I don't think that's the same. I think Orisa's always a wall. I think Ramatra's always a wall, whether he's running at you or standing there. I think Malga is just screaming and like in the corner like that. I don't know if I'd say that. Ryan, you'd probably laughing at a Ryan comes at you. Unless it's like the very rare they have all rush and your team's just like disoriented, right? I would not say that.
With the Lucian chip.
At least in my opinion. But she makes a good point. Malga plus Ram, I think you'd have to rework them, like realistically. I think I would be sad to see Ramatra reworked, but I would be jumping up and down praising Jesus if Malga got reworked. Overwatch Student Collegiate would die.
Yeah, we need Malga rework. I don't like Malga.
Overwatch Collegiate only
I like his guns.
Because it's 5v5 now. I think she's right. I think she's actually 100% right about that. Hold on.
$5 from Adrian Lindsay. If 6v6 comes back, the tank role could be split to offer
you can't do that.
To keep some
no, you
form
can't.
Of balance.
I'm sorry.
This would allow more creativity
no, it would not.
For more heroes.
What is it?
If 6v6 comes back, the tank role could be split
no,
to offer
you can't do that.
To keep some
no, you
form
can't.
Of balance.
I'm sorry.
This would allow more creativity
no, it would not.
For more heroes.
You would literally kill your game overnight. And I mean this with all due niceness. I'm not trying to flame you. But genuinely, this is why I get so frustrated when I hear the community talk about certain things. Because, like, you're not thinking. Like, you don't have the experience in this, so it's not your fault. But, like, the problem of Overwatch 1 was queue times. And that people wouldn't play the game because it would take them 15 minutes to find a game. And now you're arguing not only adding that tank back, but adding a classification for that tank. Which means now you don't only have to find a queue for 2 DPS players and 2 support players. You then have to find queues for a main tank player and an off-tank player when main tank players were borderline extinct at the end of Overwatch 1.
Yeah, main tank is fucking boring is why.
You would literally kill your game overnight with stuff like that. You know what I mean? You would just kill your game over.
The old tank design is why. I mean, bro, the characters we had back then, the old Winston, the old Orisa, the old... Who else got reworked? Like, the old tanks were so fucking mind-numbingly boring to play on the, like, the old alterations. It just was not fun. Like, playing old Reinhardt with only one E and not able to cancel your shift, that was fucking boring. Playing... I mean, Ball's kind of fun. They always play their own game, though. And then Zarya's, you know, the fun character if you have good aim. Zarya was literally, like, the only fun character of the old characters. Who else are you gonna have fun with? I mean, Doom, I guess. But wait, Doom was DPS. So the only fun... Like, we only had D.Va. We only had Reinhardt. We only had Roadhog. And then we had Winston. And then we had Zarya. And then the characters that came out after were Orisa, and the old Orisa was pretty boring. The only thing fun was her old gun. And then Hog just wasn't really a main tank. It's just that the main tank options were so boring. Because main tanks, we had Reinhardt. Yeah, we had Reinhardt. It was pretty much Reinhardt for the longest time. That was our main tank. That was it. And no one wants to play Reinhardt, dude. You're holding the shield up the whole time in Overwatch 1, dude. It was not fun. And then Orisa came out and it was a little bit more fun because you actually aimed. So you're playing like Zarya, but you have an aim and you have a shield. So you're like actually aiming your projectile shots. So that made it more fun when Orisa did come out. But the main tank role was just boring. That was the issue. Like, the main tank options were bad. Playing off tank was always fun. Playing main tank was always boring, always bad, always unfun.
So, I don't know, man. It's not your fault, but like, it's why, like, stuff like...
Like, when people queued up tank back in Overwatch 1, they didn't mind to play tank when they could play like Hog or like Zarya, but the thing was, when you don't have a main tank on your team and you have someone that's already playing an off-tank role, you guys are kind of fucked. If you guys are both off-tanks, then you guys are going to have a bad time. And no one wanted to play the main tank. So if you guys are fighting each other on who's playing the main tank, it wasn't a good time.
That people don't think of, and I don't blame you for it. But anyways, collegiate being 5v5, that is true. A lot of places, they only need maximum 5 PCs. Like, Overwatch is a very niche game needing 6, right? I don't know much about collegiate stuff anymore. I remember collegiate was growing pretty quickly when I worked in Overwatch League, and it's actually been thriving, and the only way Overwatch esports actually has a future right now is through collegiate partnering with esports orgs. That's my personal take. That's what LG did just recently. That's probably the way that this game does well competitive side. But yeah, there would be so many downsides that would happen at the same time. So it's like, I don't think it's fair when people don't take those things into account. And just saying...
I think it could have worked. Literally just make a main tank, off tank role. Main tank has shield, off tank more so about mobility, controlling high ground, yada yada. Or just being oppressive in a certain area, like as in Hog, Hook, Shoot, you know, his self-heal, that type of shit. I think it could have worked.
Add a tank back, lol.
Also, making main tanks more fun, because main tank design philosophy back in Overwatch 1, it wasn't given much thought. They were just making tanks, you know what I mean? They were just making tanks and deciding if they should have a shield or not. Like, that was the biggest factor, you know? I think tanks were just boring back then. That was the biggest issue. That's why no one wanted to play tank. No one wanted to play main tank was the issue. Off tanks were fun, I don't think anyone had an issue when they could play Diva, they could play Hog, you know, they could play Zarya. That was fun. Like, everyone had a good time when they were playing those tanks. When you're stuck playing the main tank role because some off tank, or because your other tank is playing off tank, that's when it became unfun. That's when, because you're playing the most boring class in the game. Like, you're playing Reinhardt, you're holding the shield, and that's all you're doing. That's why tank was so boring.
There's big repercussions to that. And I understand tank sucks. Trust me. I understand tank sucks.
Main tank sucks.
All right, next one up. Let's go. Samito chimed in, quotes Gale's tweet, and goes, 5v5 will never be peak Overwatch.
True.
5v5 will never be peak Overwatch. And he goes
I
on
agree.
and says, that said, the devs are still hesitant about 6.
I will say though, 5v5 has been getting better, and 5v5 is in a much better spot, and I think the game is doing a lot better compared to like the launch of Overwatch 2 and shit, and also like the last few seasons of Overwatch 1, that type of shit. But I mean, it's not going to be peak Overwatch. Peak Overwatch was in its 6v6, in my opinion.
6, I'd be curious to try 5v5 preferred role queue, not role lock, to see if that'd be a sustainable middle ground. I think that would be worth trying at some capacity before 6v6 just for a thought experiment. But this wouldn't work either, Sam. Because if it's not role lock, right? Like, how is
if it's not
working, right? Are you saying
they can't allow duplicates at least?
3 tanks, 2 supports if you want? Or you could pick 2 tanks, 1 TPS.
I think that's
support?
what he is saying, because it was like that in season 1. And I think that is what he's saying. And I do miss those times. Those times were good, but those times were bad. Like 2 Winston, 2 Lucio, 2 fucking Reaper. That was not fun. It was not fun when you were playing Capture Point. And it was 2 Winston, 2 Tracer, 2 Reaper, 2 Lucio. It was not a good time. It was not fun, man. Do you know how long they could stall the points for? It was not a good time. I will tell you, it was not a good time.
Or you could pick 1 tank, 3 DPS, 1 support. Is that what he's looking for here?
It was a fun time, but I mean, it also wasn't a fun time competitively.
With preferred role, like you could lock in that you prefer to play tank, but that's just a debate to try to get faster queue times, right?
I mean, oh, the debate for faster queue times, that'd be fun.
Don't we not? Peak roll queue or pre-roll queue was loading into a game, and then everyone had the standoff where everyone locked DPS, waiting for that one guy to go tank and go mercy.
True.
And you're like, okay,
True.
yeah, if you go tank, I'll go mercy. If you go mercy, I'll go tank.
That shit was funny though. That shit was so funny back in the day. The standoffs between teammates when you're just like, there's 3 DPS on the team and you guys are all looking at each other and you're just no one's swapping, no one's saying anything. It's like, I'm not gonna do it, man. I'm gonna prove I deserve that DPS slot so my team flames the other guy. Oh my god.
If you do it, I'll swap. And then they unlock their hero and they hover over it so you can see that they're hovering. They're like, hey, don't make me. And then they go Ana and you go, I asked you to go Mercy. So then they go Hog and it's like, it's like, well, I would support like you wanted. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we didn't go Mercy. So I went tank like you wanted, but I didn't go Winston. And you just sat there and played this standoff game the entire time. You know what I mean? And it was
that shit was funny though.
Sam, actually you're in chat. Okay, Sam, question. Do you meant like 5v5 with no roll lock, right? Like 3 tanks, 2 support if you want, 2 tanks, 1 DPS, 2 support, right? Is that what you meant? Like kind of like you could play whatever, but you preferred your role when you locked in? I just want to be 100% sure I interpreted it correctly. Yeah, he's in YouTube chat. That's why you guys are all confused. Basically, you select your role when you queue. Basically, you still select your role when you queue or roles you're willing to play. Oh, so like... Okay, I understand what you mean at that point, right? Like when you queue up...
That just randomizes.
Well, doesn't that kind of already happen?
Were designed for 6v6 when most of the tanks came out before roll queue. Most tanks were designed before there was a limit to how many / few tanks could be on a team.
That's a good point, actually. Thanks for the 10. And well, but we also learned over time though that Overwatch 2 felt the best with 2-2-2 originally. We don't know all the roles locked. You can flex the DPS to off tank. I don't know. I think I know what you mean. Like, so if you like queued in for DPS, you could swap to support if you wanted. Maybe like they go DPS, you go support. Maybe that's what you mean. But if you're like playing open queue kinda, right? At that point, I feel like you just start stacking tanks, kind of like Overwatch 1. I get what you mean though. Yeah. The point is though, is basically, I think if it's not role lock, that creates its own problems, and if it's like a preferred queue, but it's not like actually real, and you can just swap around, that also has its own issues. But yeah, I think there's a lot to unpack here. I think it's a lot to unpack. Harry's giving me back 6v6 Overwatch and my life is yours. Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, Sam is very, very, very clearly in the 5v5 court. I think we all know that at this point, so. All right, let's go next. Oh, this is another Sam tweet, actually. At this point, Blizzard should just abandon Overwatch 2 branding. It's unsalvageable, but Overwatch brand is. Okay, that's actually based. I agree with that. I agree with that. I think it's time.
Just go back to Overwatch, rather, for real.
Honestly, it's time. It's time to. That's based. How do you do it, though? That's the question.
Hey, now it's Overwatch.
How do you do it?
Launch.
Re-implement and improve
Delete the release of Overwatch again.
I thought we got a statement that during one of like the dev interviews or whatever that LFG really didn't get used.
It didn't get used
at all. Basically, the idea is like, do you want to put dev resources to something that people didn't really use just to have because it was a legacy system?
Some people still use it though.
Looking for group. So LFG was a system.
It was a good system. Like the idea of it. I was fine with it. It was good.
And then players could go in and see like.
I think they should have kept it
for a group of people to play with right now, and then invite them.
They should have integrated it with the with the game itself too.
Here's the thing. When I say they said it wasn't really used, right? That doesn't mean nobody used it. There's always going to be somebody that's like, oh, I used it before, and it's like, oh, dude, I want to see. You know what? I'm glad you found use out of it, but. It's kind of like how many people actually used it? Did those people actually like make friends through it? Did they just play one game and then instantly leave?
All I'm saying is imagine Maugar plus Zarya.
He's the 2 men. Stuff like that would have to get reworked, obviously. It's kind of like, is it worth putting more resources back into remaking a system because people remember it and are like, oh, that was like a fun system, right? Like, or should we make something new that's better? That's kind of like there's other things that it can replace LFG, right? There's Discord servers. People say like console has ways of doing it too. I read like 2 seconds ago that someone said like there's LFG baked into console. I'm not familiar with that. Yeah, there's still stay as a group. You know, there's custom games. Like there's ways to like make friends in the game that isn't like Tinder for Overwatch.
If they added 6v6 and like the arcade mode to have fun with, but knowing the community, they will take a mile if the devs give an inch and it will go.
Oh, built in LFG is cool.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you on that one actually. Go back to 6v6. I think this is something we still need to talk about. It'd almost be like Overwatch Classic, but you'd keep the new heroes. I think that's very heavily rose-tinted glasses. I don't think that would make Overwatch feel like Overwatch Classic. Aaron not saying 6v6 is never coming back is big, even though he didn't say it. It would be coming back. He just quoted queue times as the reason for the switch. I wonder if we had enough active players now to have not affect queue times. The language is very important. I don't want to put too much into this because like, actually this is almost like a good example of getting an inch and maybe taking a mile. Is I think Aaron is that guy that will sit down and listen to you about almost anything. If he thinks that like it's like you actually are passionate and you have a good point coming in. He doesn't want to ever say like no, we're right, like stamp his flag in. You know what I mean? But just because he's willing to listen doesn't mean that's like, oh, like there's like we could do it, we could go back. It's like just because he's willing to listen, maybe, right? Or they're willing to listen doesn't mean we should take advantage of that and like force something through if it's not the right idea, right? Like there's a lot of discussion I think that needs to put into that. Zero thing the prime, Mr. B thing the prime. I'll give you a good example. Streamer mode, right? I think every streamer agrees that streamer mode needs to be a thing. We all agree, right? Like there should be an anonymity mode in Overwatch. We all agreed on it. We've been pushing them for a very long time for that, and now we're getting it. right? Like now it's coming. We all had to push really hard for a long time to get
For a long time.
in the game. And I'll tell you, I remember way back at the first summit, I talked to somebody that was very important at Overwatch, more Blizzard side, and I told them about streamer mode, and they basically gave me a roundabout answer and said, well, we can't do it because of this reason, this reason, this reason, and it takes a lot of dev resources, and it's like, you know, what do we focus on in the game? And I was like, dude, I get it, but like at the same time, this is important. Like it is important for this to exist in your game. Like I know you're like, oh, like well, we gotta focus on making new heroes, and you have different teams for that. Don't give me that bullshit, right? And like it took a long time of them pushing to get them to do that. And I think it's something we should be a little bit more united in before we start going hard on it. That's my personal thing. But yeah, I think there needs to be more to be discussed. Which I mean, we're reworking every tank again for another 2+ years of dev time. It already took them 6 months to rework Hog. Now look at Queen, Ram, and Malga, who are specifically designed with 5v5 in mind. Those abilities can easily be tuned in one patch. I don't agree with that. I don't think it's gonna be easily tuned in one patch, but I also think this is like the low tier bait take, where it's like, well, they didn't have to rework. Yeah, no shit, they had to rework half the Overwatch 1 heroes. So like, you know, shit, you'd have to go back again.
System,
you know,
or at least to LFG system specifically for teams is mandatory if they want to encourage esports/competitive community at all ranks.
That's not true. That's not true at all. How do you encourage that? It doesn't have to be an LFG system in the game. You could do in client tournaments, which Face It seems to be trying to do.
Wait, I forgot about something. Remember when they had global chat? What happened to global chat, chat? That shit was cool. There used to be an actual global chat in Overwatch. Remember that?
Own way, where it's like integrated with the client, right? Like there are other ways to do it. There's other ways to do it. I understand the point you're trying to make, but I don't think it's, you know, go hardcore for it. You know what I mean? Let's go next. 6.
Yep.
Okay, I gotta be careful clicking on these next few ones. I think I'm gonna start flipping off and flipping back because I don't know how many replies they're getting.
Oh yeah, I forgot when HOTS.
Because
I think HOTS is when they did that. When Heroes of the Storm came out, they just like removed all chat functions. Everyone was just like, wait, what the fuck? And they started doing it with their other games too, and people were like, wait, what the fuck is going on?
Those 2 extra players.
I was around the real ID stuff too, and they were trying to like make you use your real name and stuff, and it was showing your real name anytime you added to someone on BNet.
More variables in fights. Feels more like a MOBA FPS. 5v5 is more digestible /
Well, yeah, HOTS always had it, but I that's when it started happening. Though is what I mean. Like when HOTS came out, that's when like overall chat wasn't really a thing in Blizzard games as much.
Still
like they started
6v6 has the edge from chaos / fun.
They started implementing some stuff. Like the real ID system was around that time too. I'm like pretty sure, and I'm not sure if it was from like StarCraft 2 or something, but I just know it was like around that time when HOTS was coming out. Real ID was also coming out, and yeah, that was not cool.
Whenever the format, I'm locking Roadhog to top 10 anyways. Okay, dude. Okay, relax, settle down over there. Respect the confidence though. I respect it. But there's like good and bad of that, right? Like, yeah, it's fun as Overwatch players, but you gotta remember, like, most of the people that enjoyed that were like, you guys know you guys were actual survivors, right? Like, you could probably put down on your resume, I survived Overwatch 1 from year 2020 to 2022. Like, you know, like, you're an actual, like, refugee, right? Like, most smart people left the game when it went off a cliff like that. We are not part of those smart people. We are stupid. And the best part about the people that were stupid and were here, as I remember everyone else who was stupid and was here. So I know you were there, bitch. We were all there, bitch. You know, we're all a little crazy up top. So yeah, we say it was more crazy and was more fun. Yeah, we were also like the very few people that enjoyed that. Most people didn't, and they left. There's a reason why a lot of people came back, and a lot of people, you know, like the game is slightly growing again. It's not by a lot, but in the last 6 months, the game, if you look, it's actually kind of, it's kind of upwards trend. And also,
it definitely is an upward trend.
But like Japan is deadlifting our category right now on Twitch. You want to see it? Hold up. When was the last time you saw Overwatch in the top row? There's no drops. and no OWCS. This is what it looks like. I'm over here. I don't know who this is. MLJ. Oh, Emong's off for the day. Don't know. Don't know. Deadlifting the entire category. That being said, Overwatch is slightly growing again. I don't think people have noticed, but it is. That's a good thing. That's a good sign. And I think if you look back and you're like, yeah, it was fun, it was crazy. There was a reason why we got shit on by every other game out there, because you saw like the double shield, double sim wall, and Doom ult going off with 2 windows and lamps and brig rallies. Like, come on, we got to remember that too. Another anti 6v6 take, this time from Jake. 6v6 should not come back. 6v6 had a higher team execution ceiling, but few people ever actually used it. Individual mechanics shine brighter than ever before in 5v5, and every player can make a difference without waiting for someone else to do their job first. To me, this is the essence of what makes an FPS game great. At the same time, we have lost the playstyle options, team fighting, and resource management that made Overwatch unique. I think he's correct and incorrect at the same time, but mostly correct. Few people ever used it. That's true. That's true. When we talk about Rein Zarya, we talk about more than just bubbling your Rein every once in a while. We talk about, okay, I'm gonna go for something risky here. Do you have bubble? And so I would do stupid shit sometimes with Emong, right? I would tell him I'm going to try to pin their Rein off the map. I would tell him I'm going for a shatter play, whatever it is. And if I was gonna get slept or bashed or shattered first or whatever, he would have bubble waiting to be used. Or what would else happen on like certain plays is he would walk up with me, right, when I go for a play if he doesn't have bubble, and so he could walk into me and bubble himself on top of me on Rein and save me in certain situations. That was crazy teamwork.
I miss it.
That is lost.
Mm-hmm.
But the average player didn't do it that often. Like, it was just like, okay, my Rein's walking through choke, bubble, got energy.
I mean, the good players did.
Cool.
I don't think that's like a good argument. Like, fewer people actually using the higher skill stealing like combinations. Like, how is that in any way an issue? Like, just get better at the game, and it's like people should be thinking more, you know? Like,
walk up, bubble self, cool. Walk up, bubble Rein, cool. Shoot there.
in my opinion, like those kind of plays and that thought process of things that you can do with your other tank was what made tanking actually enjoyable back then with your other tank. Like that was actually fun.
Tags, cool. And then even on like Winston D.Va, it's like your Winston jumped in, but he's not on the correct target, and your D.Va just follows him and then just sits there and holds DM until DM's gone. And then once DM
I mean, this wasn't happening higher elo play. Like, people actually call things out.
gone, you just start shooting things and don't really pay attention to your Winston that much. And then like you see your Winston die, and then you look at him and go, ah shit. And then you look back and then you die. And it's like they didn't totally ever use it, right? They never really used what is top level communication, top level execution. At the same time though, bubbling your rhyme like that was fun. It wasn't GOATS level execution where teams won and lost games off of a single cooldown, but it was fun, right?
A lot better.
Time. And just because bronze, silver, gold, plat, diamond, even masters players weren't doing it correctly doesn't mean that they didn't enjoy when they did it. So I think he's wrong in the sense that nobody ever used it, because they did use it. It just wasn't optimal. It just wasn't to its fullest extent. I think
it wasn't to its fullest extent is the best way to describe it.
To try to play with their team, and so they would see their teammate pick Winston, they'd pick D.Va. They'd see their teammate pick something, they would pick the same thing. But on the opposite end, that didn't always happen. You'd also have people that you picked Winston, your teammate picked Roadhog. Why'd they pick Roadhog? Because they're a DPS player who's off-rolling trying to farm some tickets on Roadhog. Right.
Yep. That's kind of what I mean exactly. Like, they should have just made an like people. DPS players will want to play off tank if off tank is focused around getting kills also. Like, they can make an off tank role. They could put Zarya in off tank. They could put Hog in off tank. They could put, you know, a character like Mauga in off tank. These characters would need reworks, but I mean, you make the shield characters mainly like the main tank heroes. Make the shield not as strong as it is currently, and it could have worked. It really could have worked. I think DPS players would have been just as incentivized to play off tank if it was more appealing, because off tank was always fun. Playing Overwatch 1, when you're Zarya, that was fun. Playing Hog, that was fun. Playing Ball, that was fun. Playing any of the heroes that required aim or high level execution, that was fun. Playing a character like Rhine, holding shield, not so fun. Playing Sigma, holding shield, not so fun. I think the issue was just always main tank just being boring as fuck.
So like,
and also it just not being categorized into like a main tank role is another thing.
There was both ends of it, because you also loaded into a game and you got Hog Ball, and Hog Ball wasn't good yet at that time. You were just f***ed. Or you got, let's say you got Zarya Diva, right? And you're like, well, what the f***, dude? Those games stuck out a lot more. So
Zarya Diva's not that bad.
Games where you had great coordination and not top level execution, but there was also the shit games too, and I think people forget about those. So I think he's right and wrong at the same time. But overall, I agree. To me, this essence will make SPS. Oh, sorry, individual mechanics shining brighter. I
like Zarya Diva on Gibraltar, the plane map, the plane part. You know, second point. Like, that's fine. Zarya Diva there. Because Diva can contest high ground, you know, push people off and do as much as you can to help with the high ground control. So, I mean, it's not like, you know, that was a bad combination.
I mean, DPS players are probably the most impactful in the game since the new patch. Before that, support was more impactful than anything else. But they were impactful off of mechanics plus ability usage. Now that it's DPS, it's mostly mechanics. The problem is, though, with Jake's whole take is he doesn't address that tank blows. Like, all of this is about the good of 5v5 that everyone's enjoying, but tank feels shit. So, like, though most of the people that are saying 6v6 are because of the terrible tank experience, right? So
yeah, I think tank is awful right now. It feels so bad.
Game, and I don't disagree with him, but he's not, like, the root of the problem is tank being terrible. And I'm talking about...
Yeah, I want to punch every player on my team every game when I'm playing fucking tank, dude. It's so bad.
Not using execution to its highest ceiling doesn't address that. Anyways, Jake ready to take on the fight the 6v6 defenders. Oh, let me see if there's any good replies in here. Oh, he's just going to battle it. He's right. He's right what he's saying, but this isn't also like it kind of like like the whole 50-50 thing, like picking on that first is kind of like, well, if you're winning 50% of your games, then you're at the correct skill rank. I don't think that's what they're trying to say. Like, I think they're trying to like say, like, even if they're losing 50% of their games or winning 50% of their games, they don't feel like they have an impact, right? And he's right. Do more damage while getting healed less, finding and timing finishing off weakened enemies, right? And high impactful ults, 100%. But doing more damage while finding less heal resource is like literally what Emong talks about as like the play prop hunt, where you hide in a corner and try not to die. And you basically sit there and try to do as much damage as you possibly can, but don't get shot at, right? And it's like, dude, that's not what Overwatch tank always was. And like, yeah, that's what it is now, but it feels terrible. Like, it just feels like shit. You're
awful.
Just a fat DPS that everyone shoots at. You know what I mean? You're not actually tanking. You're just, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
that's what it feels like.
Like, he's right, but at the same time, it feels terrible. It feels terrible. And high impact ults, I mean, yeah.
It really feels bad too when you're being countered as tank. Like, it feels so fucking bad. When they go Echo and they're like Zen and they're like just every tank destroyer possible. Like a Zarya too. Like, bro, what are you gonna do? Like a Widow in the back too. Like, shit. Sometimes just nothing you can do. Like your team just has to kill the Widow, you know? Or your team has to like do something. It feels like ass.
But at the same time, like
if they're Bastion Widow with a Mercy Zen. Like that shit is awful playing tank. Or if you throw an Echo in there, it feels so bad to play tank. It feels so bad.
that you use right now.
When you're being full countered by the entire team, it just feels so bad.
Like
It's the worst it's ever been.
Impactful, but like Orisa ult's always been kind of shit.
Yeah, Orisa ult's kind of shit.
Ram ult's like really not that good anymore. It's mostly just used to try to survive.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I use Ram ult as like a secondary life.
Better than that.
You know what I mean?
Kind of depends. Like if they have a Lucio and you're Ram ulting, it's
I don't
fucked.
feel like if I'm gonna go pop my ult, I'm gonna go get a couple kills. No, I never feel like that. If anything,
No, I definitely feel like that when I'm playing Ram though. Like you can definitely get those kills, absolutely.
the only time I feel like that is like, you know, the fight's very, very even, and it feels like they might be pushing me back. I pop my ult, we all of a sudden start getting momentum. Somebody gets a pick or two, and then I can walk. You know what I mean? But I didn't get that pick or two. Someone else had to do that. And if my team doesn't get that pick or two, then, well, I probably didn't do anything. You know, Winston ult, you can still be impactful, but you just melt a lot of times.
I feel like Winston ult's kind of trash.
Queen, there's a bajillion ways to shut down Queen ult. Flux is still pretty decent, but not unless you're playing Sig Poke versus Sig Poke on certain maps. Like you're typically only getting 1 or 2 people at best. Shatter is a freaking joke. So yeah, I understand what he's saying. He's not wrong from like a pro perspective, but I feel like that's not how most people feel about the game. All right, let's go next. The reason 66 not to return is that it's hard to play and master. If we want Overwatch to live a long time, we need skill ceiling to be high. That's just not true. So players who want to improve.
I like a higher skill ceiling personally.
And have the new heights to strive for. You can retain casual players without dumbing down the core game. Dude, people who say dumbing down Overwatch are typically just like not very smart. 0.00001% of people even get close enough to understand the skill ceiling. Pro players are still improving even today. It's a PvP game, so mastering the game to this point is no longer interesting to you equals you're the best player in the world by such a big margin. By such a big margin, not a real issue. Oh, it was literally just a period. Okay. That's pretty true though. That's pretty true. This is such a joke take from a professional player. Unsurprised it comes from a DPS player though. Few people ever used it. Maybe to the pro level, but saying most people didn't use it just plain wrong. It is really easy to tell moving as a group 6v6 versus deathmatch 5v5. Totally legit point, but if you don't want to play any of the roles, you can play open queue. That's not even what he's saying. He's just saying that it's wrong to say that nobody was ever using the mechanics of having another tank player. And he said play open queue then, if you only want to duo with the tank. No, that's not what he's saying, Mel. The guy was just saying that, like, yeah, like, them walking through a choke and then just bubbling their Reinhardt. Yeah, like, is that the best way to play the game? No, but, scroll down. Just says, honestly, super respect you for taking some time to respond in a chill way. The solution shouldn't be, though, then don't play a role. It's literally what the game was designed around. Most people should understand their role and be playing with that in mind. It's not about duos, but the teamwork are able to work together. Okay, that's not really anything, though. Okay. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that one. But overall, Jake has typically very good takes, so. Yeah. Okay, next up. 6v6 should come back. If you're not familiar with this is Iron. He's a good tank player. While individual mechanics on DPS do shine brighter than ever, the cost of this is a lower skilled game that is just a deathmatch. Overwatch is supposedly a competitive game according to director's takes, so making the game significantly easier doesn't make sense.
They didn't make everything completely easier though. They gave like Winston, for instance, a good skill-based shot on his like right click and stuff. You know, there are some things that made the characters a little bit more advanced and better with the Overwatch 2 changes.
How? The devs should not be catering to casuals. People want.
Also, that right click was kind of my idea for Winston. That right click thing. Like, I was saying he should have a charge up right click for the longest time. Like, the longest time.
And do not.
But I also said that it should do a chain lightning attack when you like charge it up and shoot. It doesn't do the chain lightning effects. I mean, that would have been maybe broke.
Want to put in the work to actually.
I definitely like it being more
This is
single
just making
damage.
So many assumptions that it's just I can't even come close to agreeing with you at the moment. I do think you have a point about the deathmatch thing, and it was kind of cooking at the start, but that's so many assumptions and so many things to like, you know, it's just how do I put this? Very recently have they changed their wording to wanting more competitive. Very recently, in the last like 6 months, which is good. Two, I don't think they're trying to cater to casuals.
Yeah, they're not trying to cater to casuals.
And if that was true, it's not anymore true. I think when Overwatch
They've been
2 launched, that
it's
might
been
be
given.
true.
Yeah.
Because
when Overwatch 2
were
launched,
trying
maybe.
to invite in a new audience of people, because those players are trying to catch up to a 6-year-old game. So at that point, you would have a point, but that is not true anymore. So I don't really like that. And also, people want instant gratification and do not want to put in the work to actually improve. Like, I know Iron's not that type of person, but that just comes off as like arrogant, you know? And everyone struggles with this. I struggle with this sometimes, right? Where people like, you say something that you probably could have worded better, and not trying to insult people or sound elitist, right? I struggle with it too. Everyone does. Some people are just better at it than others. And I don't think that that's what he's actually trying to say. I think he's trying to say more of like, you know, Overwatch 2 is a kind of a hard game that has been changing a lot in the last few years. And if you used to play tank in Overwatch 1, it's very different than playing tank in Overwatch 2. And then even since Season 9, it's very different than, it's almost like Overwatch 3.0.
It's because you don't play as dynamic as you used to, and nowadays with tank, like, you just look for that opening and you go, dive, 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 go, 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 and you guys try to kill their healers and end the fight, and it's just over in a couple seconds. Like, that's pretty much how Overwatch 2 fights go.
Right.
Compared to when it used to be about, like, hey, let's try to stagnate the damage a little bit, as with, like, both the tank. Like, you used to just controlling high ground stuff, just playing more dynamically. The positions that you played were just so much better. More fun for the game.
So, because of that, it feels like you're constantly having to learn something new, and if you haven't, then you fall behind. And it feels like the game feels different to you. And so I think what he's trying to say is like, you know, you have to put in the work to keep improving. And most people aren't. But most people don't treat video games as, you know, if I'm not the best player in the world, then I'm irrelevant. And it's like, okay, like, I think I can look at myself as a great example. Is like, dude, I've held top 100 every season since season 13 of Overwatch 1. Am I the best player in the world? No, I don't claim to be the best player in the world. We meme about shit all the time and have a good time with it. But I've always been honest and never had pro aspirations. Anytime, like, hell, I got invited to SK's team for the first OWCS, and I said I don't even want to play. I only wanted to co-stream. And she was very adamant about me playing at least one game. And I don't get me wrong, I had a good time. I'm glad she made me do it. But like, I also enjoy the games in my own way still. At the moment, I'm a little bit burnt out because I played like 800 games of comp this season or something stupid, or more actually. And so like, yeah, at the moment, like, am I playing it as much? Not like this week, but in the couple weeks before, I was having a great time, right? But like, that doesn't, if I'm not the best player of all time, I'm not allowed to play the game. That's stupid. Who the f thinks like that, right? Anyways, let's continue. The devs know that the 66 format wasn't a balance issue. It was a queue time issue. Kind of cooking. Rollout came from Goats because Blizzard didn't want to nerf Brig into the ground and just remove her.
I don't know why they were so adamant on not nerfing Brig, dude. People were saying from day one, please nerf this character, please nerf this character. And they did not. They just would not. Her having a one-shot combo? Not a good time. Her having a stun? Not a good time. Like, I quit Overwatch. Like, I think everyone quit Overwatch when Bridget came out. I don't know why they didn't make her, at least her melee attack, a more skill-based thing.
Temporarily from the game. I actually agree with you. People were quite literally booing when your team went back to spawn on Anubis and went Goats. This is to Jake. That is actually true.
That's true. That's funny.
We've too many tangents. We've been going on so many, but I think there needs to be a little bit of reference here because it's old, and if you're an Overwatch 2 player, you don't understand. Jake used to play on Outlaws, and Outlaws during the Goats meta were really terrible on Goats. Like, they were the worst team in the league on Goats. And people were begging them to stop playing Goats and play what they wanted, right? Because they had good players, right? Like, good DPS players. They had good players and other stuff, and so they were trying to play like Junkrat and play Widow and play like other stuff, like give them something to try. But they kept playing Goats, and then there was a game of Anubis where they were playing. I think it was Junkrat, some kind of Junkrat comp, and like, it was like, yeah, let's go, and then they went back to spawn and went Goats because it didn't work, and they were like, what the fuck, stop. Yeah, anyways. Then Blizzard decided to let their comp go on for a few more months. That is true, though. That is actually kind of low-key true. Regarding not losing playstyle options, this isn't true. Ball's playstyle is non-existent, and so is D.Va's. You know what? I'm actually kind of with them on that. D.Va either feels like genuinely oppressive, or she's like not strong. But I kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
I think D.Va really does feel either
I agree with that.
To people, I feel like she doesn't do a whole lot. It's just like a
Yeah,
like a different
I agree with that.
You know, just a different.
Yeah, different Winston.
Appreciate it. Sorry, I'm just been keeping it rolling. If I miss your guys' subs, I hope you know I don't mean to, and I apologize. We're just keeping it rolling.
I feel like Winston can do more though, in terms of like pressure on the field compared to D.Va, but I don't know.
Ryan is also in a horrible spot at the moment, but when he's strong, he feels too strong. He's right.
They're kind of
That's
like
the reason why I don't call for Ryan buffs, and I just admit, like, yeah, maybe I'm just washed up at this point. Because like if you buff Ryan anymore, he becomes broken at the lower ranks. And I had this conversation with Aaron, and he agreed with me, right? You guys remember? Ryan, and he literally was like, "Yep, that's true. That is true." And also, have I ever said this publicly? I don't know if I ever had. Hot take, maybe I had at some point, just being like tilted midstream. The reason why I don't play Ryan very much in Overwatch 2 is because I genuinely don't enjoy it, and I think Ryan's been dumbed down to the point where it doesn't feel like it's skill. It doesn't feel like it's skill anymore.
He's always been dumbed down.
Trying to beat another Ryan, don't have it anymore. If I play another Ryan player, I don't feel anything. Like, don't feel like a puppet. Like, you know, like if they have May and I don't, GG's. If they have speed and we don't, GG's. Or if like, you know what I mean, depending on the match, like, oh, they have a Zen 3 miles away and the Ryan's not even coming near me, yep, GG's. Like it just,
Yep.
you know what I mean? Like it doesn't feel the same as it did in Overwatch 1. So there's the reason why I don't enjoy it anymore. Speaking of tank, there's practically no skill expression between tank players on so many of these heroes because of how dumbed down the role is. You kind of just sit there and wait for your DPS to get a kill, or sit there until you support ult. The tanks have so much HP.
There are exceptions to it, like it still takes skill to aim. For instance, Orisa autos, getting all heady and getting a spear kill, like there's some skill expression there at least.
But can't really use it besides holding a corner and soaking up damage. This is true. This is 100% true. And this is how I end up feeding too much, because I get too bored of sitting in the corner for an hour, and I step out and I go, nah, I'm gonna try to kill something, and I get it to 1 HP and then I die. Then there's the counter picking, which is somehow worse and lower elos in the top. Tank players watch Flash Car Q tier list and then play rock, paper, scissors in every rock game. It's miserable.
It's so miserable, dude.
Hey, too many people in this over.
Tank players watch Flat's cart queue tier list and then play rock, paper, scissors in every ranked game. It's miserable. Actually miserable. It feels even worse too if you're actually doing something as tank and the whole team decides to try to counterpick you as a tank with going echo to where just, you know, they hit their beam, you're half HP, you are fucking dead. They go anti, do the same thing with the beam, you're fucking dead, you know? Shit like that.
Watch me shoot the messenger, man. Hey, I'm just the messenger. That's all it is. I'm the messenger. I'm trying to get my bag, okay? People come in my chat at the start of a new season or the start of anything, and they spam. And chat, I'm sure random when he edits this is gonna put Twitch chat in it. So chat, I want you to confirm or deny if you're here during those. Also, stop, during those streams. Do they not come into my stream? And they beg me for a tier list. They beg me. They're like, new patch, when's the tier list? Like within the first 30 minutes of a new patch, they come in and they go, hey Flats, when's the tier list? I need a tier list. Can you update the tier list? It's been a patch. Can you update? And I actually need to do update for the new patch. But the point is though, that just happens consistently. They always come in without fail. They come running, and all I do is I feed them. I feed them what they want. They want some juice. I'm just like, okay, you want a little juice? Here you go. I'm just the messenger, man. I'm just the messenger. But it's kind of right though at the same time. And whenever I play in other games, that's what they do. Like I went and played Siege the other day, and like 50 people in my channel like, oh, just watch so and so's tier list, so and so's tier list, so and so's tier list. They made a tier list of all the heroes this meta. And I was like, dude, that's probably why other people come to our game. They do it. Okay, anyways. The reality is people didn't like double shield and goats, which are both balance issues. Winston, D.Va, Ryan, Zarya, and Ball, anything were enjoyable comps, play and not unfun to play into. Relax on that Ball, anything.
The game was, dude, the game just needed adjustments to the double shield and really, and goats, Bridget. They just didn't do changes, man. They didn't do enough changes.
Propagandists always put forth anti-arguments when they know something is an issue. I would love to debate this issue formally. Next up is apply. Dude, I feel like I don't see apply because it takes a whole lot of stuff, but hey, let's go. 6v6 was never a problem. A few hero synergies were a problem. I hate you so much. No one has ever said I hate Ryan, Zarya, or Winston, D.Va. Not a 6v6 problem, just a balancing problem. With a lot of thumbs up. And then he goes, none of the new Overwatch 2 tanks would work in 6v6. Heroes designed for 5v5 wouldn't work in 6v6. Who would have thought? And I think the gift speaks for itself. Interesting. Sure for. Didn't expect this one. Tank players wanting 66 back just so they can play Junker Queen, Hog, Zarya / Malga, and flank is a 600.
Okay, I feel like Sure4 is not gonna like the double tank, but
100 HP powerhouse like a DPS instead of just playing DPS. The only tank that misses something greatly from 6v6 is Ryan. That's it. That's a spicy one. Dude.
Wait, what do you say?
Balance issues. Next up is apply. Dude, I feel like I don't see apply because it takes a whole lot of stuff, but hey.
Sure4 is a really smart player though.
Few hero synergies were a problem.
Like really smart guy.
No one has ever said I hate Ryan, Zarya, or Winston, D.Va. Not a 6v6 problem, just a balancing problem. With a lot of thumbs up.
Good FPS player too.
None of the new Overwatch 2 tanks would work in 6v6. Here's the only tank that misses something greatly from 6. Tank player. Interesting. They can play Junker Queen, Hog, Zarya / Malga, and flank is a 600 HP powerhouse like a DPS instead of just playing DPS. The only tank that misses something greatly from 6v6 is Ryan. That's it. That's a spicy one. I think it depends where you sit. I guess it depends on also what he means by missing. For example, Orisa's missing nothing, right? She's got good sustain. She has the ability to shut down ultimates. She's tanky. Does good damage. Resists CC. But just like Orisa and many other characters at this point, well, her ult got buffed actually, so her ult's not that bad. She's just a numbers character. And like Mauga's another good example of a numbers character, where you just buff the numbers until they break, right? When you look at like certain tanks, you could say your traditional, your Winston, your Rhine, your Diva when we like Overwatch 1 Diva, your Overwatch 1 Zarya, your Overwatch 1 Orisa pre-Sigma, your Overwatch 1 Hog pre-Sigma. They all had synergies or things that they brought to the table, right? In Overwatch 2, it feels like everyone has to somewhat do something at like everything at once. And by everyone being able to somewhat kind of do everything at once, it ends up being, well, instead of everyone has all these impactful abilities, it's all of these sustain, stand there, try not to do anything abilities. And so that's why like Ramatra block is really strong. Orisa Fortify is really strong. Mauga is with his sustain with his E was really strong. Even still is pretty good.
I don't think his E's that good. Like the sustain when you're actually hitting every shot on Mauga is pretty good, but I mean, if you get antied, you have to wait, what, like 15 seconds to get that ability back? You're fucked. You get, let's see, you get pushed, and you're too far away, and your only targets are like DPS and smaller projectile or smaller hitbox characters, then it's a lot harder to get your healing like going to. Like if they're far away and then tank decides to just hide during the E a little bit and you're just not gaining that much health because you don't have as big of a hitbox to hit anymore. Oh yeah, it can be hacked. His E can be hacked. That's another thing. So that disables his heal if someone goes Sombra. He decides to hack the person that's playing Mauga and he pops his E during that time. Well, his E's gone and he has to wait for it to come back on cooldown again, so... You know, I don't think Mauga E's that good.
When you play Winston, you play it extremely fast and try to like just get in and try to like make some space before you die, but you're not really actually killing anything or like you don't see like the Gushui Primal Blades anymore. Those don't really exist. Sigma is the same thing, but honestly even better, where you just stand in the corner and try not to die and just like, you know, like you just put up your shield for yourself, you suck for yourself, put up your shield for yourself, if someone comes near you, rock them away. But you can kind of do everything, right? And like they're almost two sides of the same coin, Orisa and Sigma, right? Like while Orisa is able to face tank more and play more aggressive, Sigma exists more and pokes more, but they do the same thing in a lot of ways, right? Granted, there's some exceptions like Junker Queen. That's an exception, I would say. But I can see his point. I don't know if I totally agree with it, but I know what his point is. Basically, like playing Hog, Zarya, Mauga bullshit. Like he's saying that people aren't wanting to go back to 6v6 so they can play Ryan Zarya or Ryan or Diva Winston. Like they're gonna go back and play these other more fragging DPS like tanks, right? And I guess almost my question to Surefour at that point was, does he have a problem with more of the DPS-y tanks, like your Queen, Hog, Zarya, Mauga? I wonder what his answer is to that. Could be yes, and if it is yes, why? Because honestly, I think that's a more interesting thing to ask. Ever heard of Double Bubble or Sig Ball Comps? Peak 66. This dude said Sig Ball Comps, 2 of the most cancer tanks ever made, and he calls it peak. Whew! Dan, you guys are making me read a lot today. When I started this, I expected to spend 30 minutes on this tops. How long have we been at this? And then you guys wonder, why haven't you talked about 6v6, 5v5? Because I didn't know this was going to take hours. Jesus! I haven't even gotten to everything yet. I think there's still more stuff today that hasn't even been covered. Here's Spillo. Spillo almost... I very rarely see Spillo have a take that I agree with, so let's see. Not catering to casuals doesn't solve 4 DPS. Not catering to casuals doesn't solve tank queues.
I was trying to give him a mustache.
Other than GM, it was the exception, not the rule, of getting a functional tank synergy. Instead of the DPS player who queued for Roadhog, or somehow miraculously getting 2-2-2 prior to Rollhawk. He's correct. This first part only is solved in a perfect world where we have enough tank players that actually play tanks, not like DPS players that are just flex queuing for tickets. Basically in Overwatch 1 there was a system where if you queued for all roles you'd get tickets. They were like priority queue tickets, and so people would
Yo, no joke though, that ticket system was my idea. I said this so long ago. There are so many ideas that I had back then that they actually implemented, and that ticket system was good. Like, that was actually a good system. Especially. I said this back in the day, though. I was very adamant about, like, speaking about this, too. Like, I spoke about this all the time.
get a tank game.
Because queues were really bad, and there needed to be something to be done.
Play Roadhog, win the game or lose the game. Win the game, you got 6 tickets. If you lose the game, you got 1 ticket. That way, if you win the game, you get 6 priority passes. So, like, many tanks lack the ability to counterplay right now. Sorry, many tanks lack the ability to counterplay right now. Too many tanks lack damage mitigation.
Yep.
Too many tanks haven't had their identity scaled correctly.
Yep. I agree with all that. That is all S.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I promise you, for every issue you can point out, there was an exasperated... I'm sorry for every issue you can point out that was exasperated with 5v5. That issue is also likely an issue in 6v6. Heck, there are heroes like Echo/Sigma whose identity has improved in 5v5. I would say Sigma for sure, but Echo I'm not 100% sure.
Echo's like the same, no?
Echo was
Like,
insanely good in Overwatch 1 for a long time.
I think she's still good.
Was a little harder to play, so he actually had a good point.
Echo was just harder to play.
I'm not going to argue with him on that one. Maybe a difference of viewpoint, but I don't disagree either.
Echo was just like hard to play.
66 back are usually old pros that enjoy the higher level of synergy between tanks.
That's what I loved back then. The old synergy between tanks was good times, man. When you're Zarya bubbling your Ryan when he's like charging in, or when you're like just any of the like tank combinations were just fun to interact with on your team.
For the vast, and I mean 99% of the population, it wasn't a reality. And Overwatch 2 opens up more individual play and agency than Overwatch 1 ever had. He's kind of...
There is more agency and individual play. Like, individual play could have been buffed by buffing, you know, the DPS healers like they are now in Overwatch 2. So I think individual play could have always been buffed. Like, they could have given supports the damage and then kept the tanks the mitigation. And healers would have definitely felt better. But I mean, healers didn't need to be changed in Overwatch 2. I feel like healers in Overwatch 1 were all like fine.
Right, though. A lot of people that are calling for it are the quote-unquote old heads. But you gotta also remember there's a reason why.
And I mean, who else would be the one doing that besides the people who actually play the format knew, you know, how good it was back then?
Most of the people that have names in this...
Because it was peak. The format was peak at a time during, like, Season 3 and shit. It became awful during, like, Season 20, when it was purely GOATS meta. Like, shit like that, you know?
This community are on the older side is because they've been here the entire time. I don't even know of anyone who started in Overwatch 2 that's, like, really well known. Every single person I know of that's Overwatch 2... Sorry, every person that I know that's, like, known played Overwatch 1, right? Also, really truly, the simplest argument against 6v6 is that the devs clearly show no interest in bringing it back. At some point, all this would be more productive.
Yeah, they have no interest.
Than more people offering solutions for what makes tank feel bad in 5v5. There really are not enough people who are offering quality feedback on that front. Yeah,
Sure.
Actually, it's really hard to argue with him on that one. That's hard to argue with. He kind of cooked. I do think that... I'm going to give you my feedback on this specifically. I think many older players especially are just tired, and they feel like they've given feedback for years on balance stuff that never got listened to.
True.
Even though the team is looking like they're actually trying to make changes now, I think a lot of people are still like toast. I think people are just tired, you know? I think people are just tired and they're just like, nah, they're not going to change it anyways, because that was what they've never done for years. But he's right. I think more people should give better feedback, myself probably included. This is your Overwatch's take. People forget every tank in Overwatch 2 simply has more buttons and stats now, and AoE support abilities. It would make tank even worse for the game than Overwatch 1 ever was. Multi-tank Overwatch isn't a shooter game. Add hero bans. This is all over the place. Every tank in Overwatch 2 simply has more buttons and stats now. Sure. I don't know about the AoE support abilities.
AoE support abilities are literally the same.
What else? What are the other AoE?
There's not that much.
Abilities? Malga's E.
There's Malga. I mean.
Yeah, Malga's E, I guess. You're right. Is there any other ones?
Junker.
I also personally think Malga's terrible. Like the worst tank they've ever designed.
Me too.
No, Ram doesn't have. What are you talking about?
I do not like the design for Malga. I like his weapons. Like, I think his weapons are peak design, but I mean, like, I really only like his guns for Malga. Like, his charge, maybe. His charge is okay. I do kind of like his charge. But his kit as a whole, like, everything on the table together, I don't really like him, to be honest. I just like his guns. His shift is pretty fun to use too, just to get away and like charge in. But that's pretty much it.
AoE support abilities. Anyways, yeah. I don't know about that one. It would make tank even worse for the game than Overwatch 1 ever was. Multi-tank Overwatch isn't a shooter game. Add hero bans. Multi-tank Overwatch isn't a shooter game. Add hero bans.
If they brought back Overwatch 1, or I mean 6v6 with hero bans, I feel like that could have worked. But like hero bans only for the tank. Yeah, maybe not only for the tank. I still feel like they need more tanks. Either way, just make a main tank off tank role, and I feel like it could have worked.
Why is it not a shooter game? If you're talking about like double shield, sure. Talking about goats, sure. But removing those aside, I don't see why it wouldn't be. I mean, the more abilities that you would argue are probably more not shooter game like are supports, right? Your Lifeweaver, your Mercy, your Moira, your Lucio. I'm trying to think if there's any other big ones. Brig, yeah, you're right. I would argue those are less shooter games than anything else. So, can't agree on that. Hero bans thing, lots to talk about there, but yeah. ZP chimes in with people don't want 6v6 to come back. Not actually. They want the feeling of Overwatch circa 2016 back. And mistakenly think that going back to 6v6 will achieve that. You have to you have to memory erase 7+ years of game knowledge, skill from everyone to achieve that. I see what he's going with. He's right. But I don't think that everyone's arguing that. So this one, no, many people just want to see 2 tanks per team. No, not even. They just want 2 tanks per team, but also want it to be idealized form where queue times don't become massive and where people play the right tanks per team and not something like Sigma, Orisa, or Roadhog, period. There's a lot of unstated conditionals here. Yes. Okay, he's right. Yeah, he's cooked. He cooked. I was a little bit like, I don't know about that one. But this one right here kind of brought it all back together. I think
that was a big issue in the old game in Overwatch 1. Getting a one tank means 50% less chance to get a fucking Roadhog one trick. Roadhog one tricks were rampant. Like, everyone wanted to play Roadhog. No one wanted to play main tank, was why. If you got queued as tank, like, you weren't going to queue as, like, a Reinhardt. That's not what you want to do. Like, not seriously. You want to go in as, like, a Zarya. You want to go in as, like, a Roadhog. You want to do something, you know? You want to aim. You want to get some frags.
I think he's wrong, kind of, on the ideas. Like, everyone just wants 2016 Overwatch back. Yeah. He's right and wrong on that.
So everyone would just lock in off tanks.
Then you need 7+ years of game knowledge erased. But I think the reply is what brings it all back. It's like people want 2 tanks per team, but it's like, yes, they want 2 tanks per team, but they also want them to play like ethical tanks, and they want them to play the correct ones and play them together, and not play off meta picks. And they also don't want to wait.
Well, Ryan was fun back in the day, back when it was like, actually back in the day, like when you didn't have a ball going in the back line being annoying and just like you couldn't catch up to, like when there wasn't a Ramacha slowing you, putting his shield up and contesting you, or like, you know, it was fun with the older set, before Orisa existed, before Sigma existed. That's when Ryan was fun. That's when Ryan was actually good. Like, fun to play. That's when... That was peak Ryan play. Back in the early days in, like, Season 1. That was definitely the best time to play Ryan, no doubt.
For 20 minutes. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, he's kind of right about that. You know?
It was the most fun time to play Ryan, that's for sure.
Yeah, don't
It was the early days.
Trending chat. Just pretend you didn't see it. But yeah, I think he's kind of right. I think he's kind of right on that one. Q times is one of the biggest things that would probably happen. So he's right. I actually agree with that. And then last but not, actually, I think there's a couple more Sam tweets with like a couple other people that he was arguing with. But this is the last one I have at the moment. And Needle 6v6 minus 5 plus 5. And I thought this was so funny because I don't know if he intentionally did this, but like the 5v5 people are so smart, but they're not doing 5v5, they're doing 5 plus 5. But the 6v6 things people they're so smart, so they're yelling at the other guy, but meanwhile they're dumb. And then like I didn't know if he actually meant to go that deep with it. I think it's just a typo. Instead of 5 plus 5, it was supposed to be 5v5, or he's just trolling. It could. Yeah, he said it was a troll. Yeah, he's probably just.
It seemed like it was a troll. He was probably being smart about it. And he's just like, yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it's so funny. The 5 plus 5.
I thought it was really, really funny. So then there was this one.
Good shitpost.
Which is Sam responding to ZP. It says, it's totally fine if you prefer 5v5. However, the amount of 5v5 defenders who try and tell other people why they prefer a certain format for valid gameplay reasons is really silly. Prefer what you want, all good. But it's always the 5v5 side telling others how they should feel. I don't know if I totally agree with that, Sam. Then ZP responds. Says, let's be specific. People want 6v6 and where the most fun tank setups are played. And people aren't using 7 years of Overwatch info to make the format less fun. Bringing 6v6 backs will not result in that reality. And that's before getting into systematic issues like queues. Very few people are missing the 6v6 in the way it existed in its last few years prior to the change. Sam responds, says, yeah, you are right, people don't miss the abandoned state of Overwatch 1, but that's a little dishonest of an argument, no? Way bigger picture stuff in play there. The only tank combo people didn't like was double shield. I can definitely see the Q times argument. That's not true, Sam, though.
Huh?
But a lot of people, especially tank...
No, I think that's true. Like, for me personally, the only times I didn't enjoy playing Overwatch was against Double Shield. And I think all the other tank comps back then, like, I honestly wasn't as upset. Like, if there was a Zarya Ryan, that's annoying, but it was fine. You know, I didn't really have any issue with any of the compositions back then besides Double Shield. Double Shield was the only thing that made the game feel, like, terrible.
Players like the game better with 2 tanks on the field. I think that second part has some merit, but nah. You're talking in pro Overwatch. There was tons of people that queued in games, got Ball Hog Sig, Zarya D.Va, Zarya Winston didn't understand how to play double bubble, D.Va Hog, D.Va Rhine, but they wanted a Zarya so they would get pissed, D.Va Ball, Winston Ball. You know what I mean? Like there was times where that stuff happened and it was just like a loss at the start screen.
Yeah, there were bad compositions, but I mean, it doesn't mean it couldn't work. Like, those compositions couldn't work against, depending on what they have, you know? I really just don't see that like there was much of an issue there.
And your Overwatch response is Sam dreaming up reality and defending feelings instead of facts, not science, brother. You're working in wishful thinking on this on every part. People voted for 6 years with their Q selection, and it was never I like tanks. 5v5 tank is far more popular, stats prove it. The best state of the game of Overwatch 1 was the drought, because it was only hardcore fans getting the balancing they preferred. The only time the community agreed 6v6 worked then, all other times... Wait, it was 6v6 worked then. All other times it was tank was miserable every format, every hero meta. We should not build a game for hundreds of people who liked/played 2 tanks. Why is this the hill you die on? For you, I don't understand. Very weak points. So before I go into the replies in here, ZP responded to this one and says, there's a fundamental misunderstanding at play you have here, which is that you think that the late stages of Overwatch 1 were fixable when it was abandoned. The gameplay fixes to this problem in Overwatch 1 was literally in Overwatch 2. There weren't other solutions available that were held back. Gonna check just to be sure. And then it goes on, all of Overwatch 2 did is delay to this respect was simply delay a swap to 5v5 until it could be packaged with all other planned changes Overwatch 2 was supposed to have. It wouldn't have been embarked on it in the first place if there was any internal dev ideas to make 6v6 work. That's actually very interesting. To put it simply, development hit a collective point where clearly the
Yo, Sim and Torb ideas were both my ideas, by the way. I'm just throwing it out there, man. I said from the beginning, Torb should have a turret, just like in TF2, to where you can just throw it out, and it's just a level 2 turret instead of you building it to level 3. And then Sim's left click, I definitely said that it should just be a beam that has no auto tracking, and it's just a beam you aim that gets stronger. And they eventually did that too. So I'm happy for those changes. Those changes were goated. Those are good changes.
This shit, we can't fix these problems without going to 5v5. It is just an ideal world with no break. The swaps happen sometimes in late 2019, early 2020, as opposed to when they did. Sam response says, yes, because Orissa's rework could not have happened in Overwatch 1 like Sim, Torb, and Hanzo before her. Come on, man, you can't believe this. Responds back, he said, what I'm saying is that the devs thought that they continually run into the same reoccurring gameplay issues if they didn't swap to 5v5. In a world with no Overwatch 2, 5v5 gets rolled out years faster. 5v5 wasn't a response to years of no updates.
Yeah, auto aim Sim was so dumb.
Planned much earlier. It's kind of right though. It was. Remember what I was talking about in the very beginning about how they tested 1-3-2 in Overwatch 1. 1-3-2, 1 tank, 3 DPS, 2 support. This was cooking for years. He's right. You can't tell me how to feel. Well, I'd suggest that you stop thinking with feelings, actually. I like tank in both games. The fact is nobody played nor liked tank in open queue or 6v6 roll queue. As in statistically...
No one likes playing main tank. No one likes playing main tank.
Actual unplayable format. And then Sam replied, dude, whoa, this kind of cooks. This is really irritating coming from you, considering you brought 0 points to the last debate aside from queue times. Me saying you can't tell people how to feel doesn't mean I'm not arguing with facts. If you read the comment sections, everyone sees through the statements, Frito. And he responds back, if people liked it, they would have queued for it, ever. That is the fact. No one agreed on balance, bar 1 month of the drought. That is the fact. You don't have a single point backed by evidence. Not one. You constantly switch from objective arguments with subjective reasoning and then call it fact. When I correctly call this BS, you're all responding like I mislabeled the argument. I'm not. This is a bronze tier debate misplay from you. I can't believe... I can explain in round 2 if you'd like. Whoa. We always agree on many points. I meant points we disagree on. Now let's see if there's anything else in there. Okay, there's not really anything. Damn, I didn't know it got that spicy this morning. I didn't know it got that spicy. Jesus Christ. Okay, okay, I'm not gonna lie. Everyone's kind of out of line on this shit. And you know what? This is why I don't want to talk about this. I don't really want to talk about 5v5, 6v6 because, like, it's clearly much bigger at this point than objectively talking about which one felt better. It's more of like perfect ideology Overwatch versus reality Overwatch versus who gets to have the best time versus who should be listened to, you know? And it's like, it's just this fucking merry-go-round. And I haven't even said, you know what? What's funny? Not a single person has made this point yet. I think I'm gonna be the first one to make it. Has anyone stopped to consider that maybe 6v6 isn't actually even playable on the Overwatch 2 engine? Think about it. If you look at what's required of your PC from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, it's a significant jump. And if you've ever played those game modes, and before you start saying it's playable, think. How many times have we started to watch the Overwatch 2 servers crash, especially with heroes like Mauga, right? Like, for some reason, last patch, every time you Mauga ulted, there was like a very small chance the server would crash, right? Have you ever played those game modes like One Dad, 11 Kids? How often it crashes in custom games? Have you played it? And I want to go one step further. You know Overwatch 2 is on the Switch, right? Have you played Overwatch 2 on the Switch? Sandra, are you still here? I remember you played Overwatch 2 on the Switch, and you were fighting the little blue dots that appear when you spawn. There was no character models. You were watching dots jump around on the screen. And you want to add 2 more connections and 2 more players with abilities? It actually might not be doable. And I don't know how that works. I don't know how the business of that works. But what happens if they update a game to the point where a console cannot handle it? Is there a legal issue there? So what happens in a world where all of a sudden a bunch of players, because don't forget, Overwatch 2 is a free-to-play game. Let's be honest with ourselves. Overwatch 2 being a free-to-play games, most free-to-play games attract especially a lot of a younger audience. Kids with no money. Let's tell it what it is. Kids with no money. And beyond that, there's a lot of people in other countries, right? Like, buying a video game in America is expensive, right? A $60 video game, $70 video game is pretty expensive. If you live in another part of the world where your country's currency is worth a fraction of the US dollar, and they do not have region-based pricing, how fucking expensive is that? It could be a month's worth of salary. Like, Boger told me how much games for him in Bulgaria cost versus here in America, right? Like, currency thing, and it blew my mind, right? So how many players have come into Overwatch 2 now, and they play the game because they now have access to it because it's free. And all of a sudden, let's say they're not on like the traditional consoles of Xbox and PlayStation. Let's say they're on Switch or they're on PCs. What happens if their PCs just can't even run the game anymore because we went to 66? Or their Switches can't run the game anymore because we're on 66? You just threw out a bunch of players for a new format that might not even solve the problem. What if that's part of it? Have we even thought about that? I feel like nobody's brought that up. Do you take away a game from a bunch of people that because you want to bring back the two-tag experience? That might not even actually solve
Yeah, that could be an issue.
My problem, I think, is just like,
could be a thing.
Kind of like, it shows like you kind of lack some empathy, you know? I feel like it's a bigger issue at that point. Obviously, I think there's limits, right? Like, you know, every game shouldn't be Candy Crush level like you run it on your phone. I get it, but like, Overwatch has been out for 2 years, you know? That's 2 years of time and money you may have invested. And it's just gone, just toast, right? So, and let's be clear, there isn't a switch at Blizzard headquarters that you can walk over to and go, and it just goes back to Overwatch 1. Like, I don't even know if, like, let's say hypothetically, like, gun to the head, they're like, you have to go back to Overwatch 1 right now, flip the switch. Can they? I don't even think it's possible. I don't think they even have the infrastructure anymore. It's probably all gone. Because I remember back in Overwatch 1, they used to talk about certain heroes like Diva being impossible. And you remember Marvel made videos about this? Marvel made videos about like the spaghetti queen of Overwatch and how like her code was so insane versus other heroes, right? Those people who made Overwatch 1 are gone. Like, Overwatch 2 is completely a new dev team, like from the ground up. Like, I don't even know how many people from Overwatch 1 are still even there. Like, could they even flip the switch? Probably not.
5v5 so, the DPS get the short end of the stick this time. They want 5v5 so bad, make them deal with hating life.
I understand. Like, there's more things I think people have to take into account. And so for that, I'm still very much in the middle between 5, 66. If the only thing about 66 that I would enjoy is I could play Yuki again. That was the only thing I did to enjoy. Other than that, though, yeah, tank blows. Tank has just not been the same. And you know, a lot of people like, just play a different role. Yeah, maybe that actually is the answer. Maybe in the future when I start to play a little bit less Overwatch, because I'm sure that day will come, right? Maybe I just play more DPS and some more support and just have a good time with it. And that's okay. Maybe that's the play. But at the same time, though, I think there's other things that people don't take into account, and I think people are way too entrenched on like, I'm right, as opposed to like finding the solution or what's correct, right? Because I think for issues like this that are so complex, you can't take that stance. I think you can take that stance on something like, I don't know, Mauga shouldn't get buffed because he's actually very good at the moment, just low-key slept on, and most players haven't figured it out yet, right? Like, that's something I feel like you can sit there and confidently say, like, no, you guys are just wrong for that. But something like 6655 where we have years of data and years of things to talk about there, that's a big decision for the game that can't be reverted overnight. Can't make that decision too quick. Can't do it. So, I remain, as I was before, in the middle of the 5v5 debate.
This is an expose on the overlap that the Bored Ape Yacht Club has had with different types of white supremacy and other types of racist stuff. You guys will see what happens. Here we go.
Unethical, the practice of having inside jokes that are so fucked up to people who don't even understand them, and like and basically making fun of people to their face, right?
Yeah.
And to me, that's really what's fucked up, and it's more fucked. It's actually more, to me, that's the crime here. The crime isn't that they're Nazis and they're racist, which they might be, and I'm sure they are accelerationists who are people who are just basically nihilists who don't give a fuck and want to see the world burn. And like, to me, that's probably a worse thing than being anything, because you really are anti-human and you're selfish.
What if I told you that one of the most successful NFT collections in the world was pulling off the biggest troll in internet history? No, not convincing people that this ugly shit is art.
Did this happen? Bro, did this shit really happen? Oh my god.
Or that it has any value. What if I told you that hidden within Bored Ape Yacht Club was a series of 4chan trolling, racist imagery, and white supremacy dog whistles? And with a deep understanding of cipher and cryptography, the founders of Bored Ape Yacht Club are making a mockery of the entire world, pulling the strings of the global elite, including celebrities, athletes, actors, and influencers. This story is extremely complicated for many reasons. The problem with accepting the truth I'm about to tell you is that you have to have extensive knowledge of 4chan, internet.
Hi, I'm Skinny Cheeks. Today I'll be going through the Update 41 patch notes to get you caught up for all the changes coming for the Scions of Athalia DLC, coming on March 11th for PC and March 26th for console. In an effort to keep this from being too long, this video won't contain super in-depth breakdowns of the changes, but instead this is here more as a refresher to combine the past 5 weeks of PTS updates for those that haven't kept up with the changes, or for those that have but might have forgotten what all is coming. It'll be a bit easier to avoid causing a target to be taunt immune. Next, and probably the biggest overall set of changes coming are to status effects. They buffed most of them by quite a bit. I was originally going to put a section in here digging into all this, but it was ending up very much not on theme with my concise decision for this video, so I'll likely have a separate video coming out talking about the status effect changes and what those mean for our builds, including our enchantments and weapon traits. But it will be far more common now to diverge from the typical flame and poison enchantments we've been running if you have high uptimes on burning and poisoned already in your setup, and we might even see some classes using non-weapon damage setups for pure single target DPS. And then to go along with the status effects, they did nerf charged. They reduced this trait's increase of applying status effects to 235% down from 365% to make up for the large increase in performance of most status effects. So charged is still really good. In fact, many single target setups will move to full charged on the front bar now. For AoE, for most classes, I probably do Nern Precise still, or Precise if using a bow or staff. This is just a very general overview though. There will be different setups that will want to take advantage of different configurations. Next up, Major and Minor Vitality updated these buffs to increase healing received and damage shield strength by 12% rather than increasing healing received by 16%. And then the same thing with Major and Minor Defile, except debuffing with those. So this is just an additional way to increase and decrease shield size through the Major and Minor system. All right, now we'll get into the class changes, starting with the Arcanist. Fate Carver reduced the damage done by this ability and its morphs by about 7% per tick, and then the Pragmatic Fate Carver morph reduced the potency of the damage shield this morph offers by about 16%. And they fixed an issue where the shield did not have a max health limit like other shields. The shield is now limited to 50% of your max health. So long story short, Beam is still the strongest ability in the game, and the shield on Pragmatic is still awesome. Arcanists are not going anywhere. Next up is Psychic Legion, reduced the passives increase to applying status effects to 55% down from 75% to make up for the status effect buffs in this update. Still a decent passive there. This doesn't really change a whole lot with that. Next is the Imperfect Ring. They increased the radius of this to 6 meters up from 5, including the synergy, and then on the Rune of Displacement morph, they increased the radius to 10 meters up from 8. So that is a pretty large AoE pool now. Next up, we have the Dragonite Combustion. This passive now increases your damage done with burning and poison by 40 times for both the upfront hit and the bleed afterwards. So this is actually a fairly decent sized nerf for this ability. The dot had an insanely high chance to trigger hemorrhaging before, and now it's back down to that 3% that most single target dots get. The upfront hit having the guaranteed hemorrhaging is nice, and overall the ability is still really good to use. It's just not as broken strong as it was previously. Focused Aim. This morph now always applies the Sundered status effect rather than a unique form of Minor Breach for 10 seconds. So this is the opposite morph of Lethal Arrow, which gets the guaranteed poison status.
Increase the range. Wait, increase the range. Enemies who are hit by infected with minor breach, reducing their physical and spell resistance.
Effect. This is still the weaker morph unless you need that minor breach from Sundered. For Executioner, this morph now deals bleed damage rather than physical damage. This was done to help additional sources of the damage type enter the game to help balance out ways to apply status effects. Lacerate, this ultimate and its morphs now also apply the hemorrhaging status effect each tick. This is actually quite a large DPS boost to these ultimates. Around a 45% damage increase for Thrive and Chaos, and about a 33% increase for Rend. I was messing around on the PTS with the Thrive and Chaos morph on trash packs with my Arcanist, and it actually seemed pretty solid. The damage from it plus the bleed plus up to 36% total damage done increase for 8 seconds. It's not bad to activate right before a Fate Carver beam. I'm interested to see if anybody else has checked this out on the PTS so far. I'll definitely want to look at it more, but end of the day, I'm not sure if I see it being better than just front-barring Dawnbreaker like we have been, and running a traditional AoE ultimate like Fiery Rage or the Languid Eye. Next up is Eviscerate. This ability and its morphs will now also apply the hemorrhaging status effect. So this is a pretty nice buff for the Vamp Spam Bowl since it can proc both Overcharge from being a magic skill, and it's now guaranteed to proc the bleed as well. For Werewolves, Pounce, this ability and its morphs initial hit will always apply the hemorrhaging status effect. So some pretty good changes to abilities there to allow for a bit better bleed up times than we were able to get before. Moving on to the Undaunted skill line, Inner Fire reduced the cost of this ability and the Inner Rage morph to 1620 down from 2700, reduced the damage of this ability and its Inner Rage morph by 10% and adjusted their damage type to flame damage rather than magic damage. The Radiate synergy from all these abilities is now guaranteed rather than having a 50% chance to activate from some, and the synergy no longer has the minimum range of 12 meters to activate. The Inner Beast morph increased the damage of this by 80%, making it equal to other ranged spammable attacks. This morph now applies minor vulnerability and minor maim to the target rather than a unique damage taken from the caster debuff. For Inner Rage, this morph now allows up to 3 allies to activate the Radiate synergy rather than causing it to be guaranteed, since now it's always guaranteed. So overall, some pretty good changes here to this skill.
I'm glad to see we're actually getting some like good morph changes here. What is a sexual minority?
どういう風に表せますか？まあ40代近くて若くない世代で生きてくるとやっぱり批判的な意見がずっと多かったのか、周りがこうネタとしてこのセクシャリティを扱うっていうことが多くて、僕はもう仕事上結構隠してるので、やっぱりなんだろうな、出世に響くだったりとか、オープンにしてる人は今んとこいないですね。やっぱりこう、僕は言いづらい。ご両親は今も知らないですか？してないですか？僕はしてないです。となく気づいてはいるけど、言ってこないし、僕も言うつもりはないかなってとこです。なるほど。隠してる人は感覚、バイもゲイの方も7、8、そういう部分的な場所では言いやすい。2丁目、新宿2丁目であれば、もうどんな人でも男性同士でキスしてようが気にならない。海外で聞くほどなんか男性同士で手繋いでたら蹴られたり、こう間に入られたりとかっていうこと。
Yeah, that's always been a fear for me.
多分日本人はキーな目で見てくる人は多いけど、生きてても別に害を加えてくる人はまずいない。セクシャルマイノリティ
Like, there are some countries that will just straight up, you know, fucking kill you if you're gay. So, I mean, it's just like... Yeah.
Of course you didn't. You're fully articulated? I can only do this.
I could play some Overwatch, but... Yeah, as Flats was saying there, tank feels so fucking bad that I actually don't want to play the game.
Hi, I'm Skinny.
It still feels fun to DPS and like heal, but oh my god, tanking in Overwatch right now is so bad. It's so unfun, dude, and you just get countered by their whole team and you just have to let your team do something, just like, fuck.
This is my favorite thing here. Look at this, how it goes off her body. Snuffy, 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 snuffy. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Take a look. Like, doesn't it look like, oh my god, you know?
Oh my god.
Belly? Like, look at that. Oh my, wait, me, oh my god. Wait, did you know that whatever direction you put it in is where the water falls? You could look, the water's going down this way now, even though she's upside down. But the shader is crazy. There's no reason for it to be this good.
What mouse are you using right now? I'm actually trying out, what's it called? It's called the Sora. I think it's the Sora V2, I think is the mouse name. It's really light. I'm just trying it out right now, because I want to see it.
One hop this time. One hop this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Left foot, 2 stumps. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Crisscross. Chop, chop, real smooth. Let's go to work.
What up, friendos? So this was announced, Brighter Shores. It's an all-new adventure from...
Oh, wait. This is actually what the game looks like? It literally looks like RuneScape. So I thought this was just RuneScape when I saw this. Wait, it's already out too?
So you want to join the Hope Port?
Oh, it's not out.
Then here...
Oh shit, though.
We're not just about fighting fire toads.
Oh,
we
shit.
also investigate potential threats and help out the people we meet. All recruits will learn how to use magic, alchemy, and whatever this thing is. You will also be trained in essential survival skills, like fishing, blacksmithing, and assembling dinosaurs. So, set sail for brighter shores today.
This looks like a single player game. I can't tell though. Co-op maybe? Like there's no way it's full multiplayer, is it? Like, this can't be on MMO to the scale of RuneScape, I don't think. But I mean, maybe it is. I can't tell. Yeah, MMO. It's a single player too, though. Single player MMO online co-op. Quarter 3, 2024. What's that?
One cat must break the cycle of life and death. Lost in a world after death, Kuon desperately searches for a way back to her owner. To a mere mortal cat, any lurking danger can mean a swift end. However,
What, you cat's game?
with the power of Anima Revive,
I read some of the books in school.
find hope in death. Each time Kuon dies, she'll revive with a new animal ability to tackle the dangers before her.
Oh shit! Wait.
Yet repeating this process
Wait.
will take its toll on Kuon, changing her body into a humanoid form honed for combat. Will the cat inside transform along with it? Adventure through the stunning twisted underworld and follow the story to a multitude of endings.
Need.
Can Kuon reunite with her owner in the real world before her 9 lives run out?
For real, for real.
Cats have 9 lives. Inti Creates presents a new action revival, Umbra Claw. Available May 30th, 2024.
There's another furry Hitler out. It's one of those things people just... It's kind of like a rage bait click kind of a thing, you know? In like, shitpost, kind of like a shitpost game to have in your library, that type of shit, or like to gift someone, you know? So people do it for like that type of shit. Like, haha, I just sent you this game, haha, you know? That type of shit. What is the gameplay for this game? Rolling dice? Is that all you do? Roll dice? I mean, that thing probably took like nothing to make. Like the art style is so bad. Okay, the art style actually looks a little bit better in the second one, but still, like, still, like trash. Like, I don't think it was that much to make, is what I'm saying. God, I don't want to play Overwatch, man. Where do I go if I don't play Overwatch, though, chat? Where do I even go?
So a couple minutes ago, I did something that I shouldn't have. I stayed up playing Minecraft with friends.
Dude, for a second, I thought this was VR. When I saw this opening, I thought he was playing on VR, and I'm like, holy shit, drawing in VR looks insanely realistic.
So a couple minutes ago, I did something that I shouldn't have. I stayed up playing Minecraft with friends till 1 AM. And you kind of know my opinion about playing video games. It's so hard to get off my computer in the first place. Like, it's easy to say just go to bed earlier, just get off your fluently. What would it take for me to read with introduces is...
Hello, my fellow Tamrielites. Welcome to the channel, or gotta be like that. Anyway, each transformation has its own special abilities. With the Ice Avatar, you get the Whiteout synergy. It freezes all of your opponents in ice pillars, and any enemy you kill while frozen turns into a Frostkin, which are ice scamp pets that then attack.
Titanium on their newest iPhone 15 Pro Max.
Yeah,
For many reasons. It's biocompatible, used for creating artificial joints, repairing human bones. Not to mention build interstellar spacecraft and to construct robots that crawl other planets. And of course it's on my ring. My ring has titanium that I reclaimed from a wheelchair. Titanium comes in quite a few different flavors, grade 1 being the cheapest, softest, and easiest to machine, which is what I thought the iPhone was going to be. But then Apple slapped a grade 5 on the screen and I got rocked, in more ways than one. And let me show you why. I happen to have some 1-inch titanium bar stock laying around, as people often do.
It's by 5,
that cost $170. For example, this 6061 aluminum bar of the exact same proportions only cost me $10. Aluminum is what smartphones are normally made from, and the color difference between the two metals is glorious to behold, especially as it's heated. The main reason my jerry rig knife is only $15 is because I'm using an aluminum alloy and not a titanium alloy. And keep in mind, this solid rod is only grade 2 titanium. I'm too poor to buy a full rod of grade 5 titanium, since a single notepad-sized paper-thick sliver already costs $106 all by itself.
Jesus!
If we do some simple math and scale this half-millimeter thick piece of metal up to a hypothetical 8.5mm block, thick enough to mill a phone out of, we would be looking at almost $2,000 worth of grade 5 titanium. And that's not even including the complexity of shaping grade 5 and the dollars worth of
it's only the size of that, no?
So the math just ain't mathin', and there's no way Apple suddenly decided to make negative profit.
So if you do this entire thing, it's probably like 1/5 of it at most, right? So I guess like it's like $20 worth of it per iPhone. It's not that
You might
not
notice
that
that
bad.
titanium reacts in a very unique way as it gets torched, oxidizing in extremely predictable and consistent rainbows, going from yellow to purple to blue to light blue and back to gray again as it gets really hot. You might be thinking to yourself, hey Jerry, are you even going to unbox the iPhone? And I say yes. Let's jump in and see what this iPhone is made from, and also how well it can handle the heat of everyday life. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Let's get started. But the brushed titanium and the etched back glass do feel super cool. But the imitation blue shade is just ever so much off from the actual shade of blue titanium that I think it would bother me long term. Apple said again that this screen glass is the strongest glass ever on a smartphone. They call it ceramic shield, and I agree. It is a pretty solid slab of glass. We normally see plastic screens scratch at level 2 or 3, glass at 5 or 6, and sapphire would be an 8 or 9. This dual ion exchange ceramic shield does still scratch at level 6, with deeper grooves at level 7, but level 6 does appear to be quite a bit more faint than usual.
That's pretty good.
And I do think Apple is onto something with this proprietary glass. The front selfie
I mean,
camera is tucked
this guy's doing pretty good tests. I like that.
into the dynamic
I like
island
that.
and is protected by that same slab of glass. The earpiece is a razor-thin slit between the glass and the frame. No
Yeah, I think
space
it's
to
doing
fall out or get dirty. Making our way over to the titanium sides, Apple's using something called a PVD coating, a physical vapor deposition. It's a
Dude, oh my god, oh my god.
protective layer over the titanium. I don't know
Jesus
enough
Christ,
to
dude.
talk about it in depth, but you know, it is scratchable.
Oh
Exactly
man,
like the
chat, what's
iPhone.
doing that? Fuck
Everything
me.
except for this 5G antenna slot. For some reason, this
I
opens
hate
just for
this.
scratching. I think they should make a whole phone out of whatever this stuff is. The power button is scratchable, however, and not removable, along with the top
You
and
motherfucker.
entire left side. It took Apple 14 hours to apply this finish, and my jerry
It hurts watching. It hurts.
And our USB-C port down near the bottom is an actual USB 3 with 10 gigabit transfer speeds. The regular iPhone 15 is just USB 2. And
Wait, stop. I mean, does that not make you fucking cringe a little bit?
either. The matte back glass
Does.
does not scratch. The Apple logo in the center is the only thing that's smooth. One thing that Apple did change up quite a bit this year is with the cameras. We still get that gradual gradient built into the tinted glass that rises up to the camera plateau.
Dude, when that glass breaks though, it's crazy how much it cuts, dude. Chat, I broke mine and I got a bunch of cuts and shit, and the little shards were super fucking.
Some of these
It's kind of
camera
dank.
upgrades we won't be able to see until the teardown, but Apple says these 3 lenses that we can see are actually 7. Got a LOL a bit at that absolute stretch. Here at the bottom we have a 48 megapixel main camera, which apparently has a nanoscale coating on the lens to reduce glare. The coating luckily does not scratch off or fracture. The coolest camera is definitely the middle one, a 12 megapixel 5x tetraprism telephoto lens that redirects and reflects light 4 times before hitting a 3D sensor shift OIS stabilizer. If there's one reason to take apart the iPhone 15 Pro Max, it's to see what in the world that looks like from the inside. Then up top we have a 12 megapixel ultra wide. Apparently these 2 cameras on the edge can
When
work
it's like a slant, it makes it less dangerous if it cracks or breaks. It's
together
more,
like
it'll
two
hold more
eyeballs to generate spatial
retention.
video, which I don't want to be the guy to beat a dead horse, but that was something Android did 12 years ago with the
It's not like modular.
HTC probably before some of you kidlets with iPhones were even born. Gotta honor your ancestors. Apple said during their event that the back glass panel is easily removable to facilitate repairability, which is a huge commendable move. And then in the same sentence, Apple said that the internal structure of the iPhone 15 Pro Max is made from 100% recycled aluminum, which immediately tells us 2 things. 1, it's nice to see that there's more than just the iPhone design that gets recycled every year, and 2, the internal frame is not solid grade 5 titanium, only the exterior. This explains quite a bit. The iPhone 15 Pro Max is a 6.7-inch OLED display with 2000 nits of outdoor brightness and 120 Hz refresh rate, and lasts for about infinity seconds before having no reaction to my lighter. Nice work, Apple. We'll try out.
No reaction to lighter, wow.
Time to see if the new blended aluminum titanium grafted hybrid structure compromises the structural integrity of the iPhone 15 Pro Max. Huh?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I did not see that one coming. You've been watching me
What the fuck?
for about 11 years now, and most phones do not break. iPhones especially do not break, like ever. And that snap was abnormally quick. Kinda stunned. I'm not sure if it's because the grade 5 titanium.
Alright, chat, guys, Audible, of course, didn't try it with their old phones, okay? Guys, I will sound like an entitled child, okay? One night, I got really fucking mauled at something, okay? And I actually did that with my other phone, and I tried to do that, and I actually wasn't able to. I wasn't able to. I actually did that one night, and it didn't break it. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, but still, though.
Frame has nearly 3 times more tensile strength than aluminum, or half the elasticity.
It didn't
The
break
glass did not like being pressed or flexed by my thumb. That's crazy. On the first bin, too.
I'm not gonna do it.
Internally, the phone itself is doing fine, of course. There's no cracking or shattering of the frame, but the back glass is definitely obliterated. Good thing Apple made the glass aluminum, so it only cost $200 to replace instead of $500. But still, if I was a person who just purchased a $1,200 titanium iPhone 15 Pro Max, I would be extremely nervous right now. Anyways, I did not plan on that happening, but you gotta admit, the crack looks pretty.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. Okay. Get away. This. Ah! I might restart to give me a minute. I forgot to warm up. Chat, give me a minute. Relax, man. Shut up, bitch. I didn't warm up, dude. Ow, dude. Fuck, man. Okay. 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 Alright, it didn't break.
Pretty cool. The Apple iPhone 15 Pro Max does not survive my durability test,
That's
which means it's time for the battery life. The PVD coating is already an imitation blue, which would make it very difficult to see. But if we sand it down and expose some bare titanium, we might be able to see if Apple's grade 5 reacts the same way as my grade 5. That's some pretty good looking brushed titanium. Still not sure why it takes Apple 14 hours. I'm using a MAP gas torch, which I think, along with burning my desk, is actually lighting some of the titanium dust on fire. You can see the sparks glow white as they sputter away from the phone. Now, the titanium itself could probably handle the heat, but the screen and the phone circuitry, not so much. The torch definitely accomplishes what my lighter could not. And if we look super close at the iPhone frame, we can see it start to change colors from the heat. Apple is indeed using real titanium. Is it grade 5 though? I do have ways of finding out. I think it's getting kind of hot in here. Now, everyone knows the whole point of getting a new iPhone is so that everyone knows you have a new iPhone. Hiding it in a black plastic case would wholly and entirely defeat the purpose. And wow, side note, natural titanium is the move for sure. However, getting a transparent case to show off your phone is dangerous, since most clear cases are made of thermoplastic polyurethane, which when exposed to ultraviolet radiation undergoes the irreversible process of photooxidation. Sunlight makes clear cases turn.
Yeah, but they said that the new ones actually do way better with that.
Yellow. So on the off chance you ever do go outside, you won't have a clear case anymore. Enter my channel sponsor, Dbrand. Dbrand has inexplicably found a way to defeat the sun with their never yellowing, completely transparent ghost case, and they're offering free replacements if it ever does yellow, which is pretty brave of them. The best part is the ghost case is also completely with my teardown skin. You can keep your own phone from getting absolutely wrecked like mine with the link down in the description. Now, I pride myself on being extremely thorough, and I'd be amiss if we let this golden opportunity to check the back glass of the regular iPhone 15 Pro for
Very big my body.
I remember that one back when. Which one? This guy? Same guy?
So I've kind of been making fun of iPhone, right? Where were we? Oh yes, the aerospace grade aluminum.
Yo, come on!
We'll find out during that same teardown. We have the 12 megapixel normal camera and the 12 megapixel ultra wide. Phone 6 days, and not all phones live to the end. However, with this new iPhone 14, bending from the back, we don't have any flex whatsoever. And again, from the front, we still have a rock solid sandwich of glass. The iPhone 14 is as structurally sound as last year, even with the new removable panel.
That's good though.
Nice work, Apple. Apple's one of the largest and richest corporations on the planet.
What's the last one? Which one? This one?
Apple's using titanium, the regular iPhone 15 Pro, for similar structural deficiencies as its larger counterpart, with some very strong bends from the back. Nothing happens. Flipping the phone over to the front, again, nothing happens. The normal-sized iPhone 15 Pro survives and does not have the same fate as the Max. I'm curious to see how thin Apple's titanium layer actually is, and what grade it is. The iPhone 15 Pro Max teardown is going to be quite a bit more destructive than usual. Thank you for subscribing.
Wait, why would they fuck up the Max, dude? The whole point of the Max is that it's kind of cooler, man.
Easy to watch your stream and the times that you stream don't line up with my off hours.
That's
So I never
lame.
stop using my Prime sub on UPB. Never.
You are as hard to find. You could teach the deaf, or you could lead the blind just by the shock of your touch. I know how it feels, or the knife in your stare, and the way that it feels me over and over till
The hospital told me that I tested positive for benzos and fucking fentanyl.
No doubt. Benzo and fentanyl mix?
Yeah.
And that's why you were acting like that?
I guess.
Yeah, I'll do it for you. Relax. I'll do it for you. Relax. I got it. I got it. Were you guys partying tonight? Yes.
How are you? What's going on?
You don't remember us?
No.
Dude, what did you take that night?
All right, man.
You're not in any trouble.
So I showed him.
came to check
look,
on you.
I showed him this at the hospital, man. You see how I got a bump on the outside of this knee? It's been bothering me real bad. So I tried to buy a couple pills off somebody who I thought was a friend of mine. The hospital told me that I tested positive for benzos and fucking fentanyl.
No doubt. Benzo and fentanyl mix?
Yeah.
And that's why you were acting like that?
I guess.
Can we show you our body cam? Bro, are you...
Dude, you were... Dude, we were with you for 45 minutes straight, and you were like that probably at least a half an hour before.
The hospital
You got an Android, bro. Right? Your phone not turning on? What's wrong with your phone? Hey, I'm gonna be back, and if I really like the picture, I'm gonna buy you a new phone, because you need better equipment, okay, bro? All right, bet. See you. Are you ready? Here, right there, give me that. Yo! Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much, bro. Deal, bro. Now, just I really like that picture, bro. I got you with a surprise now, okay, bro? I'm gonna buy you a new phone, okay? I'm gonna give you $1,000, $1,000 USD. What you want? You understand? I'm giving you a new phone. I give you a new phone. I buy a new phone from you. Okay. I buy you a new phone. I give you $1,000. Okay? I don't believe that. Yes. I give you $1,000. Okay? You got an ant.
Does he not know he's good? This is the craziest fact.
Have you ever noticed the giant clock at Amsterdam Airport that seems to have a man trapped inside it? If you thought you had a tedious job, imagine erasing and redrawing the clock hands every minute. Well, that's what this guy does 1,440 times a day, without a break, never missing a single minute. Interestingly,
That can't be
although it
real.
looks like a man is really in there serving time, that's not the
It's
case.
fake.
However, the reality behind it is just as impressive. To make this clock, they filmed a man drawing the time for 12 hours
I figured.
straight to create the looping video we all see. Have you ever noticed the giant clock at Amsterdam Airport that seems to have a man trapped inside it? If you thought you had a tedious...
They gotta make another one of these games. I like that animation. Wait, that one's so cute too. That's a cool flying animation too.
What's up, guys? I'm Random Frank P, back with an episode of a look at it for all it can do. It's a really simple design that doesn't take up much space at all on your desktop, and that's why I love creative items like this that can do multiple things in just one device. Keeping your pair of cans from just lying flat on your desk actually serves a second purpose here, leading into the first cool feature. So plugging your headphones or a headset into the front 3.5mm combo jack is obvious. This connects to your PC then with a USB-C
That looks pretty
cable,
nice.
and that's what activates the DAC and mixer. However, there's a second 3.5mm jack on the backside for an additional output, letting you connect this to a pair of speakers. Now, whenever you remove or place your headset onto the stand, it'll automatically switch audio sources for you with the pressure-sensitive
Wait, that's
shader on
pretty
the top
cool.
of the headset stand. So think about that. The second you take your headset off the stand, you'll have audio in your headphones. And the second you place them back onto the stand, it switches your output source to your speakers. And it's all done seamlessly just by that pressure-sensitive trigger
Or you could just put your phone on top of that, and then just put your headphones, you know, just down.
on the top, letting you take full advantage of your audio setup at your desk. What's also cool
Pretty
is
nice.
there's independent volume levels for each source, preventing mix. These are by far the best sub $100 headphones on the market. They're the Philips SHP 9500s. These headphones are absolutely legendary. It feels identical when you actuate them, and it's probably made in the same factory because 99% of this is a one-to-one. Inside the box, it comes with a 4-step height adjustable stand and a removable USB. Great to add to your setup just as another dedicated screen for anything you want. With the built-in mini HDMI, 2 USB-Cs and 2 USB-A ports, you can connect this and use it with anything. Your laptop, Mac, PC, Android phone, Switch, PS5, you name it, this can now be an extension of that. I really dig this as a secondary screen option for things like watching videos, never drift, gyro and rumble support, unique colorways, and an instant USB-C connection. The Nitro deck really levels up your Switch, and it all feels like a no-brainer. So when you first get it unboxed and you enable the Pro Controller setting in your Switch, the second you slide it in, it connects instantly. There's no batteries or charging required. It runs
What if I told you there was an app that made it super easy to animate your illustrations and you didn't even need to have any animation experience to do it? You'd think I was crazy, right? And what if I told you that app was free? Even though I've done animations and motion-based illustrations for all kinds of big clients like Adobe, Cartoon Network, Adidas, and countless others, I actually have no formal training as an animator. I'm completely self-taught. I actually learned how to make animations by looking at GIFs. It's true though, I first started experimenting with animation after downloading a random GIF. You know how when you save a GIF on a Mac and you open it up and it just defaults to preview and you just see all the frames instead of showing the animation, which is stupid. Why does it do that? I'm looking at them and being like, okay, that's actually less frames than I thought it would take to make that movement. Can we ask Apple? So I started playing around, morphing things. My earliest animations were, I think, done in Procreate. In Procreate, you can do frame-by-frame animation just like this pretty easily. But the problem is it's tied to your layers. In Adobe Fresco, I can have animation on every one of my layers, and this allows me to just sort of go at my own pace and decide to add more and more. Because really, I work sort of improvisationally, and I don't really know exactly what I'm going to add motion to, or what would help. And I often think of things as I go, like I'll be, having a plan for something and just start working on it. Because I get ahead of myself. I just start working and not paying attention. The ADHD takes over and I'm just hyper focused on doing this thing. And then I'd get to a point where I'd be like, oh, I really want to add this other thing into it. And when I was working in Procreate, I already had all those layers. So in order to change that, I'd have to go back in to all of those layers and then hope that the timing worked out perfectly with the frames that I already had. In Fresco, that workflow is totally different because I can just add a new layer and put that new thing on top of that. During the development of Adobe Fresco, I was invited to this event with Apple and Adobe called Make It on Mobile, and they invited a handful of creators to come and try it out and make some stuff with this new app, which at the time was referred to as Project Gemini. And I thought it was really cool. I made something while I was there. But afterwards, when I went back home and went back to work, I just went back into Procreate because that's where I was comfortable. That was how my workflow had been sort of established. It was just what I knew. And then when it was finally released, I was excited and downloaded it to try it out. And to be honest, I really wasn't that into it. I was struggling to feel comfortable with it. I thought some of the features were a little bit clunky, and I just kind of wrote it off and didn't touch it again for a long time. I actually didn't really try Fresco again until years later when I bumped into Kyle Webster at the Icon Illustration Conference. As we were chatting, I had this uncontrollable urge to be like, Kyle, I'm sorry, I am not using Fresco. And he was like, why aren't you using Fresco? And I was like, I just haven't found a brush I was that comfortable with. I had these brushes I was using, and just the workflow, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, let me just show you some stuff. He got me situated with a brush. He asked me about what I liked about Procreate and my workflow and what things I was doing with it. And I was talking about the looping animations I was doing. As soon as I said that, he was like, have you tried the motion features in Fresco? And I was like, no, because I assumed that they were just the same as Procreate. I just thought, they incorporated frame-by-frame animation. And boy, howdy, I was wrong. Kyle did a simple little demo, and it blew my mind. And after that quick little demo, I was fully sold on Fresco and went all in and did pretty much all of my work in Fresco from then on out. If you're familiar with the animation assist in Procreate, you'll recognize this at the bottom here, where I have this frame-by-frame sequence of this little monster turning its head and blinking. It's pretty straightforward.
The problem is, I want this little monster to be pedaling the bicycle. I want some other stuff in the scene. I maybe want some stuff behind him. We need the monster to pedal. Get a bike in here. The idea of doing all of those things in the past would have been so overwhelming, and I just wouldn't have known where to begin. So let's say if I was in Procreate and I was like, all right, I'm just gonna start with this head turn sequence. I've got 28 frames, so 28 layers, and then I'd be like, okay, well now I need him to pedal. So not only would I have to figure out the motion for the pedaling, I would have to make sure that it fit within those 28 frames, because I'd have to draw into them, or I could like make groups in layers. Not the case in Fresco. Instead, what I do is I just have another layer here with my leg, and I can animate that leg on its own. So this way I can just solve one problem at a time. It's like a little to-do checklist. I just kind of go through my checklist, and for me it's fun because I usually don't know exactly what I'm going to animate. I might change my mind as I go and add little things, and just keep going until it gets mildly out of control. Another way the individual timelines is helpful is it makes it easier for me to figure out this leg motion for the pedal stroke, because what I can do is have this crank pedal situation on its own separate layer. I can get that thing moving properly and then use that to guide where the leg goes. So for example, I'll click on my little drawing of the crank, then I will come down here to my timeline, and I will duplicate that frame, and then I will just come over here and rotate it a little bit. Go like that, duplicate that one, and rotate it. And as I'm doing it, I'm sort of paying attention to the distance between the frames, so it looks a little bit more natural instead of just like a perfectly even amount. I'm thinking, you know, he's a little out of shape, he's a little heavy, he doesn't have the best pedal stroke. Maybe he's gonna come down real fast and then a little bit slow, then down real fast, like that. I think it'll look good. But that's the thing. I can experiment because I've got this own layer and I can just change it here. That's not gonna affect everything. So to make it go slower on the way up, I'm just gonna do more frames, less distance between each one. I'm also being mindful of the amount of frames. I mentioned this before where it's like with 28 frame sequence. I don't have to match that, but I do need to do something that is within that same range. So it's 28, I could do 7 frames here, and then that would happen, is it four times? So it would loop 4 times, where the other one would just go once. And it wouldn't mess up the... Do we have a math guy? It would just keep restarting. If it was a different amount, let's say it was 5, it would go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and then at that point it would pass the 28 frames and get out of loop, and then it would all get messed up. That's pretty good, right? And now we can play this and see. I think it looks pretty good. So what I'll do now is use this as a guide to figure out where the leg needs to go. So I got my leg layer here, and what I can do is add a new frame, turn on my onion skins, and I can see that it needs to come down. So to make this less confusing, I can just go ahead and turn off all this other stuff that we don't need, and just look at this. So I got the leg. I can also bring down the opacity on this crank so that we don't see it every time. And now I can just draw that foot where it would need to be, and then just kind of eyeball the rest of the leg. And you know this leg is kind of wonky anyway. And now we add a new frame, and we do the same thing. Move the leg down a little bit, the back of the leg like that, and you just keep going until you get back to where you need to go, and your leg will be in the right position. Look at that. That leg is just going right around perfectly. And then for the back leg, I just colored it in with that darker green to set it back a little bit, and just put it underneath the bicycle frame and crank layer at the bottom. And now we've got this little frog. Is this a frog or a monster? It's a monster. So now we checked a couple more things off the list. We've got the head turn, we've got the blink, we've got the pedals, and now we can just move along one thing at a time. I'm thinking it would be nice to have like maybe a little bicycle chain on there that's like moving a little bit to add a little bit of motion. Draw a simple little line, connecting the 2 chain rings, and then make a new one. And then I'm just gonna kind of make it wiggle a little bit. And now we play that. Look at that. Simple little detail. Adds a little bit to it. What about some tassels? Now all we're missing is the wheels turning. And guess what? There's a new motion feature that just got added right before I was getting ready to do this. And that is a path in place motion feature where you don't even have to do anything but just turn it on and control the speed, and we can get these wheels spinning. We click on this wheel layer here, and I'm going to go to path, and then over on this little menu, I'm just gonna come down to where it says sway and then choose spin. This is automatically gonna start spinning. We can control how fast it goes. I'm gonna bring this down to make it faster. Maybe we'll try 21 because that is divisible by 7. Look at that, that's a good speed. Come over to the other wheel and do the same thing. It's all happening. How easy is this? It's magic. As you can see here, added some more stuff. Put it in this little background with a simple line boil where I just redrew it a handful of times and then looped it. So it's got that just sort of wiggly motion, gives a little bit of energy. Same thing with the rainbow. And then I got these little clouds and then put faces on them. Just some simple frame by frame, moving them around back and forth. And just because I can do it separately, one layer at a time. So with the frame by frame sequence on these cloud faces, I can take that whole thing and make it sort of like bob up and down a little bit like a floaty cloud in the sky. I'm just gonna click on this path option underneath my frame by frame sequence, and I'm just gonna come in here and try to draw a circle right in the center of that cloud. And now we've just got this subtle little moving around, blah, 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 blah. Let's come over here to this other cloud and do the same thing. And just draw a little circle path with the clouds moving around. That's a lot of fun, right? But you know what this needs? We need some other clouds floating in the background to make it look like he's moving through time and space. So I drew a couple clouds, put them on a motion path so they're traveling across the background, but I think it would look better if they were just happening inside that little ecosystem, that little world that I've created for this little monster on a bike. You know what? This couldn't be any easier. Could this be easier? Nope. I'm told it couldn't be easier. All we gotta do is click on this layer and then make it a cloaking mask. Boom, it's locked into the purple land. You know what would look even better? If we had a cloud in the background that was behind the monster, moving at a slower speed because it's further in the distance, that'll give us a nice parallax effect. Is parallax the word? What does parallax mean? All right, I drew the cloud. Got a cloud back there. It's on a path. It's moving. It's going a little bit slower. As you can see, these front clouds are catching up to it. And here, again, I'm just going to make it a cloaking mask, locked into the purple world. And now we've got background clouds, foreground clouds, face clouds, all kinds of clouds. And I'm feeling pretty happy with this, but I think I just need one more little thing. How many noises are you going to make? So I think what we need is some stars in this starry night. So I'm just going to go ahead here, make a new layer, and draw a tiny little star. And there we go. That's all we need to do. So now with our one little tiny...
The software seems nice.
People have asked me about what mouse rounds are in Antarctica, so here's a video to explain. The mouse has a couple of jobs. The first is to print the weather, the second is to grab a radio and the radio book and record all of the radio calls that come in throughout the day. At the end of the day, it's the mouse's job to put the base to bed. This involves a full internal and external lap of the base to make sure that everything is functioning the way that it should. We're looking for anything that sounds, smells, or looks different. The mouse turns off all of the lights and makes sure that all of the external doors are closed. When it's time for external mouse rounds, we do a quick weather check and then get geared up to make sure we're safe outside. When we're outside, we're looking for things like, are any doors blocked by snow? If they are, we shovel them. We make sure that fridges and freezers are turned on and at the right temperature, and we check that all of our external vehicles are plugged in to keep warm. We have a number of external containers where we store things, so we make sure that all of the doors are closed. Just in case the wind gets up overnight, we make sure that everything is strapped down. We've got a number of external buildings that we also check, and then when we're done, it's time to come back inside and call it a day. People have asked me about what mouse rounds are in
Internet Historian 2.0. Oh, there's a 2042 one? Oh, I have to watch that. That game owns. And I want to know a little bit more. It's overrated as fuck.
The content? Where is it? This game has a total of 22 weapons. Battlefield 4 had 83. Battlefield 4 also had 3 times the gadgets, 3 more maps, and a ton more.
Yo, I say this all the time. I think Battlefield 3 was better than 4.
Ton more customization for aircraft.
Is that comparing to the launch of the two? That's kind of crazy.
Helicopters. Then there's fewer games.
They just separated each character into the class that it was already in. It just didn't visually show up as assault class, medic, recon, but they were classes.
System also means that players on both teams look exactly the same. Didn't see that tiny friendly dot above your teammate's head? Unlucky son. Maps in 2042 are abhorrently underdesigned, and around 70% of the lobby are concentrated on a couple of flags, leaving about 4 players on any other objective at any given time. This is in a game of 128 people. The map size also results in running extremely long distances.
This map fucking sucks. The rework on that map's pretty good though.
Only to get obliterated by snipers or helis. The actual graphics of the maps are in some cases worse than Battlefield 5. The destruction? Not great. Some buildings' walls are still destroyable, but you can't take down the actual buildings. Something you could do more than a decade ago in Bad Company 2.
That's a lot of damage!
There are still destructive events, but needless to say, they fall a bit short of the mark.
God, this game fucking sucked. This game was overrated as fuck.
I agree. I think it was overrated just because Battlefield 3 was better.
This game has a total of 22 weapons. Battlefield 4 had 83. Battlefield 4 also had 3 times the gadgets, 3 more maps, and a ton more customization for aircraft.
Is that comparing to the launch of the two? That's kind of crazy.
Helicopters. Then there's fewer game modes at launch, no snap page, no server browser, dog tags are gone, and so on. The movement. Guys said pre-launch that they were building on what they did with Battlefield 5. Let's take a look at that. Crouch sprinting, not in the game. Rolling, gone. Lying on your back while prone, absent.
Oh, that shit is so fucking cool.
Grabbing a ledge while falling, not in the game. Literally just leaning left and right like every game post 2012. No. You also can't dive under the water like you could in every Battlefield since 4. However, if you stab the water enough times, you can glitch yourself under it. The UI is so dreadful that you can't even tell if your settings are toggled on or off.
Yeah, true.
Assassinations are in the game, but they're lazily done. The man you're about to kill is prone. Why don't you help him up and kick him back down again, then stab him in the chest? That makes no sense. DICE added AI bots to the game to play out lobbies and make sure they're never dead. One issue: they're absolutely moronic.
I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
And lastly, there's still no snap page, voice chat, or even a scoreboard. And all of that was just the actual game design. Then there were the bugs. Are those my footsteps on dry concrete? Why is my gun firing blanks? Did you just die with so much as a toe touching a wall or rock? Sorry pal, nothing I can do. You just parachute down from the sky? Well, there's a chance that it stays deployed after you land, meaning there's now a parachute above you at all times, completely giving away your position. Vehicle physics are slightly broken. Helicopter hot landings are hot. Every time you jump in a tank gun, it's so jittery you might as well be sat directly on top of the engine. By the way, you can actually shoot yourself with that gun while getting inside. Nice. Then there's the random people frozen on the map. No hit detection on buildings, flying across the map using a ladder.
That was me!
So
I remember that clip. I remember that clip, bro.
No hit.
This is me. Oh, you guys can't see me. This was fucking, I was flying a jet into every single building, and it didn't do anything. It just was bouncing. It was just over. I literally, that wasn't a one-off, by the way. That wasn't just one building I hit. I hit every single building, back to back to back, and I'm just bouncing. I'm just bouncing around. It was so
That's so dumb.
Flying across the map using a ladder, and so on. But hey, the main game's not great. What? It has its own, it's pretty forgettable, but at least portal mode is decent. Wait, what's that? The ability to earn XP from it has been removed because of people boosting.
Obvious. Who cares about
that? Like, obviously.
Who cares about that? That's like who cares? But whatever.
Honestly, who cares?
No one did. Yeah, I mean, just extra little thing to be upset about, I guess.
The hell, DICE? Where was the stat page? Voice chat? A scoreboard? Legacy features. DICE response. Their scientists and engineers had been strapped for time and couldn't get them working for launch. But they promised these intricate and time-consuming features would eventually be implemented. But forget about that. In terms of basic features, the game seemed to have regressed more than a decade. Even the graphics in some cases. Something was clearly disastrously wrong. And naturally, the inevitable happens. What was a strong start with over 100k players on Steam soon starts to dwindle. Within a single month, the game falls below Battlefield 5's player numbers.
Yep.
Player numbers get so bad
That shit was funny.
Discontinue selling their own cheats because of it. Damage control mode was now on. DICE devs gather around.
That's
what
fine.
do players want? What do they need?
What about skins? Steve, draft us up a Santa Claus outfit.
Oh, no, dude.
Looks amazing.
This is what they showed
We
us.
press up a medi-
That's what they showed us. They said, what do you guys think about this? And we said, fuck no. And this is what we got.
That looks amazing. Jeff, we press up a medieval knight, would you? Day of the Dead Man. Baz, get on it. What about a clown skin? A clown. Perfect. These skins end up getting leaked ahead of their launch, and the backlash is so bad. DICE is forced to drop them.
Wait,
a series
oh, they didn't come out? Oh. Wait. Let's go. We did it.
We did it.
No, they still did in the end. Oh.
It's also stoked some fires. First, a DICE employee tweets about fans' brutal expectations. A stat page, voice chat, basic squad mechanics, a mid-game scoreboard. Brutal indeed. A pre-launch tweet where a DICE employee says that the game is in a solid state and that it wasn't his first rodeo, also gains notoriety. So in a shocking twist, the developers of a released AAA game rush to actually finish their game. November 24th, patch 2 is released. This addresses the crazy bullet spread on most weapons, as well as addressing some other balancing
That was a good
issues.
patch. That was not bad.
2nd of
Not
December,
bad. That
patch
was a good
3
one.
is released. This brings UI improvements and more balancing changes.
Decent.
Also, the scoreboard was supposed to release in this update, but that's been delayed. Also, Season 1 of the game is delayed till summer, a full 6 months after launch, as DICE are so busy actually finishing the game. March 8th, 2022. Patch 3.3 is released. After months of work, DICE's finest engineers and top talent working around the clock, billions in R&D, and unprecedented resource allocation, DICE had cracked it. And at the UN General Assembly, they showcased an actual, functioning scoreboard. My God, nothing short of a miracle. April 18th, patch 4. It had taken 5 months of work post-launch, but now DICE's quantum mechanical scientists are on a roll. First the scoreboard. Now they cracked something arguably more impressive. DICE goes on to win multiple government communications contracts, and everyone on the team is nominated for Nobel Prizes, respectively. And after this patch, those physics-defying hovercrafts should no longer be flying through the stratosphere. Despite these cutting-edge advancements,
I thought that shit was hilarious. They should have kept that.
I thought it was funny too.
Have actually signed a petition to get it refunded. But on June the 9th, Season 1 is finally released. Version 1.0. Finally,
They still black
DICE
buildings?
considered a full game.
Hell yeah.
7 months after launch, Season 1
What I'm talking
had a specialist, 2 guns, and 2 helicopters. Compare this to Battlefield 1's first DLC that included 4 maps, 2 operations, a new mode, 6 new weapons, 2 tanks, and a new class. Despite the lack of content, this does revive the player base somewhat. Season 1 also includes a ton of patches, one of which fixes the bug where landing your helicopter at the pace of a falling feather would result in instantaneous explosion. Plans to rework maps and classes are also underway. So what went wrong? Well, let's dive in. A month after the game's launch, prominent leaker Tom Henderson releases a video explaining
That should be
in his
known as a
sources,
leaker.
the inside scoop.
What the fuck is that?
It's interesting. According to him, due to EA's restrictions on creative freedom, a ton of DICE's veteran developers leave the studio to form their own after Battlefield 5's release. This is also when pre-production for 2042 is just getting going. EA looks around. They see a market filled with
Battlefield 5 was low-key pretty good. They just gave up on it too early.
Would be perfect for it. Their game plan is simple. Listen, lads, see all that popular stuff out there? Do that. And DICE gets to work.
Do that.
In February 2019, Respawn's Apex Legends releases and basically starts printing EA money straight out the game. EA likes, so DICE takes a bit of inspiration. And in late 2019, a battle royale setting and the concept of specialists are born. Now there were a few problems surfacing. The first up being the game's engine, Frostbite. Battlefield 5 was developed in just 2 years, meaning DICE didn't have the time to update the game's engine to the newest version. This time round, however, their game had 3 years in the oven, so DICE has plenty of time to upgrade. Now, it was DICE's devs who'd actually created Frostbite in the first place, so this would be a breeze. Wait, hold on. Haven't all those devs just left? Oh god. So barely anyone left at DICE knows how to actually use the engine, and naturally, 2042's Frostbite update ends up taking a while. A long while. In fact, upgrading the engine alone takes over half of the game's development time. What was supposed to take 6 months
Wow.
has taken 18. Fast forward to March 2020, and everyone's working from home now. This is not good. A process that takes a few minutes in office could now take hours. Also, EA has decided to backtrack, and is now saying they want 2042 back to a more classic Battlefield formula. DICE now has to spend a ton of time redesigning the game, and the original concept of 2042 is tacked on as a new game mode. Hazard Zone. August 2020. The concepts and ideas are finalised, and the actual game development begins. This leaves DICE around 1 year and 3 months of actual development time. This is very short for a AAA game of this scale, and that's compounded by the fact everyone's working from home. Also, new devs are still joining. In fact, at this point, almost 90% of DICE's designers had joined after Battlefield 1, 60% during 2042. DICE is now a completely different studio.
I don't even know who you are.
In February 2021, EA CEO comes out to the world. The Battlefield team is doing an incredible job. The game is way ahead of internal milestones. Isn't that right? Sure. A month later, DICE realises they're definitely not going to hit internal milestones. Frostbite engineers are then forced to drop their projects and jump on board. Time goes by, and progress on the game is made, and by August, the game is being beta tested internally. It's not long before the consensus is clear. This game is hot dog shit. The only option here is clearly another delay. This game could use at least another year in the oven. No, says EA. No more delays. No more ovens. The game is launching this year. DICE has no choice. And on the 12th of November 2021, the game releases. Battlefield 2042 today is in a much more solid state, and DICE has even recently released their first reworked map. Here's how that's going. However, at this point, few people are still playing the game. 2042 Steam numbers stoop down to sub 5,000, and the game slips further into irrelevance. Claims begin to circulate that EA is now in abandoned ship mode, and that 2042 devs are now down to a skeleton crew. And so, another one of EA's once talented developers has been squeezed dry, its talent harvested, and its franchise forever tainted.
God, Battlefront 2, that game owned. If they didn't do what they did with their pay-to-win shit, that game could have been... I mean, they continued to develop it. They stopped development like a few years ago, I think. But, fuck, that game is so good. Battlefront 2 is so good.
Battlefront 2 is really good.
Okay, this is a video people have been spamming for me to watch. Like, it's been crazy you guys wanted to watch this for such a long time. Now, I am not a
What's my theory? Loads of Overwatch.
Whole fit from Baby Gap minus over reliable for the hoodie fire emoji. Ah! Yo, Elon, your fucking website is a digital disaster. Fix your fucking piece of shit website anyways.
What is he doing then? Look at me.
Oh, fair in the back.
Diva on Diva action.
I've googled that before.
Yes, sir. Me too. Wait, what?
Oh, that virus.
I'm joking.
Wow, that was so good.
I think Decay is going to be the one who has to do some heavy lifting here if they're going to have any chance of finishing.
Wow.
You.
Season 2 roster leaked?
Street Fighter 6 streamers are going to be. While it is always important to take new him back, body Paul was another of his replacement bodies, so such an stick and mask, Fool and Balrog is a terrifying goth. Deluxe edition of Street Fighter 6, 82% of Street training heavily in the gap between Street Fighter Alpha and Street
Don't
Fighter
add Mika, no need.
inducing, annoying Gen Z orientated character. Ugh. How much more interesting would things have been if they built everything around an older Sakura? I don't think she adds much, or from the Middle East, which would suggest they're likely dark-skinned. Obviously,
Hey there, so I've been playing the latest Squad Patch 7.2, and I've got to say, by and large, except for some very frustrating bugs, I'm impressed. Squad's got a new APC, that's right, it looks like something they should have in Helldivers. It's got a new quad bike, which is an instant S-tier vehicle. It's got a new map voting system, which means players new and old have a much better idea of what maps and factions they're voting for without having to know the ins and outs of the entire game. Sniper rifles now have manual cycling, which especially after the infantry combat overhaul was sorely needed to get a better idea of where your rounds were actually landing. Listen up, come here. This patch has something else, something much bigger than all the things I've just said. And no, it's not the fact that there's a really cool bug where muzzle flashes just appear out of nowhere and start trying to kill you. What it is a huge adjustment to those pesky guns so many people hated. For many months now, squad soldiers have been called rude names like noodle arms, drunk, or Parkinson's. Well, guess what? They've only gone and found a cure. That's right, with changes to weapon bobbing with both scopes and iron sights, with proper stamina management, you can now actually use these weapons, and it has completely changed the game. In my mind, creating a gameplay experience that is the closest to the Project Reality experience I've seen since the infantry combat overhaul launched. This, of course, being one of the key goals the devs were inspired to create at the beginning of this project.
I still need to get this game. Wait, B-Star is still going on? I thought this ended. I still didn't finish the first season, I'm gonna be honest. It was good though. Heard your own media server.
And here on 2Guys Tech, it's been pretty well established that we believe the media you watch in your home should actually be in your home. And if you've ever subscribed to a streaming service like Netflix or Prime Video, just have a show that you want to watch get taken down, well, I'm sure you can understand where we're coming from. And especially while streaming services are implementing more and more intrusive methods of controlling your access and making sure you spend more money for the same service, it's starting to get to the point that they're resembling the ancient cable TV subscriptions that so many people were trying to ditch in the first place. Just about everyone's hiking prices. Prime Video is going to be introducing advertisements into their current paid tier, and Netflix is taking down something like 31 different movies and various seasons of TV shows in February alone. So if you haven't watched those yet, well, either it's time to get to work, or you can look into some alternatives. So if you're interested in seeing what it might look like to cut the cord for good and get some actual control over your ability to access the content you want to watch in your own home, well, that's what I'm going to be trying to cover in this video. And while we've made a few videos like this in the past, the solutions that we've covered have either been kind of expensive or more of a DIY project that might not fit most people's needs very well. To replace the streaming services without too much cost or complexity, you're going to need a few things. First of all, a place to store your movies and TV shows, like a computer.
Bro, why does this guy have the live action Aladdin in the background of his room? Wait.
First of all, a place to store your movies and TV shows, like a computer hard drive, server, or a NAS, as well as a place to get your movies and TV shows, like a DVD or a Blu-ray disc, and a way to record your movies and TV shows onto your storage, like a Blu-ray optical drive here, which your computer may already have built in. For the storage of your media, while you can use whatever kind of parts you want, and there are a lot of great options on the market right now, today we're going to be approaching this task with the TerraMaster F2212 network attached storage for a couple of reasons. It comes in at a very reasonable $170 price tag, it's extremely power efficient, and we think it'll suit most people's needs very well. And for full disclosure, TerraMaster did provide this NAS to us for review, so we want to thank them for that. The NAS is the heart of your entire streaming system. This is the place where your media collection is going to be stored across your storage drives, where your storage is configured for accessing your network, and where you can run some software to organize those media files and play them back on different devices, like your phone, computer, or smart TV. The F2212 is a pretty basic option, offering a quad-core ARM processor with hardware video encoding, 1 GB of DDR4 RAM, and a single gigabit Ethernet port. And while it's nothing to write home about with an all-plastic build and a very minimalist design, the advantage here is that the F2212 is really efficient, so you can leave it running all the time and have it available 24/7 for playing back your media. Just hide this thing next to your internet modem or router, and you're basically good to go. The two 3.5-inch SATA hard drive bays in the front can each accept up to a 22 TB drive, so in theory, you could have 44 TB of storage running in your media server, which roughly equates to something like 1,760 Blu-ray movies all on this compact box. To be more realistic, though, some of the best deals you can get for hard drives right now are within the 8 to 16 TB capacity range, and you'll want to protect your data by mirroring those drives, which is managed by the NAS automatically, so that way, if one of your hard drives just gives up the ghost without warning, you won't be left without any of your data. On the topic of data, though, the other big elephant in the room here is how you can actually get popular movies and TV shows into your home without the help of streaming services. And, well, actually, the answer is probably a lot easier than you think. Just go to eBay, search for something you want to watch, and see if you can find it on Blu-ray. Physical media is by far the best way to get access to a movie or TV show, in my opinion, because you can get plain 1080p Blu-rays for really cheap, and once you have that disc, you can watch it as many times as you want. It doesn't use any of your internet bandwidth, it looks better thanks to higher bit rates, and they usually offer more advanced lossless audio codecs. You can even use the special features on the disc if you so please. But I would also argue that discs aren't actually the best way to watch that content, especially for a TV show. A single season might be split up across multiple discs, and each season usually gets its own separate release, so you could probably end up with a bunch of discs, and Blu-ray players aren't the most reliable things on the planet either. Stuff like installing TerraMaster OS, creating user accounts, all in
I miss my PSP.
Alright, so at this point, a lot of you are probably familiar with the usual PS Vita analog stick upgrade. However, you rarely see the 3DS ones. And at this point, if you're already drilling over this one, well, you have seen nothing. I told myself I've done the 3DS and the Vita, so why not take it a step further? And I thought about these two, the 360 and the Xbox One, which at first glance they look like they have the same footprint, but in fact they do not. And that's because the 360 thumbstick is slightly bigger than the Xbox One, and because of that I settled on the Xbox One controller. So before I go ahead and show you how to do it,
I miss my Game Boy too. I wish I still had my Game Boy. My 3DS, man. What happened to those? I don't even know what I did with those, man. I want them back though.
Steam loves free games, and Steam loves free games mostly because users love free games. A quick check this morning showed that about 1/5 of users in-game on Steam were playing free titles. And what's not to love? At the rate new games are being added, you could play 5 brand new free games per day for the rest of your life and you'd never run out. That's great for the frugal Steam user. But I've been noticing a trend for a long while now, reaching a point where there are dozens of these upcoming minimalist hidden cat games. It seems you can rarely open the front page these days without seeing one of them either in popular upcoming or new and trending. And if you look a little closer, not just limiting yourself to cats, you'll see just how many of these games are flooding the store. There are now multiple developers solely committed to doing this, capitalizing on how simple this type of game is to produce, making use of monochrome art usually with just one screen and a rather homogenized form of marketing that they're all kind of aping from one another. And as it continues to build, I felt it was something that was worth talking about. And hey, as an added bit of fun as we're working through things here, I'm gonna hide 10 Two Left Thumbs logos throughout this video. You'll have to let me know how many you were able to find by the time this video wraps up. When uploading and submitting a free game on Steam as a developer, you still have to pay that $100 fee. The fact that you still have to pay to share a free game is exactly the reason I think Steam has never cracked down on the prologue trick from the last few years. In the prologue trick, rather than uploading a demo to your game's page, you pay to create an entirely new page for a standalone version, which is more often than not just the demo of your game. Why would they put a stop to it when it's effectively free money for them? Steam gets $100, there's no real downsides for the user, so it's doubtful they're ever really gonna put a stop to that. And it's the same thing here again with these free hidden cat games. Nobody is scamming users, and it's all done comfortably within Steam's own rules and environment. And in a constant arms race for visibility on the Steam storefront, I can't fault anyone for using these systems to their advantage. And while I've been seeing these games pop up here and there for a while, I wasn't aware just how insane it had gotten until February 26th. That was the day we launched William and Sly, and I'd been keeping a very close eye on other titles staking out that date, trying to strategize, seeing what sort of competition there might be, finally deciding that would be appropriate. Only for more and more games to continue to pile on after we chose that date, with the final count being 58 games released in that single day, 10 of which were free. Out of 58 total games, 5 were hidden object games, only one of which was paid, and one other one that was about something other than cats, although still using this new trendy minimalist black and white style. Of 58 games, I think only about 7 of them were appearing in the popular upcoming, which only games that have a proven traffic and interest can show up in. It's kind of unknown precisely what those metrics are. But we started seeing games that had just made their store pages appearing alongside our own. As if releasing your game wasn't already tough enough to get noticed, Steam's popular upcoming and new and trending sections only have 10 slots each on the front page. Popular upcoming gives you a nice lift ahead of launch, and if things continue to snowball well, you might land on that new and trending. That 1-2 of a final push when releasing your game can make all the difference. 58 games in a single day competing for that spot, with your new indie title now needing to compete against a multitude of these cookie-cutter free games. Out of those 58 releases, only 2 managed to stay on new and trending, and they were 2 of the free cat games. I'll reiterate here, nobody is doing anything wrong, but simply by the nature of how Steam is set up, indie games left and right are being drowned out by these simple quick fix releases. I wanted to attempt to trace where this trend started and when Okay, so out of all the monitors that were announced this year, this has to be the one that I've been most excited for because it's like my two dream monitors packed into one. With this little switch right here, it can transform from 4K 240Hz to 1080p 480Hz. And look, for the past like 5 years,
Wow.
I've been switching between two monitors at my setup. Usually it's a 4K monitor for editing, and then whatever the fastest esports display is at the moment for those competitive style games. I really don't want to compromise on either of those things, so I kind of just deal with always swapping them out. I do have a quick release monitor mount, which does make that process a bit easier, but this, I mean, it doesn't really get better than this. It is just a single button. So this is the
Dude, that sounds amazing.
gaming monitor, which is coming out next month, and it is the first time we've seen anything like this where you can switch between two completely different modes. We've seen some monitors in the past where you can crop in and get a smaller viewing distance, which is more comfortable for esports gaming, but nothing where you can swap to a
I want it.
and actually get a boost in refresh rate as well.
I want it so bad.
From 240Hz to 480Hz, that is an extremely worthwhile jump. I know a lot of people like to meme on 500Hz gaming, saying it's a waste of refresh rate and you're not going to become a CSGO pro just from a monitor. No one's saying that 500Hz is going to make you a professional esports gamer, but if you are playing games that can run at those sort of frames, I say why not? You see much smoother animation, and it is easy to keep up with in those fast-paced games. Now, when you switch into the 480Hz mode, you actually have three different options. You can do 1080p across 32 inches, or you can downsize that to 27-inch or 24-inch for a more typical competitive size. But this is where it gets really interesting. Stretching 1080p across 32 inches will give you the worst pixel density out of those three options, but it will give you the best pixel readout. 4 pixels at 4K convert perfectly into 1 at 1080p, so to be honest, it actually doesn't look half bad on this panel. Sparing the low pixel density, which you can mostly overcome by pushing the monitor further back than usual, you can still see aliasing on enemy hitboxes and those nice sharp edges, but you lose that sharpness on the 27-inch and 24-inch modes. When you use those cropped modes, they unfortunately look pretty blurry. 1080p is now trying to conform to an odd resolution. I really try to love those modes because the 480Hz OLED motion looks just really insane with those smaller frames, but everything just looks kind of mushy and out of focus. Speaking of 480Hz OLED, it is as insane as you would expect. I measured 0 millisecond pixel response times here, as you would expect from a top-tier OLED, with virtually zero overshoot as well. I also found no differences in response times or display latency switching between any of the modes, which is really nice to see. As for what that looks like in terms of motion blur in-game, basically the only thing that can beat this would be one of the new 540Hz TN monitors with backlight strobing switched on. I'd actually say without backlight strobing, this 480Hz OLED is a touch better. The motion clarity here is incredible. You know, it's the best that I've seen without any strobing added in. And on top of that responsiveness, this is an OLED, so you don't have to worry about any ghosting or artifacting. Switching from the 4K 240Hz to 1080p 480Hz, it's 100% worth it if you're playing fast-paced competitive games. 240Hz isn't by any means bad or slow, but 480 does give you that lifelike responsiveness and smoothness, almost flawless motion. And then here's a quick look at those crop modes again. They do soften things up quite a bit. Enemy outlines and details in particular are quite lost. You know, it's extremely obvious in game and not something that I could find myself getting used to. The brightness is very good for an OLED. This one tops out at just above 260 nits with a completely white screen. You can boost that artificially by using the non-uniform brightness modes, which on this monitor are named peak brightness. Basically, the panel will, you know, try and be tricky and spread the brightness around to give you the overall brightest image. I found this fine for desktop browsing, and the low mode as well is okay for gaming, but not something that I'd use for editing. As for the colors, the white point is basically as close to perfect as you can get. We have a massive DCI-P3 color range, and the accuracy in the sRGB mode is good. You know, just a touch oversaturated in some areas. Personally, though, I would happily use this monitor for my own color grading straight out of the box in the standard Gamer 1 profile. And of course, OLED colors for gaming are absolutely next level. In terms of the coating here, it is like an anti-glare matte coating, which I think I prefer over the glossy coatings for these OLEDs. They handle incoming light extremely well, and you don't lose any of that contrast or punchiness, which sometimes you usually do with a matte coating. The text clarity on this monitor is also extremely good. LG are using a new subpixel array for this new panel, and yet looking at fine text in Windows looks almost like a normal RGB display. This is easily the best OLED that I've seen in this regard. Usually we see some color fringing here due to the weird subpixel layout that these OLEDs use, but here, I mean, I'm just gonna say it is a non-issue. Now I know we've been talking a lot about the 1080p 480Hz mode because that's kind of the big feature here. The fact that it can switch to that is just insane, but primarily this is a top-tier 4K 240Hz monitor. I would say it's even slightly better than the very similar ASUS 32-inch that I tested recently because of the WOLED panel, which I feel is a little bit superior to the QD OLED on the ASUS. The 4K 240Hz gaming experience at 32 inches is absolutely phenomenal. Like, you could literally buy this monitor and just use it for 4K, that would be totally fine. For me though, it is all about the 480Hz mode on this OLED because that's the style of games I mostly find myself playing. If that mode was good, then this monitor can be my one and only monitor on my desk. Could that 480Hz mode possibly be comparable to the 540Hz TN that I've been using for competitive esports games? The answer is actually yes. The only thing I really need to do is push the monitor further back than I normally would, and that's it. After an hour or two, I found that I was pretty well adjusted to it. I found myself playing like I normally do. Not only that, but the responsiveness and the lifelike animations, which I keep describing about these 540Hz panels, that was here too on the 480Hz OLED. Would I buy this monitor if I was only interested in esports games and not using the 4K mode? No. I would instead grab one of the 540Hz TNs or wait for one of the 1440p 480Hz OLEDs coming out later this year. But it's the fact that I can switch from work or editing in 4K to competitive gaming at 480Hz in like 4 seconds. I don't have to unplug or swap anything. I don't have to mess around with my setup or restart my PC to make sure NVIDIA Shadowplay is working. It's literally all in this single switch. $1,400 is what this monitor is going to be on sale for around mid-April, which, you know, is very expensive for a single monitor. And if you're only interested in one of the things that this monitor can do, whether it's the 4K OLED, you know, there are cheaper monitors there, $1,000 will get you a nice 4K 240Hz QD OLED. And if you're only interested in the esports stuff, there are better alternatives there too, especially on the horizon like I mentioned. But if you have a similar use case to me and you could see yourself possibly using this monitor 50-50 between the two modes, it is literally two monitors in one. Very hard to argue that that is overpriced. But yeah, I mean, for me, this is like the dream monitor. It can do both of the things that I do mostly at my desk extremely well. So this is what I'm going to be using for the foreseeable future. I'll keep you guys updated. But yeah, for me, it is the all-in-one package.
It really does sound like the all-in-one package. 4K 240 and 480 hertz as an option.
Today.
Sounds amazing.
Out of all the monitors that were announced this year, this has to be the one that I've been most excited for because it's like my two dream monitors packed into one. With this little switch, motion blur in game, basically the only thing that can beat this would esports games. And the answer is actually in terms of motion blur, those nice sharp edges. Readout. You actually have three different options.
There's a new web browser that everyone's talking about. It's called Arc, and it was just released only for Mac and iOS. It claims to be an operating system for the web that will usher in a whole new way of browsing. I'm trying it, and it's pretty neat, but it does
looks interesting.
one big problem. What web browser do you use?
I normally use Google Chrome.
Safari?
Google Chrome. Mostly Chrome.
But are you willing to switch? I mostly use Safari, though I've gone through my fair share of browsers over the years. I remember when Firefox was new and gave us tabbed browsing. I even had an Opera era because that was the fastest browser for my crappy laptop at the time.
Opera is cool. I still like Opera.
You know, like if I have Windows PC, if I have Mac, they will use Chrome.
But Firefox is available cross-platform.
That's not Google. Like if Firefox make a search engine that's good enough, then I'll probably consider it.
I want to use Firefox. I really do.
Why don't you use? You can.
I know, but it's just so much work. It's so much effort to switch.
It's the easiest to use between two different systems, between Windows and Mac. You can have your favorites, your taskbar, everything's shared in between them.
It's just the syncing.
It's just the syncing, yeah.
Because users don't need to pay up and buy a browser, it should be really easy to switch around, and yet few do, which is why I asked all my Mac-using colleagues to try Arc out.
I'm not interested. I only like Chrome.
You Google shill. You're gonna be missing out because Arc is different enough to be worth trying. Tabs and the address bar are on the left-hand side instead of the top. This is especially welcome since websites waste a lot of horizontal space these days. I think it looks beautiful with the vibrant colors, themes, and margins. That tab sidebar becomes a liability if you're the type to have multiple small browser windows open at a time. But look what happens when you put it into full screen mode. You can take advantage of split screen to group 2 or more websites into one tab, just like you can with macOS's full screen mode. Only this is a little more straightforward and convenient. Plus, a lot of our computer life is spent in a web browser anyway, and to keep you there's a built-in sketchpad and notepad, which are treated just like any other tabs. What stands out to me is that
okay,
Arc
that
is
sounds
really
kinda
easy for
nice.
browsing. You can set up profiles to divide your work and personal life, and they're really easy to switch between. But Arc will archive the tabs within profiles after only 12 hours. Certainly surprised to open up your computer after a day and find everything you were looking at missing. You have to go in history to get them back or change the setting to 30 days like I did. However, there's a well-thought-out process here. Tabs you use all the time across profiles should be favorited as buttons at the top, and tabs you want to keep within profiles should get pinned up here. Also, check out this tab layering. Pretty neat. Outside the main browser window, there's mini Arc windows, which appear when you click on a web link from within a Mac app. I like how it helps contain and constrain the web browsing outside of the main browser. If you can adapt to these paradigms, maybe this could help you become more intentional about your browsing. So does it? Well, my colleagues will tell you after a word from this video's sponsor, SaneBox. I don't know about you, but somehow email has become so hard.
It was to sort of clean up all your tabs and have it be a bit more work-focused, I guess you could say. You can have a lot more things open at the same time without having a bunch of clutter in your taskbar. If I'm at work, I sort of have 3 to 5 websites that I'm constantly using, so those are just the obvious ones. At home, I actually have a different workspace entirely, so I use the space function. So that's just all the stuff that I generally just check either in the morning or after work.
I tried installing it on my phone, but it required a desktop to install for some reason.
The phone version of Arc is interesting. I like its design a lot because buttons feel like buttons, but it is wholly unfinished. It syncs your desktop surfing sessions via iCloud, letting you carry on from what you were looking at there. However, you cannot contribute to it by adding a new tab. Instead, you can only search in one temporary tab that's gone as soon as you swipe it down, unless you pin it.
I prefer on mobile over desktop.
Really? Because you can't even keep tabs in mobile.
I'm a really simple phone user, so for one tab is all I need.
What else about the phone version makes it better than the desktop version for you?
The fact you can change the theme and you can change the icon. It has cute little animations.
At first, I like it. I really like the UI. I think it's pretty and like design-wise, I like it. But then when I used it, I didn't like it as much because it's just like Google Chrome, but more beautiful.
I have my own minor gripes too. The back button and address bar are too small and insignificant relative to their importance to surfing. But these are small things that wouldn't prevent me from switching. Would you switch to Arc?
I don't think so.
But you would still stick with Safari?
Yes.
Wow.
I'll try it out. I'm open to anything that will like make my life better.
Yeah, I kind of, as of now, I have like fully switched to Arc. Yeah.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was really easy with all the importing that it allows from Chrome. It just brings everything over. You just had to make an account, sync everything up, and it worked.
What? Hold on a minute.
I wouldn't mind on the PC. It'd be kind of useful.
So if Arc was available on the PC, then would you switch?
Yeah, the streamlined design like a Mac, but on the PC would be great.
I'm still quite indifferent to switching browsers. I go where the wind takes me. I started using Safari full-time because I cover Apple and that's the browser. Apple made some big updates to Safari last year with tab groups and their own take on profiles. But because Apple's stuck in their flat design ways and they built these features in a well-established interface, I found it difficult to incorporate them into my surfing habits. I'm glad I'm giving Arc a try, thanks to this video. But does this mean I'm committing to an Arc era? I think I might just do it. But there are 2 niggling problems. Google and the money. Arc is built on Chromium, the free open source version of Google Chrome available for developers to build their own browser on top of. That means they all have the same engine and have all the same base features available, making it easy for Chromers to switch over. Even Microsoft, who dominated the browser space 20 years ago with Internet Explorer, has switched to their Chromium-based Edge. Yet, it means that Google dominates in yet another layer of the web space, and I'm a little tired of it. Chromium may be open source, but Google still has control over it. So even if you're not using Chrome, the web is still being optimized for it in other parts of Google's business. Like most other browsers, Arc is free. Free with Google means monetized with their advertising and surveillance. But Arc makes a big deal about not monetizing your data, so they're still going to be looking for ways to earn money differently.
One way to monetization is Arc for Teams and saying, hey, if you're working at a company, how do we make it so the best way to work together is in Arc with Arc together? Kind of the way that Figma, Notion, Airtable, all these companies monetize. I mean, it's really great. You give it away to individuals for free forever, and then you charge their companies.
Exploring monetization strategies that break from the convention of us users being the product is laudable, but would you or I pay for Arc? Depends on the price. Thanks for browsing through this MAC address. If you surf the web, give this video a like, and if you surf
There's another browser I was liking recently. Re-downloaded it though. It was called oh, that was the one, Vivaldi. Or Vivaldi. I was kind of liking that browser. It's nice though. Mouse just still does that laggy thing with the G-Force open.
Am I gonna have Demon that's been like this all day today? Is everyone just playing Orisa again? Yeah. We're running Fast still? We're running free version? Who's on me up? I can take space here. I'm topping you, topping you. I'm walking out. See one, force, two more. They're just gonna all in me. You shoot, dude. I don't think you guys are not voice there, but they won't know the, what we're going for next. I'll back. I'm just gonna go off, yeah, we guys just go really fast. We poke them out, we're just gonna roll. I'm just gonna poke.
I'm just gonna rush main, they're gonna window immediately.
Yeah.
I'm trying to run through it. It might actually be doable.
Bolt is aiming way too low on Orisa. Like, he's not getting any heady. Like, actually, no heady. This is pure body shot Andy gameplay. There's nothing he could have done there, though, so I think that was fucked.
You don't worry about anything. No stresses. They do say ignorance is bliss. Oh, that guy's dead. Orisa has no gold right now. We could fucking punish the shit out of this. Just shoot the Orisa. Just shoot the Orisa. I need to live. Can you help me?
Yeah, you gotta probably, yeah. Top me on.
I hate that Orisa skin. Why does it exist?
Lucio speared out of the sky. He's 1 HP. He's dead.
That's a good spear.
They're gonna all win me again. Orisa 1, Orisa 1.
He goes for body shots too much, though. Like on Orisa. I don't know why he doesn't go for more heady.
So we can help our Ash here.
Honestly, I'm gonna just play on her. Honestly, I'm just gonna push under. Just take your time. They have to come down. Orisa drops.
2 damage on Orisa.
Like purely body shots every time I'm watching her.
Very well, Naruto.
Like there's no effort to make an attempt for headshots when he's playing Orisa. I don't understand why.
No fortified, she just used. I bonked her on the low ground.
Got one.
Orisa's got no buttons. Right here. Dead.
Alright, good job. When I get a little closer, I'm gonna ditch point and TP you guys and use the rush.
Like he's aiming feet there.
Top down.
Like actual feet.
Spun onto me. I'm gonna TP out now.
Okay, no buttons to the Orisa. No buttons, no buttons, no buttons.
It's always so low.
I promise she'll die if you shoot the Orisa. I promise she'll die if you shoot the Orisa. I promise. No. Oh, there goes that.
It's still winnable, still winnable.
Still low though. No Suzu. I just Suzu the Orisa over there. It's okay, win.
Trey's still around.
Inside saloon.
Echo tag.
No pulse here, so it's okay.
Yeah, he's got to go for more heady, man. Like, Orisa does such good damage on headshot damage. And she's really accurate.
Bringing down that ramp.
Carry one, carry one, carry one, carry one. She sees it. Oh, I gotta run.
Their tank is low.
Nice. This up. There's Arya now.
Positionally, he's playing fine.
What have we learned, chat?
He's just not hitting headshots.
Right now. I probably can't kill her. Yeah, I gotta back away.
Like, he's not trying to hit headshots is the issue. Like, he should be trying to hit aim.
Zarya's under, Zarya's under. Turn, burn. We can't let her go like that.
We have to turn and kill her. She's gone. That's one, that's one.
No, for reference, Hoyo, I've played Orisa and hit 4,700 on Orisa with the 86% win rate with over 100 games as a top 500 player. And her gun's not the same as in Overwatch 1. Her projectiles are bigger in Overwatch 2, so it's easier to get headshots on Orisa than it was in Overwatch 1. And her headshot damage has always been really good. Like, for instance, he could be killing this Tracer really fast with just like 3 headshots and a spear, and then the rest of the combo to kill from the auto attacks along the way. But he needs to be hitting headshots. Like, he needs to be aiming for head. The head critical damage is really good. Like, right there, he was hitting more heady there. And with that spear, he was able to get a kill. Like, the headshots matter. They matter greatly. For killing a squishy, Orisa can kill any of the squishies really fucking fast if she's actually hitting a few headshots before. It can really catch DPS or like a healer off guard. And you'll get a frag.
They're gonna try to soak. What are they cooking alone on yoink? Oh, yoinkies. Soch. No paid. Moira. I can't touch for a sec. I can go back in. Don't worry. Don't panic.
It's a lot easier to hit headshots than one would think. Like the projectiles are really big on Orisa's why. No, but you should still be hitting more headshots as Orisa. Like, I definitely know what I'm talking about. Like, right now, he's getting... How many headshots do we count, chat? How many headshots? Let's count how many headshots on this junker. One headshot. At the very end, on the last hit, there was one headshot. Her projectile is a lot bigger than one would think, too.
Can we stop him from touching? Nah.
Like, he should have been able to, like... Can I just bring up... I could just play a game of Orisa and show you, but I mean, like... Hitting heady is really important as Orisa. Her body shot damage is very low. Like, you're not really gonna catch someone off guard. You're not gonna really, like, one combo someone with just body shots and a spear. Like, you can, but the damage is so spread out that there is so much time for a healer to react during that time that you're landing body shots as Orisa and then eventually spearing them for the kill. Like right now, he could have legitimately killed that Moira if he landed 4 headshots before and then speared. But since he's not going for headshots as much as he should, this Moira gets away with a lot more time to be like, alright, fade now, you know? You want the spike to be a lot more instant than that. Like right here, like, if he was trying to get headshots and he landed like 3 or 4 headshots and went for a spear, he would have had the kill. Those shots can happen really fast too. Like, the damage is so unexpected. Yeah, I know he's focused on not dying, but tanks are different in Overwatch 2. Like, your job isn't just not dying. You gotta do a lot of DPS too. You gotta pump. Like, you gotta aim on this character. Like, you gotta put in a lot of effort on this character. And, like, to get a kill. Like, you gotta aim, is what I mean. Compared to, like, Winston, where you wouldn't have to aim as much, or D.Va, you technically wouldn't have to aim as much. You still do, to get, you know, all the shots to land. You want to be direct body and stuff, but... But if you notice from his gameplay, he's like not hitting headshots as much as he should, and I'm just critiquing it. I'm not saying he's a bad player. He's playing positionally, like, fine. He's playing positionally well. The only thing that I have to critique on his gameplay for Orisa is literally he's just not going for headshots. He's not even putting the effort toward going toward headshots as much as he should. Like, his targeting here is good. Like, he should be going for the guy in the back there, so that's good. Like, this is all fine. Controlling high ground for a little bit. I'm surprised Junker didn't dive down and try and kill Orisa. I think Junker didn't know, though, where he was. But yeah, I wouldn't complain on... I wouldn't critique anything else. Like, I think he's playing positionally, like, fine. I think he's playing fine besides that, target-wise. He knows what he's doing. I just think he's not going for headshots. When he should be going for headshots.
Now, enter. Prepare your defense.
Orisa doesn't seem like a DPS, but she's a DPS. He's a brick wall DPS.
Only in unity will we find strength.
I wish violence never solved anything.
Like,
it would make peace so
at
much
least,
easier.
At least in that VOD of gameplay, like, a lot of the time you're just going, like, down here, down here. And there needs to be a lot more effort just, like, putting toward going for heady. It's mega important. It was even more important in Overwatch 1. Her projectile size used to be smaller, and her projectiles used to be slower, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they were slower than this. They were slower than this, and they were also smaller projectile size. But on the bright side, in Overwatch 1, they were more accurate. But projectile size makes up for the accuracy, because it's easier to hit headshots with the higher projectile size compared to the smaller projectile size. headshots there? See my headshots? Should always be going for headshots. Do you understand how much like pressure that puts on them compared to body shots? Mega important. I messed up there. And a 1. I shouldn't have vaulted there.
Now we all died in Nanoblade.
Failure is a chance to. My data surge is not yet ready. Objective lost. Stop the payload.
I've got meds. Who needs them?
Baron is dead, we can run.
Hostile mark.
Okay, I need to take my chip for his ult. Oh, okay, I'm done. Rain us out, kill him. Kill him.
Ready to throw in the blow. Thanks.
Oh, I didn't want to be pulled. Whoa, you know. Bro, look at the damage difference, chat. Holy shit. My soldier has 4K. See how much damage I did that Widow though? That was all me. That's how important headshots are. As like a Orisa player. Like it is mega important. The Zen, I can kill the Zen easily too. I'm expecting to kill your P right there. I would have been able to kill him bad enough ammo. Headshots are really important. We're not gonna be able to kill him, so give it back. Fuck, it just started spinning behind me too.
They will not break me. Hostile forces are pushing the payload.
Oh my god, dude. I had my vape in front of me and my tablet pen in front of me. I just tried to take a hit from my tablet pen. They're both like the same shapes. Nice, get back. Yeah, popped everything there. Kill his friend, kill his friend, kill his friend. I missed my spear like a dumbass. 1 HP! 1 HP's in, 1 HP's in, peeking with Ryan.
Let them out. My mistakes. Band together. Threats detected. Enemy inside.
I'm done. Nice, cool. The fucking healers aren't dying in the background, we're fucked.
Oh, we have to kill Life Fever.
Yeah, we had to kill healers there.
0 to 3. Switching sides. I will never rest. Only in unity will we find strength.
We're doing this my way.
My heart is strong, and my javelin is sharp.
A wanted man on the run. I've known a few of you.
I'm only guilty of stealing hearts.
Guess it's a good thing I'm heartless.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A. Initiating combat. I will keep us safe.
Come on, those are really annoying for the damage potential they have to kill me at stink. Yeah, they have a lot of... They have heavy damage potential now. No grip at least? No grip? One low on shield.
Like what's back there?
Yeah, we gotta kill this. Yeah, go high ground, you suck. No grip.
Fuck, dude, I don't feel like I can push.
Yeah, they just have so much healing. They have so much healing, man.
Band together. Join me.
We're going left side, we're going high ground. Come. Are you coming yet? Come from there. Come.
Band together.
They can ask, man. Let's go.
I got him. Go. Bro, no one's here.
Back one. Oh.
I will never rest.
I don't even know what I can do against this.
Careful.
I can go ram, I guess. I don't know.
No, Hanzo can one shot.
I need my team to get a pick here, though. Just like any pick, and we can win a fight. Like, just needs to be one pick of any. We win.
Alright, we should push.
Needs to be while I'm
That's
up,
really
though.
low. Behind the bus.
Slow him up.
I got the lamp. Hanzo's in the tree. Hanzo's in the train.
Left, right, that's it. Got it. Slid.
Left row can die.
Yeah.
Take this area together.
Do I need to ult?
Yeah. Where?
Oh, keep me alive, Thank you.
Yeah.
Help point. Hanzo. The tank is still by himself, right? No way.
Holy fuck, that's unreal. Both our healers are here too.
We must capture this territory.
Bro. Ow! We lose that! Bro, I'm literally on both the healers. What do you mean? If I have both the healers on me, I'm doing a shit ton, dude. I'm 22k damage. Why are you even saying my name?
Play of the game.
Oh, GG guys.
Yeah, GG. Bro. I had both healers on me. It is... Oh my god. Like, they can win that. They could have totally won that. They had no healing on the field. Ryan's shield was constantly being hit and low. They shouldn't have lost that. I'm doing 22k damage, man. I'm doing so much. I hate this game so much, man. It feels so dog shit to play tank. Oh, my team's so fucking lost, it's unreal. Do we take a look at how they're playing, chat? Do we give a look? I can't believe we lose that game. That's so unreal. I zoned both of their healers off too, dude. I was zoning their healers every time Ryan pushed in. My brother, they don't even have a Lucio. That Ryan shouldn't even be killing anyone. Like there shouldn't be an issue. They don't have a Lucio either. I had both of the supports on me, dude. It's crazy. What's even crazier is both my DPS were at like 6k damage, while I was at like 23k damage. I had double their damage combined. I can't believe we lose that fight. That is unreal we lose that fight. Like, bro. His shield? Look at it. Look at his shield when I leave. Look at this, look at this. Look at his shield. Look at the cracks. See how low it was? I put down a slow. He was lit up. I swap over to the healers, because that's the correct call. I put pressure on both of them the whole entire time. My team should not be losing that. I wall off the heals from BAP so he can't throw a heal through my barrier. And I'm still zoning off the healers. And I swap because I know the healers are going to the other door. And I'm zoning them both off again. And I ult. Like, bro, my team should not have lost that. Both the healers are still there too. I have my ult on them still. I keep it still on. How does my team lose that, dude? How does my team lose that? It's crazy, dude.
5, 4, 3.
I'll find my own path.
1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
I foresee you'll need me.
My ultimate is charging.
Thanks for the boost.
Okay. don't know why we separated so hard like that. He's gonna die, man.
I'm dead. I'm coming back from spawn now. Tracer's on the right side. What's in half?
Tracer, turn.
Tracer half. We can go.
Go, girl.
Lucio point. More half.
What's up?
Lucio.
Holy shit, that sucks.
For every bad, there's some good. Attack the point. Be right there.
Take cover.
My future's going into a...
Good pick.
Dual visor activated.
Dreamwork makes the dream work.
This ends now.
Come on, Sojourn.
Oh, I feel all warm inside.
Lucio half.
For every bad, there's some good.
Everyone, heal up.
Thanks for the heal.
Monkey jumping.
Fortune. Rolling to me. Let the Kitsune guide you. Activating self-destruct sequence.
Coming back.
Your prospects are looking better.
Tracer coming down. Below. Right side. Monkey in.
What's up?
Blizzard activated.
The breeze brings relief.
So we can die and come back.
Headshot melee doesn't kill Tracer? Didn't he used to?
Let's get back to it.
First round lost. Score 0-1.
I had an ominous dream, and this was exactly how it started.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Under my protection.
One soldier.
Tracer, fine. I'm dead. Fucking A, you got TP before.
The moon says I'm not waning yet. Duck dice out.
I don't know what the fuck my diva was doing. Why did he peek that as baby diva? He was baby diva and he just walked outside that doorway.
The spring flows anew, restoring balance. I foresee you'll need me.
We need to go up left. We need to take him off high ground.
Your prospects are looking better. Careful, we're outnumbered. Rally to me! Our futures are intertwined. Activating self-destruct sequence.
Team gap.
That was interesting. Let the Kitsune guide you!
Tactical visor active.
Very fun. I think it's 3-5 now. These games have been so bad, man.
Traveling to Dorado.
No.
Only in unity will we find strength.
Do not get in my way.
Hi there.
Battle draws near. Ready yourselves.
Locked and loaded. Who's ready to get this done? Hello.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
Payload's all out.
One.
Let's stop it.
We shall not.
Great, they have an echo. Could be very fun playing tank. Push. Why are they here? They shouldn't be here.
God damn.
Over here. The name's Cass. Heads up.
Restoring balance.
Oh my god. Bro, I don't know what character to play. Fucking all of them suck.
Enemy turret ahead.
Widowmaker here.
I'm touching. Go down, Nana. No way, dude. Oh my god, I can't believe they get the fucking payload there.
I must do better.
What's up?
If I lose this game, I swear to god I'm uninstalling this game.
Zenyatta is here. Going up.
Alright, well, I'm ready to uninstall.
No one can hide.
Hostile mark.
God damn it, dude.
Oh, he's so annoying.
Enemy located.
Motherfucker, dude. Help me. Oh my god. Trying to get kills out here. What is that guy's name?
Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna uninstall chat. Let's see if he pulls me. You guys didn't touch.
They did not touch. Nope.
I am gonna lose my fucking mind, chat.
kidding me, dude? What is this? Out of here,
They double ulted me.
Who's that floating girl thing?
No one can hide from my sight. I will never rest. The stuff of legend.
I got three. Just go in, please. Beat the floating girl. Like, I'm going off. As long as you get that floating girl, bro. What's her name, bro? What's her name?
That's Echo. That's your job, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just killed 3, bro, but Echo kills me every time, bro.
Echo denied.
What are those things she puts on me? Those... She like... It reloads every 4 seconds.
Yeah, if it's wrong.
What the hell is that? What is that? Ridiculous.
She puts... Yeah.
Got her. God damn.
If she does it, just instantly hide. Like, that's the... Like, straight up, just instantly hide. He's not happy.
Get on me. Yeah.
Fuck. We're actually losing that? No way. The team's getting shit on. My team's getting shit on, dude. Oh my god. 3.7k damage.
Ridiculous, bro. I can't even get a spawn because she does the... Oh my god.
It's over.
Got you. Stay on.
Doesn't matter.
Oh.
Complete. Score.
Am I waking you up or what?
2-3. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
It's crazy, man. I'm so much better than their tank if we're losing, dude. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of it, man.
Wherever they hide, we will dig them out.
Locked and loaded. Who's ready to get this done?
Just get the Echo. Just get the Echo, and we're going to carry, bro. I'll carry. Just get the Echo.
Escort the payload.
Oh, they're playing Hawk again.
I need health right here. I need health.
Oh my god, the timing, dude. The fucking timing.
My task is not yet finished.
Oh my god, the timing on that is unreal.
God damn. Dude. Alari's floating, Yuki's floating. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. I can't do any work if you're floating around the whole time. Fuck. Get her. Get her. Got her. Got her. Got Alari. We're getting dumbass. Get him, Roadhog, Roadhog, one.
No one can hide from my sight.
God.
Enemy turret ahead.
I must do better.
23 kills, bro. Step it up.
That team's so bad, man.
"23 kills, bro, but you have 9. Step it up, bro. Get these characters that I'm talking about.
My soul ignited.
The payload's moving.
Dude, I need help on the point. Like, I just killed 2.
Look at us.
The timing on that spear.
I'm not talking crap, I'm talking shit. This is stuff. Go in, you get dead. Die,
Okay. I'm done. Ah, man. That is crazy. That is crazy losing.
Reunite on the payload.
Alright, am I uninstalling chat? Uninstall time?
Play of the game.
And then we lost. Bro. Like, I'm actually so sick of playing this game.
got the bag, tell a friend. She got some ass, bring it in. Bitch, I'm the new CNN. Yeah, reel it in. I got the bag, tell a friend. She got some ass, bring it in. Bitch, I'm the new CNN. Yeah, drippin'. Really got the TikTok missing. This pimpin'. Broke niggas got me living. You Jordan a Pippin. I'm Kobe, I'm never gon' dish it. I'll miss it. I'm dissing as fuck and I ain't got the time to just kick it. I don't trust nobody cause I can't be fake. Frontin' ain't an option cause my soul can't change. And I'm tired of being humble, bitch, I feel no way. It's that young nigga shit, I might pull up to your bitch like. Reel it in, I got the bag, tell a friend. She got some ass, bring it in. Bitch, I'm the new CNN. Yeah, reel it in. I got the bag, tell a friend. She got some ass, bring it in. Bitch, I'm the new CNN. Jesus Christ. I buy that shit before I even know the price. This 13K up on my finger, bitch, you right. Them diamonds dancing, yeah, that boy be looking nice. I guess this what you call that motherfucker. Got a Tatiana, put her in designer. She Italiana, she a sorta kinda, she Bjork cute. So she really fine, just sorta weird, and she got some K. She give me OPP for my ODB. These APC, do your ABCs. I'm a young dreadhead with anxiety, and I love it when a bitch nigga trying me. I don't trust nobody cause I can't be fake. Frontin' ain't an option cause my soul can't change.
I still can't believe we lose that game, man. Shit's crazy.
Reel it in, I got the bag, tell a friend. She got some ass, bring it in. Bitch, I'm the new CNN. Yeah.
Like, dude, I was actually playing so fucking well, and we're just like losing. It's just like nothing I could do. Tank feels so ass, dude. And the lower elo I am, the worse it is. My team just doesn't know what to do. They just fucking die. They just don't do damn. I'm doing literally triple the damage of my DPS. Like, bro. Literally triple his elims too. Like, my god, man.
Arriving at watchpoint, prepare to attack. Select your hero. Only in unity will we find strength.
Like, dude, I could not be doing anymore.
We are soon to need it.
Still fucking lose those games. I'm actually so mad. There's so many situations where it just should have been a win. Should have been any issues whatsoever, and then just team falls apart. It's like, bro, I set you guys up for success. How?
Attack commence.
Like, I kinda just want to int in and just die. Like, fuck it. Maybe just locking Doomfist to my games. 323 damage. And a minute has passed. You know how much 325 damage is, chat? Do you know how much damage 323 damage is? That's the equivalent of not even 2 arrows. That is not even 2 arrows worth of damage. If he literally hit his rapid fire shots, like 2 of them. His E ability. Alright, GG.
I am outstanding.
Yeah, he wants Symmetra. He got 2 kills with Symmetra somehow.
This ends now.
Dude, it's so fucking annoying.
60 seconds. Failure is a chance to grow.
Alright, well, GG, I guess.
We must go and make a plan.
Tactical visor activated.
10 seconds remaining. Overtime.
Barrier up.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Break me. Round 1. Complete. Safe. Score 0-0. Switching sides.
Another L, let's go.
Only in unity will we find strength.
Violence is such a waste of resources, but they've left us no choice.
Stay near, will
Over
you?
here.
I hate when people run off without me.
Hello. Over here. 5, 4, over here. 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop defensive are pushing you. Stay put.
Dude. You can see the setup on the mines? 4 of them hit me. 4 of these mines hit me. Literally 4 of those mines hit me.
The world still needs defending. Terra Surge ready. Defeat. Play of the game.
And you thought I was rust.
You ranked to Plat 3? Feels good, man. From Plat 1 to Plat 3 somehow. Or from D5 to Plat 3 somehow. Love to see it.
Come on, Snowball. They need our help. I have a need for swiftness.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Okay, deep breaths. We can do this.
A taste of poison. This beats will heal you up. There's a test subject. My favorite part. Last hit.
We lost our doom, it's over. That really sucks.
We need to catch up. Over there.
Whoa!
Don't give up. We can do this.
We must stop the enemy now.
Is all I have left.
Okay.
Heavy against us.
Doom probably won't switch. Doom players never switch. If they start off Doom, they never swap off Doom. That's how it goes. If they swap midway to Doom, they might swap off to Doom. But if they start Doom, they're not ahead of their ending Doom. That was chosen. Feels good, man.
This ends this now. Surrender to my will.
Once again, I set forth.
Enemy here. I'm with my power and
Enemy seen. We cannot let them take the robot.
I can't climb that.
Did your mother not teach you?
It's still so dumb how they removed wall climb shotting. Now Hanzo just gets shit on every time he wall climbs and tries to peek. It's so dumb. Like if someone knows you're wall climbing somewhere, you're fucked. Okay.
Enemy turret ahead. I cannot give up yet. You can't hide.
Reforming you.
Need healing. The enemy moves. We must stop them.
Pick one. Pick one. I need healing. I need healing. I need healing. I need healing.
I will do better.
Yeah, they gotta add a healing receive set.
Are you positive that's the problem?
We have the robot.
Wait, did the arrows not bounce anymore with that? Did they remove that? Arrows still bounce, right?
Dude, I can't see you.
Holy shit, dude. Where did Doom go? Oh, that's who he was talking to.
We've lost possession of the robot.
The arrow returns to the quiver.
Hey, it's Kiriko. Kokoyo?
I don't know why my Doom play. Also, like, the healer should have been in a better position, though. Bro, why did they remove the... They just gutted everything from Hanzo. I don't understand. Why don't the arrows bounce anymore? Did they remove the arrow bounce from my E? While also removing me being able to charge my arrow and climb? While also nerfing the one-shots? Like, I'm okay with them nerfing the one-shots, but bro, did they have to nerf everything else on my kit?
The robot is in our possession. Willpower burns within me.
Well, they do bounce.
Unassailable prowess.
I feel like I wasn't seeing the animation. Oh, did that headshot? You see that shot? That could have been so sick if he didn't get healed. That would have been a headshot rapid fire kill. From a wall bounce. That would have been so fucking sick. But he got healed, so.
I will persevere. It's high noon.
It's so just make Hanzo arrows bounce like that in general, though. Like, bro, let me bounce my arrow, come on.
What's up?
I tried to kill Kiriko because he was one. I thought I knew where he teleported to.
It is not my time yet. I've got you in my sights. The enemy pushes the barricade.
Let's kick this off.
Yeah, I'm missing everything.
See through the wolf's eyes.
Unassailable prowess.
Oh.
I need healing.
60 seconds. Enemy over here.
Sing for life! Witness the flame of my soul.
Okay. Okay, dude.
30 seconds remaining.
The barrier appeared. Scanning. The barrier is weakened.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
My hand is one shot.
It was my duty.
Double kill.
My ultimate's ready.
Team kill.
Seriously though, chat, they need to add a healing receive stat. I don't care if people get flamed, dude. Like, people need to know how much they're getting healed from their healer. I don't understand why that's not a stat. Like, literally, why is it not a stat? It's the most vital other stat that's missing. Like, that's the only stat that's missing that is an actual vital add. Because then you could say, alright, bro, I'm not getting healed at all, please. And then they can see it and be like, alright, yeah, you're right. You're right. Anna one, Anna one, Anna one. Anna, you guys gotta kill Anna. You guys gotta kill Anna. It's the only way you guys win. Hell.
We must recapture the objective immediately. Play of the game.
My Hound's just so bad now. I also just literally did not get healed that game in the beginning. It was better when I actually called it out. I think I'm on a 5-game loss streak. Yeah, I'm on a 5-game loss streak. Feels good, man. Did we get 6 for him? Did we get a 6 loss streak?
Only in unity will we find strength.
To find success, we must search in harmony.
I think we can get it on the loss, chat. I think we can do it.
Was the lily on Gerard's grave yours?
You know we were close.
Not close enough to know he preferred roses.
It's not my job to get you back alive, but stay close to me, and we might manage it anyway.
Hey! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Push. Get fucking shit on me. We didn't need that. I really wanted to ult them. It was so bad, I don't know. I just feeling over brain. I was just like, I really want to ult these guys, fuck it. I know it's not good, but I want to. Just spot.
I'm on fire! Is Evie watching?
No one can hide from my sight.
Pain is inevitable.
Executed.
We're moving out. Expect resistance.
Healing requested.
Soldier 1.
Good night. They're Reaver now.
More recharged and on fire.
Oh my god, he's actually so low too.
I learn from my mistakes.
They did darken that.
Not forgetting the payload, are we? Need a moment to recharge. My ultimate is that big. Get down the line.
Reaper as all, Reaper as all, Reaper as all. Oh my god, I had all too. Nice, nice.
The payload moves with certainty.
NATO abilities.
I'm taking the payload.
Teams out of commission.
L1 complete. Score 3-0. Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero. Only in unity will we find strength.
They say you're a good shot. Hope you don't mind that I'm better.
I know more than anyone that a head that big is an easy target.
Fruition comes from within, as does failure.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. System impaired. I will not yield.
I almost killed him. Bruh, they're just counter-comping me with everything on the fucking imaginable. They pick literally everything to counter me. Like, everything. They thought of everything they could to get rid of the thing.
We will crush them.
And now it's just, now I just gotta rely on my team. Team's just gotta win.
Objective lost.
It's just gotta do something.
Stop the payload.
They can't hurt you. Do your worst. Feeble of us. Try harder.
I should go Naga. Actually, no. Naga would have sucked against that. I messed up. Bruh.
For the parch.
I will have Olympus.
God, I really hate playing tank when people fucking just counter the fuck out of tank. Like, it's not fun playing tank when the whole team decides to counter comp you. It feels so ass. Don't die.
Anger Poseidon at your peril.
Anna checking in.
Bruh. It's so AIDS, man.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
I return from the depths.
Moira by your side.
Like, bro, they're just running tank fucking destroyer. What can I do?
You are safe with me. I will speak to you in the language you understand. Friends.
This is the unfucking real. Why are you so far back, dude? Right, you shouldn't be so far back, Anna. There's nothing that can chase you down that fast. Zen's not gonna fucking fly toward you. Malga maybe, but you have the team. You gotta play closer with us. You can't play high ground. Come. You got anti. We need your anti. It has to be on the dot, on the prime. Go. Is that anti?
A mild inconvenience.
But you can't play so far back on Anna.
You are safe.
Score 3-3. Switching sides.
Like, there's nothing on the team that could have possibly dove our Anna, like, safely and, like, guaranteed a kill. There's no reason for our Anna to be that far back. Positioning is important.
Stay sharp.
You know it can be worse than a good spot? Is not being in the spot you need to be. That's the issue with being in a good spot. Quote-unquote good spot. You may think you're in a good spot, but are you in a good spot to actually anti? To get some no-scope heals and move and push if you need to? These are important questions that you need to be asking yourself when you're playing Anna.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Capture objective A.
I will give you shelter. Your miscalculation will cost you everything.
They have no healers. There's no way we lose. They have no healers, man. They have no healers. You guys are losing to a no healer Mauga. No healer Mauga, guys. Holy shit.
Anger Poseidon at your peril.
60 seconds remaining.
Bad guys, take him out. You too, brother.
30 seconds remaining.
Zenyatta is greetings. Ain't much time left. Roll him over.
Seconds remaining. Gale the Mahol.
A battle lost for a war won. It's time.
Complete.
Sensei
Score 3-3. Switching sides.
I will have Olympus at any cost. What matters is that we fight to the very last second.
Keep in sight. I'll have us in and out in no time.
Five, 4,
It's over. GG.
1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective
Super one. What the? Oh, it's over.
Their confidence will be their undoing.
Bro, I'm gonna demote the fucking gold. The gold tank here.
Are you with that? I want big racks, I'm gon' flock, I'm gon' stack. Are you with that? Won't forget that shit I saw in my past. Are you with that? Like I'm with that. Hope you watching your back.
I be gone.
Hope you watching your
Watch my back, stay gon' run on how they come.
Hope you watching.
Get your life, get back. Up first, better not miss that. Tell me if you with that.
It's actually so annoying. Like, bro, I carry the fucking game, and then every game they just go counter tank comp, and then my team doesn't do anything, and it's just fucking over. The amount of games, dude, that I get people to swap on me to literally just full team counter kill me. My team just like can't do anything. It's just rap. It's crazy. It is crazy, man.
Whatever are only in unity will we find strength.
I hate this place.
Five, 4, 3.
I actually want to uninstall this game. I'm so sick of it.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
These games have been so dog shit, man.
Let's get this show on the road.
There they are, enemy here.
Like, bro. Okay.
My ultimate is ready.
Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I thought I would catch him. I thought I would pull him. I didn't pull that though. Help me.
Enemy here.
Score 1-0.
Must we still lose this game somehow?
You're one of my finest experiments.
Flattery will get you the grave.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I used to not listen to this song on stream because the lyrics were. Yep.
We might actually win this.
I didn't make him jump in the pit.
We have unwelcome guests on the objective.
There's fire.
I will never rest.
That wasn't smart of me to jump down. I was kind of trying to 5-head, and yeah, it didn't go that way. I tried to debate him to follow me. That doesn't help. Doesn't work. Are you kidding me? That headshot damage though is why I play Rissa. I'm dead.
Enemy turret ahead.
Re-evaluating. Re-engaging. I will overcome any challenge. Thank you.
Wow, my first win in what, 6 games? Wow.
Play of the game.
Wow. Maybe I won't get demoted to gold, but I probably will demote to gold. Doesn't matter how crisp my aim is. Legitimately doesn't even matter how good my aim is. I will still be ranked still. I miss old Orisa. Old Orisa damage was goated. I wish I had some gameplay of it. I didn't upload anything though. Orisa used to have very small projectile size though, and longer travel time projectiles, but they did more damage and you could set them up better, because not better, but I mean like since there was a longer time to travel, it kind of just like they did do more damage, kind of, I think.
Welcome to Jakarta.
All I know is when I was hitting heady on old Orisa, dude, that shit would fucking hurt. Old Orisa was so good for headshot damage at a point. It's still good though. It's still really good in this game.
I'll find my own path.
Hi. Systems calibrated for maximum cooperative behavior. Gauge out.
More field research.
What's up?
Grand.
Fixating on target.
I like your mask. I said I like your mask, dude.
Going up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
Destiny calls. Engage this enemy. Infused with light. Over here.
He accidentally booped me.
Fate draws us together. Yoku dekimashita. Reading your cards.
I just threw that so bad. I just threw that so bad. I just threw that so bad. My Suzu.
I licked my wounds. Let's go. Your prospects are looking better. No one can hide from my sight. I got you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna Ouch.
Upper J, upper J, cover J, cover. Aw.
Move the payload. Let's go.
That was interesting. I'm here. My gift to you. Carried on the wind. I'm with you. Under my protection. My ultimate is ready. Join the Kitsune is ready.
The payload
My
has reached
ultimate is
the
ready.
checkpoint.
Join me. My ultimate is ready. Join me.
Welcome to the scrapyard, where there's only one chance and plenty of chance.
Ascending.
Advancing upward. Enemy radar contact.
I've got you in my sights.
Duplicating wrecking ball.
This ends now.
Gale the Mahal.
What's up? Kokoyo. Reading your cards.
Holy shit, that dot.
Be careful, Shimada.
Yeah, they're watching for me.
Your future is bright.
No way. I thought he was fine.
Let the Kitsune guide you. I feel a warm inside.
Oh, he ulted me.
What's up? Like a gentle rain.
We got it.
Complete. Score 3-0. Switching sides.
I miss Overwatch. I miss Kiriko at launch.
Prepare your defenses.
Kiriko at launch was so much more fun. The longer range teleport, higher damage kunais. I was able to just DPS Kiriko.
I'll find my own path. Fate draws us together. Can't change the future unless you pay up front.
Strange as it seems, I believe this place may have something to teach us.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
Let's get this done. Reading your cards.
Are you kidding me? I die there? Are you kidding me? That kills me?
I draw the wheel. Let's turn this around. Manifesting. Like a gentle rain.
Man, not even aimed for me, dude. Shit sucks. Oh yeah, he did. I should have hit my. Okay.
That was interesting. Later.
We literally just gotta run them over. Like, they're running ball. Like, we just dive them.
Feels like sewing, huh?
Run them over, go. Run them over, strat, let's go. I guess we won't run him over.
I don't give up that easily.
Alright, GG, go next.
That we should fail.
What's up? More, daijoubu.
Another day, another L. What are we doing? That really fucking sucks. I did not want to tab on shift on her. The radius is just so big.
Let the kitsune guide you. Might get to you.
Not GG.
This bodes well for you. Hey there.
Bro. Bro. I don't know what was going on with my Reaper there. AFK'd and then didn't decide to touch too.
3 to 3.
He wraithed his E, or his shift, I mean. And then he canceled his shift. to hit the ball there instead of touch payload.
Spend every moment growing into who you truly are.
Hammer check, turret check, backup turret check, second through fourth backup turrets check, check, and check.
Shed the weight of your doubts, and your mind will become clear.
Irrepressible.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's fun to lie to people. Just for no fucking reason. I don't know. I wanted that, but
Hostile here.
yeah, I should have pulled Zen, not him. Fuck me.
Round 3 complete. Score 3-3. Switching sides.
ต้องลองวิธีอื่น
You can't mass produce.
It's game over. I think they have like what 3:30. It's over. GG. He lost 8 games in a row. Maybe I'm in loser's queue, man. Maybe loser's queue exists. I feel like winner's queue puts you in loser's queue though. The force 50-50, I swear to God. It exists.
Irrepressible. The suspense is terrible.
And I'm getting that plus bad games. Why is that a thing with Light Fever? Why am I able to proc that from here, dude?
Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
They have 4 minutes. Literally 4 fucking minutes. Honestly, we gotta hold there, dude. They have 4 minutes, like. It's over. Just cheat. Game over.
Thank you so much. Come here, will you? Can't have it getting worse.
I didn't think I had a grip. Another L. Let's go. Let's go.
Play.
Very cool, very fun. Very good game.
Games had restrictions like major and minor skills and moral as of specific parts of your
Welcome back, everyone. So here's the deal. Unit economics online are getting a bit funky, and that is leading to some pretty damn bad stuff that will not be good for the health of the industry going forward. Essentially, media companies are being gutted by venture capital vultures that see them, of course, as assets to be stripped to the bone and then be discarded. There's no thought to the audiences that these media companies serve or the staff who works there. Often it's one of those things, we can criticize the sites, we can criticize the big corporations, but ultimately, whenever a big hot journalistic report drops in a game like Overwatch or Diablo or Dragon Age, that is actually of a lot of value to us. Remember, Anthem came out, Anthem exploded, and then we got highly detailed articles with loads of sources explaining why that game was such a shit show. That's the kind of thing that we actually want to see. So today we're talking about the latest in a long line of these examples. One of the more prominent sites in gaming is being forced to meet pretty damn impossible goals that seem to be designed to get staff to quit, likely to replace their work with AI slop, because this group has said that they want to do that, and eventually there will be nobody really left to stop the executives from just selling the brand entirely. And look, have you ever wondered why you're kind of getting, you know, less of the journalism and more of those like horrible SEO keyword stuffed guides that are kind of shitty? This is why, and today we even have a convenient villain, and that guy is Jim Spanfeller. We're going to be talking about what Jim has been doing. It ain't good, but there is a silver lining, because as the Jims of the media world kind of, you know, tighten their stranglehold and things, and as people flee these sites, well, we start to get things like Second Wind appearing. Of course, Second Wind was the escapists video team being driven out, not by Geo Media, but by Gamers Group. That's another example of that. It's led to Second Wind, and I think we can definitely say that that is a big win for people. So we're going to see less of the big media companies, but we will see smaller, more siloed groups of creators who decide to go direct to their readers. And funny enough, that is exactly what we do at Bellular.Games. Obviously, ad rates going down, things being, you know, unpredictable and a bit scary. We're not immune to that, and that is why Bellular.Games is what we are essentially growing. We decided to move off Patreon. We are now running our own site. It's built on open source technology, so all of that stuff is really sick. We're growing our community there, and if you join up, not only is that the best way to support us, but also you'll get an edition of Loading Screen every single day. You will get access to our actual news reports before I even do them, so you'll get the stuff that the research team brings to me, and of course early and ad-free videos. So that's what's going on there, and look, at the end of the day, this ain't about Lambos, this is about wages going up and job security. So that's what's up. Let's then talk about this story. Okay, so the thing that kicked it off is the editor-in-chief of Kotaku quitting publicly, and That's a phrase that we hear quite a lot because, in fact, this is the second editor-in-chief that has left that company in 7 months. Previously, Patricia Hernandez was fired, and the reason why she was fired is because she refused to follow the direction of the executive leadership who actually own the website. Essentially, she was being told there was a corporate mandate that would see Kotaku pivoting from news and commentary and critique over to a site that would be heavily focused on guide writing and essentially cheap SEO bait. Now, obviously, I know Kotaku is, controversial site, obviously. Some people love it, others don't. There's lots of sites out there. It's kind of fine and normal that there will be ones that you gravitate towards more.
There should be a Red Dead Redemption movie, for real.
Into the numbers here, Kotaku only has more than a handful of staff, and they've got pretty damn high turnover rate. And a lot of what they do is kind of driven by what that corporate leadership actually wants. So it really is a Ship of Theseus-like situation, bit of a revolving door. The thing is, though, actual journalism can come out of there. Do you remember earlier on last week, the story of Overwatch 2 PvE? That was actually broken by a journalist working for Kotaku who had sources at Activision Blizzard. So it is one of those things where ultimately these sites are finding themselves where, the people there, they want to, often anyway, they want to try to do the journalism. They would rather break some sort of crispy story about Activision Blizzard. What they are more being forced to do by leadership, though, is just exist in the endless content mines, which is not a particularly fun thing. So to get to the story, here is the email that Jen sent to Geo Media leadership. That is Jim Spanfeller and Leah Goldman, okay? This was seen by Aftermath. And funny enough, Aftermath are one of those groups that used to be in one of those larger sites, and then they basically said, screw this, we're doing it ourselves. So here's the email. After careful consideration, I have concluded that the current management structure and decision-making processes at Geo Media are not aligned with my values and goals for Kotaku. I firmly believe that the decision to invert Kotaku's editorial strategy to deprioritize news in favor of guides is fundamentally misguided given the current infrastructure of the site. This decision is directly contradicted by months of traffic data and shows an astonishing disregard for the livelihoods of the remaining writers and editors who work here.
Morning, sir.
And then she publicly tweeted some personal news. I've resigned from Kotaku and Jim is a herb. And if you don't know what that means, basically, Jim reportedly, allegedly gets very angry when people call him a herb. It's sort of like a Geo Media insider thing. So as much as Jim might be offended that he has been called a herb in public, there's actually a bit more here, because to say that this is just they want to deprioritize news and do some guides, that's actually kind of downplaying things. When we get into allegedly what some of the goals are that would be set for staff going forward, they do appear to be impossible to achieve in a way that would actually serve audiences, which basically means it's either total uber slop or it's just, a justification to get people to quit the site, or time-saving technologies of AI to use that instead. So let's actually properly get into things then. The 7-person writing team at Kotaku, which by the way is pretty damn tiny for a site of that size, so the 7-person writing team would be required to publish 50 guides a week. Now, a guide is not a news post, okay? If a bit of news happens, look, it's pretty easy to do. There'll be a press kit with some images. You can just write up what's happened. It's easy, right? We all know that that's kind of easy to do. A guide, though, is a bit different. It requires careful wording, screenshotting, understanding exactly what an audience wants to know as the person doing the guides is playing through the game. Making good guides is a discipline, and often ends up being a pretty thankless one that never really gets enough credit. But we
This game right here has been developed by this one dude. It is one guy, and he's been posting updates to
Dino Blade.
dinosaur game with swords. This is the recent
Dino Blade
update.
sounds
I'll look at
cool.
a few of them.
Like the name's badass. Dino Blade.
It's imagine every character in the game is Sif from Dark Souls 1.
Dino Blade. Dino Blade.
As somebody who's followed this game for like a year
Wait, this
now,
game actually looks sick.
there have been dramatic improvements. I think that we're at a position where I do think this game will eventually release, and it will be fun. I'll show y'all a few more of them. It's even got like a fucking finisher move like that. Look at this. Look at that.
That's cool. Those are sick. Bro, that's so badass, actually. It's so cool.
Jesus. Chainsaw? Oh my god.
I love the chainsaw head. Wait, there's a bow.
Bro, wait a second.
That's so cool.
No fucking, that's
so cool. I love it.
oh my god. Yep. Jesus. This is like one of those games where it's like you didn't know
So cool.
you needed it, but when you see it, you need it.
I need
I
it.
love this. Yeah, Monster Wild. Yeah, this is so fucking good. I got a couple more. It's even got like parries and shit like that. I mean, naturally, the dinosaur sword fighting game would have parries. I mean, it kind of just goes without saying. Damn. The dinos don't look realistic? Yeah, I've seen once in real life that, yeah, it doesn't look like any, like, doesn't look like those at all. Another one? And there you see that, see, like, people are talking about the frame rate. You can see, obviously, the frame rate was just because the background was unoptimized. Like, look at that. That is clean. Looks like it's like Armored Core. You know what? In a crazy way, this is like Armored Core. It's like Armored Core in the same way that Attack on Titan is a mech anime. Yeah, what the fuck? That's a good way to say it. Damn. There's I think there's what, I got one more? Yeah, I got one more. And this is one of the older ones too, so you can see how much the game's improved. So this dinosaur can actually roll? Well, that makes sense because of his like the spikes. Looks sick, yeah, bro. He does a barrel roll. Field view is so bad though. Oh, I mean, like this is again, it's an old one. God damn. This game won't complete until there are double-bladed lightsabers. I mean, that would be fucking crazy, right? Yeah, this dude has basically just been making this game and developing it for how long? I mean, this is the first, maybe the first video. When did it come out? June? Oh, it's almost 2 years ago. Yeah, so we're talking like 21 months ago this started. Yeah, almost 2 years. There it is. I'll link y'all his channel. Like, I've been following him on Twitter now.
I'd play Dino Blade.
What up, everybody? I know.
I thought that was Ninja for a second. I was like, huh?
What up, everybody? I know that I've been fairly silent on my What up, everybody? I know that I've been fairly silent on my #1 Dragon Lore project for quite a while, but don't worry, I have been working on it. Let me update you on all the drama that's been happening behind the scenes and attempt to increase our odds in the final contract to levels never even seen before. Some of you may remember this clip from a video I posted about 3 months ago. The #1 knight was crafted by Drutter, and he agreed to sell me it for $8,000. Then out of nowhere,
Jesus.
a Brazilian dude came and offered him $16,000. Double my offer for the #1 knight.
$16,000? It's more than it should be worth.
Which is obviously an offer he could not refuse. And I lost the knight.
Yeah.
It turns out that Brazilian dude is actually the owner of the #1 Dragon Lore currently, and bought the #1 knight basically just to stop me trying to achieve my dream of crafting the #1 Dragon Lore and replacing his.
But it was bought by the #1 D-Lore owner that was scared Sparkles would beat it.
Now, I'm not one to let dreams die. Now that somebody was actively trying to stop me from achieving this, I was more determined than ever. He started making a few videos on me and the #1 Dragon Lore attempt. In these videos, he figured out that I had the skins already for a 20% shot at the new #1 Dragon Lore. Since that video was posted, a Chinese individual actually used 10 M4A1S knights to craft another very low float knight that would be usable in my contract. He offered that to me for $10,000, and jumping at the chance to increase my odds by another 10%, I was like, yes, I'll take it. I now had a 30% at the #1 Dragon Lore, the highest odds I have ever had in any attempt of mine, of which I have done quite a few. At this stage, I added my Brazilian friend on Steam, admittedly to gloat a little bit. He wrote back an incredibly kind message, but I couldn't let his kindness stand between me and my dream of the #1 Dragon Lore. I let him know that if he was trying to stop me, I was more determined than ever to achieve this. The following weeks, I left some interesting comments around YouTube for him to see, which obviously got him a bit fearful of me taking his #1 Dragon Lore spot, as he made a compilation of watching me hit some of my best contracts ever at really low % chances.
Conseguiu a Poseidon.
Yes!
Nossa.
Let's go. That's so good, dude. That is so good. Let's do it, guys.
Conseguiu.
Oh!
Mano.
Let's do this.
E deu bom. E aí, mano? Inacreditável, cara.
But at the end of it, there was a surprise that I wasn't expecting.
Comigo, eu já vi o Handpixel dizendo que não gostaria que isso acontecesse porque ele acha o Flow também é muito especial, só que, mano, inegavelmente o Sparkles merece. Inegavelmente. Inegavelmente também que seria épico, seria algo muito da hora que eu iria admirar também. Eu não queria que a minha Dragon Lore perdesse o posto, mas se isso acontecer, eu vou ficar feliz. Não tem como, não tem como. Olha isso que a gente acabou de assistir, mano. Como que eu vou ficar triste porque o cara conseguiu um feito, mano, histórico? Se isso da Gangner já foi histórico, da Dragon Lore seria mais histórico ainda. Há quanto tempo ele tá tentando, rapaziada? Mano, que loucura. Eu vou mandar uma mensagem agora pro Sparkles. Sparkles, I know you must think I'm rooting for you not to get the new Dragon Lore top eye, and in parts, maybe that's true. However, there's no denying that you deserve it, and if you get it, it will be epic. It will be something that will go down in history. Sparkles, I'm a big fan of yours. I've always enjoyed your content. I've always been very inspired by your channel, and if it's gonna happen, it will. I'm not gonna wish you luck, but I'm sure that if you make it, yes, I'll be very happy for you, brother.
He was weirdly kinda half rooting for me, despite having the #1 Dragon Lore himself. He then produced even more videos trying to theorize what the final #1 Dragon Lore contract may look like based on the skins that he was finding in my inventory. I then decided to throw some classic English style friendly banter his way, which may or may not have been taken the wrong way, because he made this video literally translated to "Sparkles tried to intimidate me." Now in this video, his tone seems to have changed a little bit, stating that he definitely isn't rooting for me, but obviously you can't blame the guy. Why would you be rooting for someone to replace your #1 and give you considerable financial loss? Not just that, but taking a little bit away of the sentiment of a special skin. Completely understandable. I asked him how much his #1 Dragon Lore cost him to purchase. He told me $40,000, definitely not.
40,000.
However, when I did the breakdown of everything that I'd spent already for this attempt, all the skins that I will be putting in the contract, I realize I've already spent more money on this contract than he spent to get the #1 skin in the first place. This contract will undoubtedly be the most expensive contract ever to have been attempted in Counter-Strike's history. I prefer working with people towards goals instead of against. It's better to have friends than to have enemies. So I reached out to him with a proposal. He was obviously heavily invested in the current #1 Dragon Lore, financially and emotionally. So I asked him if he'd like to buy the #1 if I was able to craft it, so that he never had to lose the title of owning the #1 Dragon Lore. He replied telling me only if it had a float, including the 1337. This is obviously a part of his gaming alias, which makes the skin a lot more sentimental to him, the 1337 bit. And he even told me that he would give me his #1 knight to put in the contract if I promised to sell him the #1 Dragon Lore if I hit it. This was a very interesting proposal to me, because obviously it increased my odds from a 30% to a 40%. I said, sure, let's do it. It's kind of like a challenge in a challenge, trying to create a specific float for this #1 Dragon Lore just for him. So I came up with a price which I thought was fairly reasonable, the old #1 Dragon Lore plus $10,000, and then I'd trade it for this new #1 Dragon Lore if I was able to craft it. So I did all of the research myself, I acquired all of the skins needed, and I put together a contract. And that contract gave me these odds right here. This contract had the chance of producing the P90 cold-blooded that I needed with the very specific flow, which would, in conjunction with all of the other skins that I'd managed to gather so far, create a new #1 Dragon Lore with the 1337 at the beginning and still being a lower float than the current one, making it the new #1 Dragon Lore, with a float specifically crafted just for him. I attempted the contract with the goal of creating something which would bring us together instead of against each other, embracing teamwork where nobody loses out, and it hit. Amazingly, first time, almost like it was fate, the exact skin came out of this contract with the exact float that I needed, in conjunction with all of my other skins to make the #1 Dragon Lore with a 1337 float.
40% chance
Piece of the jigsaw, or so I thought. This was the last video that he made on the subject about 1 month ago. He debates various options to himself and seems to have too much love for the current #1 Dragon Lore to be able to let it go, even if it became the #2. He's also, quite rightfully so, very scared of my contract going wrong and me not hitting the #1 Dragon Lore and his #1 knight being eaten up, minus $16,000 for no good reason whatsoever. We had even more discussions of the art of the possible. He asked me to consider the price of the #1 Dragon Lore minus $16,000 for his knight that he input. I wasn't comfortable doing that because I didn't believe that the #1 knight actually has the value of $16,000. That's why I was unwilling to pay anything more than like $8,000 for it. I thought he massively overpaid for this knight, and I shouldn't have to pay for his decisions because it came out of a place of trying to stop me in the first place. I was a little mad that I had gone to all of this effort, arranged some kind of deal to keep him happy, crafted a very specific float skin needed for this deal, of which I put quite a lot of time and effort and money into, but nothing had been confirmed yet. And with how long it had taken to come to any kind of decisions whatsoever, this has been months and months and months and months, I thought it was not looking likely that he would end up being involved in this journey. So I also had to tease him a little bit more in this response, where I wrote, I feel like paying $16,000 for the #2 M4 was your mistake, and I shouldn't have to pay for it. I know you paid it to stop me, but I cannot be stopped. I was waiting for him to notice one tiny small detail. I had written
#2. Yeah.
He caught on and questioned me about it. So I had to show him this. I had acquired and crafted all 10 chalices
Jesus.
needed for a 100%
Oh my
at
God.
the new #1 knight. No risk whatsoever, guaranteed replacing his knight, making his $16,000 purchase. Quite foolish, which it probably was anyway. But at this stage, I kind of had to question myself. Was this a fair and right thing to do? To put all of these 10 chalices together to guaranteed beat his knight just as a kind of power play or out of spite or something similar like that? That's not really me. That's not really who I am inside. It's not true to my nature. And although I'd gathered all of the ingredients needed, I hadn't yet baked the cake. It wasn't too late. I may have considered it if he still wanted to throw me his #1 knight to chuck into the contract, because then it would just be getting deleted anyway, so I wouldn't feel so bad about it. But if he was holding on to it for sentimental reasons, which he kind of seems like he is, then I was a lot more hesitant. He let his audience choose what he should do in the comments of his video. And reading these comments and not having received a message from him in quite a long time, I think it's obvious that he's decided to keep the Dragon Lore, keep the #1 knight, and not risk anything whatsoever. Just let me do my thing. Allow me to be a solo warrior in this process. You know what? That's okay with me. That's always been the plan from the beginning. And if he doesn't want to hop on board my ship, I'm fine with that, because it's still sailing to its final destination regardless. Then in the video, he went ahead and shouted out my project, Skin Search. This actually means a hell of a lot to me because he's exposing it to his Brazilian audience, and it's something I put a lot of time, effort and money into, and something I'm really proud of. Everybody in the team has done such a great job building it, and it started from me having a dream, and now that dream is taking shape and taking its form, and it's looking real good. So I urge you all to check it out. It has a trade-up calculator section if you're into risky trade-ups like me. It has an inventory value section where you can check details of your own inventory and see its real life value instead of its fake Steam market value. And its primary use, of course, is a skin search engine. It searches the entire internet for you, all the trusted marketplaces, for the cheapest possible price on your desired skin in real time. It really is an incredibly useful tool, and because he mentioned it to his Brazilian audience, and that actually means a lot, I'm going to keep that 100% knight contract as a fantasy, and I won't bring it into existence as a reality. Instead, I'm going to be taking a far greater risk. I will be taking the chalices that were originally meant for that contract, and I will be breaking them down and using them in even more contracts. And I'm going to be doing that right here, right now. And I'm very nervous about it. Every single night I craft or attempt to craft, I will be very careful with the float that it doesn't beat his #1 existing knight, despite him snapping it up from under my feet with his huge bids. Ladies and gentlemen, it's attempted knight creation day. Let's do this! In this...
Okay, we can skip it.
Count it down. I have a feeling with the 60% R rate that it might be pure pain this time as well. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Knight. Pretty please. Yes! Let's go! The tilt pays off! 30% knight coming in clutch. Oh, what a relief. What a relief. There we go. Quite beautiful. And 3 more knights to add to our contract. Let's change it to quality.
Yeah, I thought this was the actual, like, Dragon Lore one.
What up,
Still under
everybody?
CS:GO.
I know that I've been fairly silent
So at 1080p, we are getting almost 300 FPS. Insane what happens with this game in a 40, with any game in a 4090. It doesn't even care. It's just like, lol, is that's all you got? And then it just kind of spits it out at 2. So this should be a very interesting test with ray tracing on at 1080p with big games, like not just like Fortnite, not the AP frame 15 I think I saw there for like half a second. Something like Plague Tale frickin' Requiem can get almost 200.
Oh no, I could play Overwatch, but I'm pretty tilted with teams. I could play Dogima.